It was the middle of July when I decided to take a solo road trip through the Midwest. I had a week off from work and wanted to get away from the city, the noise, and the people. I didn't plan much, just a map, a tent, and my old SUV. I drove for hours through flat farmland and forests, stopping only when the sun began to set and I needed to find a place to sleep. I eventually turned off the main highway onto a narrow, winding road that led deep into the woods. My headlights cut through the darkness, revealing a gravel path lined with trees that seemed to lean in closer the farther I drove. After about 20 minutes, I spotted a small clearing with an abandoned cabin. Its windows were broken, the roof sagging, and the porch boards rotted. It wasn't on any map, and there were no signs of recent human activity, but I was tired and decided it would make a temporary place to camp. Inside, the cabin was worse than I expected. The floorboards creaked with every step. The walls were stained and warped, and the air smelled faintly of mildew and rot. I set up my sleeping bag in the corner and tried to make the place a little more comfortable. At first, everything was quiet. The wind outside rustled through the trees, but it was the kind of quiet that felt alive, like the darkness itself was breathing. Around midnight, I woke to a soft tapping on the window. My heart jumped, but when I shined my flashlight outside, there was nothing, just the dark forest stretching endlessly. I tried to shake it off as the wind, but the sound returned, moving across the windows and walls, deliberate and steady. I got up to check the cabin and noticed something strange. The door to the small cellar at the back of the cabin was open, though I was sure I had closed it. A cold draft rose from below, carrying the faint smell of damp earth. My flashlight flickered as I approached, and I swear I saw a shadow at the bottom of the stairs. I froze. It was tall, thin, and completely black, with no discernible features, yet I could feel it staring at me. I backed away and slammed the door shut, my hands shaking. The tapping and scratching didn't stop. In fact, it grew louder, moving from the cellar door to the walls and the ceiling. Then came a whisper, a soft, low voice calling my name, over and over. I dropped my flashlight and it rolled across the floor, illuminating the shadow again, now closer, as if it had moved without making a sound. I ran out of the cabin, heart pounding, into the darkness. The forest seemed to stretch forever, and I could hear footsteps behind me, soft, dragging, deliberate. Every time I turned, there was nothing, but I knew I wasn't alone. I finally made it back to my SUV, jumped inside, and locked the doors. My hands trembled as I tried to start the engine, and just as the car roared to life, I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the clearing, tall and thin, watching me. Its face was nothing but shadow, yet I could feel it grinning. I didn't look back as I drove through the winding roads, not until I reached the nearest town. Even then, I felt its presence, patient and waiting, like it had followed me out of the woods. I've never gone back. I don't drive those roads anymore. Sometimes late at night, I swear I hear scratching at my windows, whispering my name, soft and patient, like it never left the clearing in the woods. Some places aren't just abandoned, they remember you. And whatever was in that cabin, it hasn't forgotten me. Story the end. I was 26 when I moved to a tiny town in northern Michigan, a place so remote that Google Maps treated it like a suggestion rather than a fact. I had taken a job at a small manufacturing plant, and the apartment I rented was part of an old two-story building that had been converted from what used to be a boarding house. The front porch sagged in the middle, and the paint on the doors was peeling like sunburned skin. The rent was cheap, and I told myself that was all that mattered. The first night, I noticed the silence. Not the peaceful, restful kind of silence, but a heavy, oppressive quiet that made every creak of the floorboards sound like it came from someone standing right behind me. I shrugged it off, attributing it to the age of the building. I set my things down and tried to sleep, but the sounds didn't stop. There were soft thumps on the ceiling, low groans that seemed almost human, and every so often a faint scratching along the walls. I chalked it up to mice or the house settling, though a small knot of unease formed in my stomach. By the second week, I started noticing strange things. My apartment door, which I always locked, would be slightly ajar in the mornings. Items I hadn't touched were moved, a pair of shoes by the closet, my coffee mug shifted on the counter. One evening, I found muddy footprints leading from the living room into my bedroom, small, childlike, but there were no children in the building. I told myself it was a prank from the neighbors, but everyone in the building kept to themselves and avoided eye contact whenever we passed in the hallway. The first real scare happened around 3 weeks in. I came home from work and found the lights off, which was normal because I rarely left them on. As I stepped in, I smelled something strange, cigarette smoke. I don't smoke. I live alone. I looked around. Nothing was out of place except the smell lingered, heavy in the air, clinging to the corners of the room. I opened the kitchen cabinets, checked under the bed, even looked in the closets. No one was there. But the smell remained, strong, unmistakable. I tried to ignore it, but that night the knocking started. At first it was light, 3 soft taps on the wall by my bed. I assumed it was the building settling or pipes. But the knocking continued every night, same rhythm, always 3 taps, sometimes followed by faint scraping noises. I began sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed, heart hammering every time I heard the faint sounds. A few nights later, I woke up to a soft whispering. At first, I thought it was a dream. The whispers came from the corner of the bedroom, near the closet. I strained to hear, but the words were unintelligible, garbled, almost like someone speaking underwater. My heart raced. I switched on the lamp. Nothing. The whispering stopped. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening, waiting for something I couldn't even name. The next morning, I found a note taped to my bathroom mirror. Small, uneven handwriting, shaky, like someone had written it in a hurry. It said, "I see you." I nearly lost it. I packed some essentials and left for work without touching anything else. When I returned, the note was gone. I started talking to one of the other tenants, a woman named Linda, who lived across the hall. She was quiet, reserved, but I asked her about the apartment. She hesitated, then said, "People don't stay long in that unit. Something watches. It follows." I laughed nervously, but her face was serious. I pressed her for more. She leaned close and whispered, "I used to hear it. 3 taps every night. Then the smoke. The smell never leaves. They say the first person who sees it can't stay long. It waits. Always waits." I left her apartment shaking. That night I slept in my car. I didn't go back to the apartment until the weekend. When I entered, the smell hit me immediately, cigarette smoke stronger than ever. The living room lights flickered. My phone died in my hand. I tried to leave, but the door slammed shut behind me. The knocking began, 3 slow, deliberate taps, then a pause, then 3 more. I backed into the corner, my back against the wall, breathing hard when I saw it. At first, it was just a shadow, darker than the darkness of the room. Then I noticed the glow, a faint ember, like the tip of a cigarette, hovering in the corner of the room. Smoke drifted from it, curling upward. The shadow didn't move, but I could feel it watching me. Its attention heavy, suffocating. I screamed, pounding on the walls, on the door, but it wouldn't budge. The smell of smoke filled my lungs, thick and choking. Suddenly, it was gone. The lights flickered back on. The apartment was quiet again, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I didn't sleep at all that night. I left the next morning, didn't even pack. I called the landlord, told him I was leaving immediately. He said nothing, just muttered, "That unit, it's old. Some things just don't leave." I moved to another town, another state. I tried to forget what happened. I didn't speak about it, didn't tell anyone. But a few months later, I started noticing things again. Small things, like the smell of smoke in my new apartment, faint taps on the walls at night, whispers I couldn't make out, always 3 taps, always waiting. I realized too late that it followed me, not the apartment, not the building. It followed me. And no matter where I go, no matter how far, I know it waits in the shadows, always 3 taps away, always patient, always watching. Story the end. It was a Tuesday evening in late October when I decided to take the back roads home from work. I had been putting in extra hours at the warehouse, trying to catch up before the end-of-year inventory. The town I lived in was small, barely over 10,000 people, and surrounded by dense woods that seemed to swallow the light as the sun dipped below the horizon. I had always taken the main roads before, but that evening I wanted to save a few minutes, so I turned onto a narrow, barely maintained route called Willow Creek Lane. The trees on either side of the road arched over like skeletal arms, their branches scratching at the sky. The wind had picked up, rattling the dry leaves across the asphalt, and I felt a strange chill even inside my car. I told myself it was nothing, just the onset of fall, but a small knot of unease tightened in my stomach. About 15 minutes into the drive, I noticed my headlights reflecting off something on the side of the road. I slowed down, squinting, but it was hard to make out in the dim light. At first I thought it was a deer, but then it moved in a way a deer couldn't. Slowly, deliberately, and upright. It was a person, or something that looked human, but it had no coat, no shoes, nothing. Its skin seemed grayish in the fading light, and its head tilted at an unnatural angle as it stared at me. I froze for a moment, gripping the steering wheel, my heartbeat echoing in my ears. I considered stopping to see if it needed help, but instinct told me to keep driving. I flicked the blinker and tried to speed past it, but as I drove, I caught glimpses of it running or gliding alongside my car. Its movements were jerky, almost puppet-like, and no matter how fast I went, it seemed to keep pace. My pulse jumped, the lane twisted and turned, and the feeling of being trapped deepened. I fumbled for my phone to call someone, anyone, but the screen stayed black. No signal. Great. I finally reached a slight clearing where the trees thinned, and I slammed on the brakes. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel, and then I saw it clearly. Its face, if it could even be called that, was twisted, with dark, sunken eye sockets and a mouth stretched wide in a grin that didn't make sense. I felt bile rise in my throat. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. There was nothing in the clearing, just the faint rustle of leaves. I dared a slow exhale and glanced around, trying to convince myself it had been a trick of the light, a reflection from the setting sun. My car was still running, the engine humming steadily, and nothing was behind me. I laughed nervously, shaking my head. I'd been working too much, maybe seeing things that weren't there. I started driving again instead of trying to get back to the main road. But the lane seemed to stretch endlessly, longer than it should have, and every turn looked the same. My headlights picked up movement in the trees, shadows that flickered just out of clear sight. I kept telling myself it was animals, branches, anything normal. But the feeling of being watched grew unbearable. About 20 minutes later, or what felt like 20 minutes, though it could have been hours, I saw a dilapidated farmhouse ahead. Its windows were dark and the porch sagged. For some reason, I felt drawn to it, a mix of curiosity and desperation. My fuel light had come on, and the idea of calling for help crossed my mind. I parked in front of the house, heart still hammering, and stepped out to get a signal. As I approached the porch, I noticed something strange. Footprints. Bare footprints leading from the road to the front door. They were too large to be mine and oddly spaced, like whoever, or whatever, made them had a very long stride. I knelt down to examine them, and the hairs on my arms stood on end. The prints ended at the doorstep. There was no one there. I was about to retreat to my car when a soft creak echoed from inside the house. The screen door rattled as if someone or something had just passed through. I froze. Then I heard it again, closer this time, slow, deliberate steps on wooden floors. I could almost feel the weight behind them, a presence that filled the air with something heavy and cold. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. Then the door swung open, just a crack, and I saw it. The same figure from the road, standing in the shadows inside the house. Its head tilted unnaturally, the grin wider than humanly possible. It didn't move toward me, didn't make a sound, just stared. I felt my vision blur as panic took over. I bolted, stumbling back to the car, fumbling with the keys, and finally managed to start it. I didn't look back as I sped down Willow Creek Lane, adrenaline making me see double, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. I thought I had left it behind, but then I saw it. On the roof of my car. I screamed and swerved, barely keeping control. When I finally pulled onto the main road, headlights of another car blinding me, I glanced back. Nothing, just the open fields and dark trees. My pulse was insane, my vision swimming, and I could feel sweat running down my back. I drove straight home without stopping, ignoring the calls from my mom and friends asking where I was. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining it standing in my room, in the dark corners, waiting. Around 3 a.m., I heard it. A soft, slow knock on my bedroom window. My apartment was on the second floor. My stomach dropped. I didn't move. The knocking came again, this time 3 short raps, pause, and then 2 more. I stayed frozen like breathing shallow. When morning finally came, I forced myself to look outside. Nothing. No footprints, no signs it had been there, just the city streets waking up. I tried to brush it off as a nightmare, but something in me knew it wasn't. For the next few weeks, I avoided the back roads entirely. I stayed on well-lit, busy streets, always aware of every sound, every shadow. But then it started happening in my apartment. At first, it was subtle. Objects slightly moved, the feeling of being watched, shadows where none should be. Then the sounds started, soft breathing, scratching, knocking, always at night. One night, I woke up to find my closet door open. I never left it open. My heart froze when I saw a figure standing inside. It was the same, twisted grin, unnatural posture, and tilted head. It didn't speak, but I could feel its gaze boring into me, like it knew everything. I grabbed my phone and tried to call 911, but the screen went black. I threw the phone across the room in panic. The figure didn't move. I bolted out of my bedroom, ran down the hall, and into the kitchen. When I turned around, it was gone. I checked every room, every closet, even under the beds. Nothing. But the sense of its presence lingered, heavy and suffocating. I stayed with a friend for a few nights, but when I returned to my apartment, it was worse. The air felt thick, and I could hear it moving inside, even when I was alone. I installed cameras, hoping to catch something, anything, on tape. For the first week, the footage was normal. Then, one night, I reviewed it. My stomach dropped. The camera in the living room showed it, standing perfectly still in the corner, head tilted, eyes black and hollow. The timestamp read 3 minutes after I went to bed. I called my friend, panicked, explaining what I saw. He told me to get out, leave the place, but I couldn't. My apartment was under a year-long lease, and I had nowhere else. That night, I slept with lights on, doors locked, and every window shut. But around 2:47 a.m., the lights flickered, and I felt it. Standing next to my bed, breathing on my neck. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I just felt the weight of it, the pressure, the cold that seeped into my bones. And then it whispered. Not words, not a language I knew, just a low, guttural sound that resonated in my chest. I blacked out after that. When I woke up, morning sunlight filtered through the blinds. Everything seemed normal. My sheets were tossed, the blankets on the floor, but there was no sign of anyone else. I thought I had imagined it. Weeks turned into months. I started seeing it in reflections in windows in the mirror when I passed by. Always watching, always silent. I tried to leave, but something about it made leaving impossible. When I attempted to move my belongings out, boxes would mysteriously reappear in the apartment. My car would have dents or scratches that weren't there before. I even tried contacting a priest, a psychic, anyone who could help. They all agreed it was a spirit, but nothing they did would make it go away. One told me it had attached itself to me, and leaving the place wouldn't matter, it would follow. I didn't want to believe it, but deep down I knew. Now it's been over a year. I rarely sleep. I've lost friends who couldn't handle my paranoia. I live in constant fear of the night, of the shadows, of the reflection in the corner of my eye. I've tried documenting everything, hoping someone would understand, but when I show the footage or describe it, people laugh, call me crazy. I don't care. I know what I saw. I know what's in my apartment. And I know that no matter what I do, it isn't going anywhere. Sometimes when the wind rattles the windows, I think I can hear it humming, softly, like a lullaby. And sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a darkened window, I see its grin behind mine, tilting its head just slightly, waiting. I've stopped sleeping in my bed. I sleep on the couch, lights on, doors locked. But even then, I feel it moving closer, closer with every night. I know I won't see a morning someday. Not really, because when it decides, it will be right there, and there won't be anywhere to run. It's patient. It's always been patient, and it knows that fear is the most delicious thing. I don't know how much longer I can last. I don't know if writing this down will help or if it will just make it angrier. But I know this. If you ever find yourself on Willow Creek Lane or anywhere quiet and dark with no one around, don't look behind you. Don't slow down. And whatever you do, don't stop, because it's already moving with you, waiting for the moment you least expect. Story, the end. It was a Friday evening in early October when I got the call from my friend Jared. He'd just moved into a small, rundown apartment on the outskirts of a town in rural Pennsylvania, and something about his voice over the phone made my stomach tighten. He sounded off, quiet, hesitant, like he was holding something back. I asked him what was wrong, and he laughed it off, claiming it was just the stress of moving and the old heating system that rattled like a dying train. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something, and eventually I agreed to come up and keep him company for the weekend. The drive took longer than I expected. The interstate had narrowed into two-lane roads flanked by dense forests, the kind of forest that seemed to swallow light. By the time I arrived, the sun had already disappeared behind the hills, leaving the world in a cold, gray twilight. Jared met me at the edge of his apartment complex, a low brick building that looked like it hadn't been properly maintained since the 70s. The paint on the railings was chipped, and the parking lot was littered with leaves and broken glass. He was grinning, but it didn't reach his eyes. I noticed it immediately, the subtle way his gaze flickered to the shadows in the parking lot, as if he expected someone or something to be watching. He shrugged off my concern, leading me up the narrow stairwell to his apartment. Inside, it smelled faintly of mold and old carpeting, with the faintest trace of smoke, like someone had been burning incense or something more pungent. We sat down in his living room, a small space dominated by a sagging couch and a TV that looked like it hadn't been dusted in months. He made a pot of coffee, and we tried to make small talk, but the tension lingered. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. "Jared, seriously, what's going on? You sound like you've seen a ghost." He laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. "I don't know. Maybe I have. Ever since I moved here, things have been weird. I can't explain it. Doors open by themselves, shadows in the corners of rooms. Sometimes I hear whispering, but it's just when I'm alone. I thought it was just the building settling or my imagination." I frowned. I've always been skeptical about things like that, but there was something in his tone that made me pause. "Show me," I said. Jared hesitated, then nodded. "Okay, but I warn you, it's not fun." He led me to his bedroom, a small, windowless room in the back corner of the apartment. The lights flickered slightly as we stepped inside. "It usually starts at night," he said, his voice low. "But sometimes I can feel it even during the day. Look at that corner." The corner was dark, almost unnaturally so, though the rest of the room was lit by a single overhead bulb. I squinted, trying to make out what he was pointing at, but there was nothing there, just the wall and the shadow it cast. "I don't see anything," I said. "That's the thing," he replied. "It's never something you can see, at least not at first, but you feel it, like something is waiting." We stayed in the bedroom for a few minutes, and I started to feel an odd heaviness, like the air was thicker than it should be. The hairs on my arms stood on end, and I found myself glancing at that corner more often than I wanted to admit. Nothing happened, not immediately. But then, as we were leaving, I noticed the window latch was undone, even though I could swear he had locked it earlier. I pointed it out, and he shrugged, muttering something about drafts. But the unease had already settled in my chest. That night, I slept on the couch while Jared took the bed. I had trouble falling asleep. The apartment was too quiet, the kind of quiet that feels alive, like it's listening. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a faint scratching sound. At first, I thought it was just the old pipes or the wind rattling against the building, but then I heard it again, closer, coming from the bedroom. I froze, straining to listen. The scratching grew louder, more deliberate, like nails on wood. My heart started racing. I called out Jared's name, but there was no response. The scratching stopped abruptly. I got up, shaking, and walked to the bedroom door. When I pushed it open, the room was empty. Jared was still asleep in the bed. I could see him breathing, but something about the shadows in the corner, the way they seemed to pulse, made me step back. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination, but the feeling of being watched lingered. The next day, we tried to shake it off, but the incidents kept happening. Objects moved on their own, lights flickered, and the temperature would drop suddenly in certain parts of the apartment. Jared admitted he had installed a few cameras after the first week, hoping to catch whatever was happening, but when we checked the footage, there was nothing. Just static in the corners, the kind that made everything look warped and strange. On the second night, it got worse. I was on the couch scrolling through my phone when I heard a whisper. Soft, low, almost like someone was muttering my name. I froze. "Did you hear that?" I asked Jared, who was already asleep. He stirred but didn't wake fully. I followed the sound. It seemed to come from the hallway outside the bedroom. The whispering grew louder, clearer. Get out! Get out! I bolted upright. My heart was hammering, and I could barely breathe. I shook Jared awake, but he looked groggy, confused. It's nothing, he mumbled. Go back to sleep. I couldn't. I stayed awake all night, listening. The whispering stopped eventually, replaced by footsteps pacing slowly in the hallway. I don't know how I managed to keep my composure, but I did. Morning came, and the apartment felt empty, quiet, almost benign, like it had nothing left to give. By the third night, I was done pretending. Jared was hesitant, but I convinced him to tell me everything. He admitted that the previous tenants had reported strange occurrences, some leaving abruptly, some moving out after only a few weeks. One had apparently vanished entirely, leaving all their belongings behind. The police had written it off as a runaway case, but Jared didn't believe it. That night, we decided to stay in the bedroom together. I thought maybe facing it head-on would help. We sat on the bed, the lights dimmed, and I tried to stay calm. Hours passed without incident until around 3 a.m., when the temperature dropped sharply. Our breath fogged in front of us. Then we heard it, a soft, dragging sound from the corner of the room. Something was moving, something heavy, deliberate. I could barely make out a shape, like a shadow thickened into form, stretching toward us. My instincts screamed at me to run, but Jared stayed frozen, staring wide-eyed. The shadow moved closer, the whispering returning, louder this time, more urgent. Go. Leave now. We bolted. I grabbed Jared and ran through the apartment, fumbling with the front door. It wouldn't open. The lock had jammed. I could feel the air around us growing heavier, the darkness pressing in. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The air lifted, the room returning to normal, the door unlocking on its own. We didn't sleep that night. We drove to a nearby diner and sat there until sunrise, drinking coffee and talking in low, tense voices. Jared was pale, shaking, and I could barely focus on anything other than the feeling of being watched. The following week, Jared decided to move out. He packed everything in haste, refusing to spend another night in that apartment. I helped him carry boxes, trying to reassure him that we were just stressed, that it was an old building, that nothing supernatural existed. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself. After he moved, I kept in touch. He tried to put it behind him, but the nightmares didn't stop. He described waking in the middle of the night, seeing shadows moving at the edges of his vision, hearing whispers calling his name, even in the safety of his new place. I tried to be rational, telling him it was trauma, a lingering fear from the old apartment, but his fear was too real, too visceral. Months later, I found myself driving past that old complex. Something compelled me to look. The building was quiet, abandoned, windows dark and uninviting. But in the top corner of one of the apartments, the window that had been Jared's, I saw it. An outline, a figure, standing just inside the glass. It was dark, amorphous, but unmistakably human-shaped. My stomach dropped. I blinked, and it was gone. I never told Jared. He didn't need to see it, not after everything he had gone through. But I knew what I had seen, and I couldn't shake the certainty that whatever had haunted him hadn't left. Years later, I still have nightmares about that apartment. Shadows stretching across the walls, whispering my name, dragging across the floor with invisible weight. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat. I'm convinced I hear soft scratching at my bedroom door, the faintest whisper urging me to leave. And every time I think back to Jared, to the corner of that bedroom where darkness took form, and I realize some things are not meant to be confronted. Some things follow you, patient and silent, waiting for the moment you let your guard down. I don't drive past that old apartment anymore. I avoid that road entirely. And still, sometimes late at night, I swear I see a figure in my peripheral vision, standing just at the edge of the room, watching, waiting. The rational part of me tells me it's my imagination, that fear creates shapes in the dark. But the part of me that lived through that weekend knows better. Some places are wrong. Some shadows are alive. And some things don't want to be seen, but they make sure you know they're there. I learned that weekend that fear isn't just a feeling, it's a presence. It waits in the dark corners, it moves when you're not looking, it whispers your name and measures your hesitation. And no matter how far you run, no matter how far you think you've left it behind, it follows. Always just out of sight, always patient, always waiting for the moment you think you're safe. The last time I spoke to Jared, he told me he had tried to forget, tried to live a normal life, but sometimes he wakes up and there it is, standing in the corner of his room. The same shadow that haunted that apartment, the same whisper urging him to leave. He says it's like it remembers him, like it never stopped watching. I don't doubt him, because I've seen it too. Story the end. It was around midnight when I first noticed something odd about the apartment I had just moved into. I had chosen the place mostly for convenience, close to work, reasonably priced, and tucked into a quiet part of the city. But now, as I sat alone on my couch with the hum of the streetlights filtering through the blinds, a creeping unease settled over me. The place was old, built in the 1970s, with narrow hallways and a strange smell of damp carpet mixed with something metallic that I couldn't place. At first, I chalked it up to the building settling or maybe the remnants of old tenants, but over the next few nights, the feeling that I wasn't truly alone grew stronger. The first night, I woke around 3 a.m. to the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom. At first, I thought it was the neighbors, but then I remembered I lived on the top floor. The building only had 2 floors. I froze, straining my ears, but the sound stopped as suddenly as it had begun. By morning, I dismissed it as a dream, though a knot of anxiety remained in my stomach. A week later, I noticed other things. Small, subtle changes. Things out of place. My keys would sometimes be on the kitchen counter when I was certain I had left them on the living room table. The shower curtain would be drawn differently, or a chair would be slightly angled in a way I hadn't left it. I tried not to think too much about it, attributing it to absent-mindedness. But the unease was constant, like a shadow over everything. Then came the whispers. At first, I thought I was imagining them. I'd be lying in bed, trying to sleep, and faint murmurs would drift through the apartment. Not words I could make out clearly, just the sound of someone speaking softly, so quiet I couldn't be sure it was real. I started recording audio at night, just to see if there was any evidence, but the recordings were always silent. Yet when I played them back the next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that the silence itself was too heavy, too deliberate, as if the apartment knew I was listening. One night, I woke to find my bedroom door slightly ajar. I was certain I had locked it before going to bed. My heart was hammering in my chest as I reached for the handle. As I pulled the door open, I saw nothing, just the empty hallway bathed in pale light from the street lamps. But the air felt wrong, thick and heavy. A chill ran down my spine, and I noticed for the first time the faint scratches on the wooden floor, almost like claw marks leading from my bedroom toward the living room. I could not explain them. They weren't there when I had cleaned the floor that afternoon. Over the next few days, the incidents escalated. Items in my apartment started moving on their own, or so it seemed. A plate would be found on the counter, though I was sure I had left it in the sink. A pair of shoes would be in the middle of the living room, though I always kept them neatly by the door. One evening, I came home to find the couch cushions slashed with small, shallow cuts, like someone had been testing a knife. I called the landlord, but he assured me the building was empty of anyone else. No one had a key besides me. I started sleeping with a kitchen knife by my side, unable to shake the sense of being watched. Then the nightmares started. Every night, without fail, I would dream of the same figure, a tall, thin man with dark, hollow eyes that seemed to burn into my soul. He didn't speak, but he would follow me silently, always just out of reach. In the dream, I would run, but no matter how fast I moved, he never fell behind. When I woke, drenched in sweat, I often found that things in my apartment had shifted while I slept. Not drastically, but enough to make me question my own sanity. One night, I heard the whispers clearly. I had been lying in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, when the voice came, low and deliberate, almost growling, "You shouldn't be here." I bolted upright, heart racing, but no one was there. The apartment was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator. I considered leaving, but something in me, a stubborn need to understand, kept me rooted in place. Weeks passed. The sense of being followed never left me. I would catch glimpses of movement in the corners of my eyes, shadows darting where there should be none. I installed security cameras, but when I reviewed the footage, nothing appeared. The cameras showed only empty rooms, silent and still, as if the disturbances existed in a parallel layer of reality that the lens couldn't capture. One night, I woke to a loud bang from the living room. I grabbed my knife and crept toward the source, heart hammering in my chest. As I rounded the corner, I froze. Written across the wall in what looked like dark, dried blood were the words, "I see you." I stumbled backward, gagging, trying to comprehend how it had appeared overnight. There was no explanation. I called the police, but there was no evidence of forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing. They suggested I might be under stress, maybe even sleepwalking, but I knew that wasn't it. The following days were unbearable. The apartment became a place of terror. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow in the corner of my vision set my nerves on edge. I stopped going to work, stopped seeing friends. I was alone, entirely isolated, living in a constant state of fear. Then one morning I woke to find a note slipped under my bedroom door. The handwriting was jagged, uneven, almost inhuman. "You can't leave." I ripped it up, my hands shaking, but the fear that clutched my chest would not let go. I decided I had to confront whatever was happening. I set up cameras in every room, staying awake for as long as I could. Around 2 a.m., the cameras picked up movement. A shadow detached itself from the corner of the living room, moving silently toward my bedroom. I could see the outline of the tall, thin man from my dreams. My heart was frozen in my chest. He paused at the threshold of my bedroom, just beyond the reach of the camera's light. Then, in a whisper that seemed to fill the room, he said, "You belong here now." I fled. I ran from the apartment without looking back, leaving everything behind. I spent nights in motels, never staying in one place too long, constantly looking over my shoulder. I tried to tell friends, but no one believed me. The police couldn't help. I had no proof beyond the scraps of video footage I had reviewed in trembling fear. Months passed. I tried to rebuild my life, but the presence never left me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing in the corners of my vision. Every new apartment, every new home, I felt the same chill in the air, the same whisper just out of hearing range. He followed me, and I began to understand that some things, once attached to you, never let go. Last week, I moved again. A fresh start, I told myself. A new city, a new apartment. But as I unpacked my boxes, I found, tucked into one of the corners, a note written in the same jagged handwriting, "Welcome home." My blood ran cold. I live alone. I haven't seen anyone enter my apartment. I double-checked the locks, the windows, the doors. Everything is secure. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that he is here, standing just behind me, watching. I don't know how much longer I can endure it. I have started leaving lights on all night, playing music, trying to fill the silence. But at 3 a.m., I hear the footsteps again, soft, deliberate, pacing back and forth outside my bedroom. And sometimes in the dead of night, I catch a glimpse in the reflection of the darkened window. A tall, thin silhouette, just standing, waiting. I've stopped talking to friends, stopped answering calls. I don't want anyone to see what's happening, to know how helpless I feel. I have considered moving again, running, but I am terrified that no matter where I go, he will follow. Last night I heard my name whispered from the hallway. Not through a phone, not a speaker, just in the dark, outside my door. "You can't escape." I held my breath, clutching the knife I keep by my bed, listening as the sound of breathing joined the whisper. Slow, measured, watching. This morning I found another note, smaller this time, pressed under my door. "Soon." The word was written in the same jagged script, and underneath a symbol I didn't recognize. I tried to photograph it, but my phone camera only captured a blank page. I have tried reasoning with it, talking out loud, begging it to leave me alone. It does not respond. It simply waits, and I feel it in every shadow, every quiet moment. I am exhausted, living in fear, haunted by something I cannot see fully, but feel in every bone of my body. I don't know what will happen tonight. I don't know if I'll wake tomorrow. All I know is that I am not alone, and it seems it will not let me go. Every night, the whispers grow louder, more urgent, and I realize with a dread that has settled deep into my chest, whatever this is, it has claimed me. I have tried leaving the apartment, tried abandoning it, but no matter how far I drive, no matter where I sleep, I feel the presence. It is in my reflections, in the corners of my eyes, in the spaces where light does not reach. It waits, it watches, it knows me. Tonight I will stay awake. I will sit in the center of my apartment, knife in hand, surrounded by every light I can find. I will wait for it to make its move. I know it will come. I have no choice but to face it, and yet I fear there is nothing I can do. Sometimes I hear my own voice whispering back from the darkness, but it is not me. It is thin, hollow, mocking, repeating my thoughts before I even form them. I do not sleep. I cannot. I am trapped in this cycle, in this nightmare that refuses to end. I know now that the presence does not need to enter physically. It is already inside me, in my mind, in my senses. I can feel its cold fingers along my spine, its breath in the back of my neck. The apartment is a prison, but so am I, even when I am not there. If anyone finds this, if anyone reads these words, I warn you, some places are not meant to be lived in. Some presences are not meant to be seen or understood. And once they know you, once they claim you, there is no leaving, no escape, no peace. I hear it moving now, closer than ever. It is patient, relentless, inevitable. It has been here all along, waiting for me to understand that the end is already written. I do not know what will happen next. I do not know if I will survive the night, but I know this. I am not alone. I have never been alone, and I will never be free. Story the end. It was one of those nights in late October when the wind whistled through the skeletal trees lining the old streets of my town, carrying with it the faint scent of wet leaves and decay. I had just moved into a small, run-down apartment in a neighborhood that most people avoided after dark. The rent was cheap, the kind of deal that felt like it came with strings attached, though I didn't realize how true that would turn out to be. The building itself was a crumbling relic with peeling paint and hallways that always smelled faintly of mold and something else, something that reminded me of old, forgotten things, like memories that had been left to rot. My first night there, I unpacked in silence, only the hum of the old radiator keeping me company. The apartment was modest, barely enough space for my bed and a desk, but it was mine, or at least I thought it was. Around midnight, I noticed a faint tapping sound coming from the wall next to my bed. At first, I dismissed it as the building settling, old pipes contracting in the chill night air, but the tapping persisted, irregular, deliberate, like someone was rapping their knuckles against the wall in a code I couldn't decipher. I pressed my ear to the wall. The sound stopped. I laughed at myself, chiding my imagination for getting the better of me. I tried to sleep, but the taps returned every few minutes, each one sharp, impatient, insistent. By 3 a.m., I was sitting on the edge of my bed, heart pounding, staring at the wall as if my mere gaze could make the sound cease. Weeks passed, and the tapping became a nightly ritual. I tried ignoring it, covering my ears, even playing music to drown it out, but nothing worked. One night, I had the courage, or perhaps the foolishness, to knock back, softly, 3 times in the same rhythm as the taps. The sound stopped then, after a pause that stretched longer than seemed natural. It responded with a single heavy knock. I froze, my hand trembling against the wall. It was a simple response, yes, but it was deliberate, and it made the hair on my arms stand on end. I began researching the history of the building. It was constructed in the early 1920s and had changed hands multiple times, often remaining vacant for years. A few names kept appearing in old news articles, tenants who vanished, sometimes leaving all their belongings behind. Most stories were dismissed as rumor, but one caught my attention, a man named Harold Linton, who had died in 1937 in the very apartment I now occupied. According to the sparse records, he was found sitting in his chair, staring blankly at the wall, his hands resting on his knees, eyes wide open as if he had witnessed something that made his soul leave his body in terror. The cause of death was listed as unknown, though locals whispered about unseen visitors and voices in the walls. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself it was coincidence, that the tapping was merely the echoes of pipes or rodents. But that night, it became impossible to ignore. I was lying in bed when I heard a low, dragging sound across the floorboards behind the wall, like someone shuffling in the darkness. The taps returned, this time faster, urgent, almost pleading. And then came a whisper. Faint, but unmistakable, curling around my ears like smoke. Help me. I bolted upright, heart hammering, and listened. The whisper didn't come again, but the taps continued, now in an erratic, panicked rhythm. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, sitting with my back against the wall, My phone flashlight trained on the spot where the taps came from. By dawn, I was exhausted, but I couldn't leave. Something about the apartment held me, a gravitational pull I couldn't name. Over the next few weeks, the incidents escalated. Objects began to move on their own. Small things at first, a mug on the counter, a book falling from the shelf, always when I wasn't looking. I would return from work to find the living room rearranged, though I lived alone. Shadows appeared in the corners of my vision, vanishing when I turned my head. I began recording audio at night, trying to capture the taps, the whispers, anything, but most recordings were silent or filled with static, until one night I caught it. A voice whispering clearly, "Get out." Panic set in. I considered leaving the apartment, but each time I packed a bag, I would find it unpacked in the morning, my things returned to their original spots, my keys left dangling from the lock like a silent warning. The building's front door, which I had always locked behind me, sometimes stood ajar when I returned. And always, the taps from the wall, impatient, mocking, as if counting down the moments until I succumbed to the fear. One night, I decided to confront whatever it was. I pressed my ear to the wall and whispered, "What do you want?" The response came in a flood of taps, frantic and angry, followed by a dragging sound, this time unmistakably coming from inside the wall, like something large was shifting, moving toward me. Then the whisper again, clearer than ever, "Don't listen." Fear gave way to fascination, an obsessive need to understand. I researched every record I could find on Harold Linton, digging into archives, newspapers, and old police reports. I found a name I hadn't seen before, a woman, Evelyn Marks, who had been his neighbor. She claimed she had heard voices through the walls, crying for help, but whenever she investigated, there was nothing. After Linton's death, she moved out abruptly, leaving a note saying only, "Some things aren't meant to be heard." I decided to reach out to her, though her contact information was almost 90 years old. Surprisingly, I found her granddaughter, who confirmed the story. She warned me, "Whatever you do, don't try to communicate with him. He's not what you think." When I pressed her for details, she hesitated, then whispered, "There's a reason he died staring at the wall. Some things live between the walls, and they don't like to be disturbed." The warnings only made me more determined. One night, I stayed awake, sitting on the bed, listening to the taps. They began slowly, 3 in a row, then 5, then a rhythm that seemed almost musical. I tapped back in time with them, my hands shaking. Then I felt it, a cold pressure on my shoulder, like a hand had settled there, heavy and malevolent. I whipped around. The room was empty. The air was thick, suffocating, and the taps now came from everywhere, from the walls, the floor, the ceiling, as if the apartment itself were alive and breathing in anger. I realized then that I wasn't alone, and that the presence wasn't just in the wall. It was in me. A voice, not whispered this time, but loud, booming in my mind. "You shouldn't be here." The next days were a blur. I stopped sleeping, stopped leaving the apartment, and began to notice the smallest things moving. Shadows flickering where no light could reach, my reflection in the mirror delayed by a fraction of a second, almost sentient. My neighbors avoided me, whispering about the lights in my apartment at all hours and the strange noises that emanated from within. One morning, I awoke to find strange symbols scratched into the walls, marks that hadn't been there before, jagged and frantic, like the handwriting of a terrified mind. One evening, I heard a voice clearly from the kitchen, calling my name. Against every instinct, I walked toward it. The temperature dropped as I entered, my breath visible in the air, and I saw him, Harold Linton, or rather, something that looked like him, a twisted echo of his final moments, sitting in his chair, staring at the wall, eyes hollow and black. He didn't move, didn't blink, just waited, the room pulsating with his presence. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. I felt the cold pressure again, but this time it was all around me, pressing in from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. I screamed, and he slowly turned his head toward me. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, voice hollow, layered with the whispering of countless others. I stumbled back, crashing into the wall, which seemed to ripple under my touch. The apartment groaned, and I realized, with terror, that it was alive, feeding off my fear. I ran, fumbling with the door, only to find it locked from the outside. The windows refused to budge. My phone, my only lifeline, was dead, the screen black and unresponsive. I was trapped. For days, I lost track of time. I barely ate, barely moved, barely spoke. The presence was constant, whispering, tapping, dragging, breathing. Shadows twisted into forms that mimicked people I knew, then morphed into horrors I couldn't name. I began to see the faces of the missing tenants in the walls, their mouths opening in silent screams. My reflection in the mirror became a stranger's face, hollow-eyed, staring back with accusatory anger. I tried to destroy the apartment, swinging a hammer at the walls, smashing the windows, ripping down the fixtures, but it rebuilt itself as I attacked it, the walls stretching, closing, swallowing my efforts like sand through fingers. The taps intensified, pounding relentless, a heartbeat that wasn't mine. I understood then this wasn't just a haunting. The building, the walls, Harold Linton, whatever it was, wanted me to stay, to become a part of it, to feed it with my terror until I was nothing but echoes in plaster and paint. In my final moments of clarity, I remembered the warning from Evelyn's granddaughter. Some things live between the walls and they don't like to be disturbed. But it was too late. I felt myself pulled into the wall, the pressure enveloping me, cold seeping into my bones, whispering voices echoing in my skull. My screams became the taps, my eyes the hollow holes in the walls, that and my mind a prison for the next tenant who thought they could uncover the building's secrets. The last thing I saw before everything went black was my own reflection in the mirror, staring back at me with hollow, accusing eyes, and I realized that I had joined the countless others who had vanished, my story absorbed into the walls, waiting, tapping, whispering for the next person foolish enough to move in. And in the silence that followed, the building waited. Story, the end. It started as a normal Friday night. I had just finished my shift at the diner on the outskirts of a small town in Ohio, somewhere that felt forgotten by the highway and barely touched by anyone passing through. I had been working the late shift for a few months, and it was usually quiet, the occasional customer coming in for coffee or a slice of pie, nothing that ever really bothered me. That night, the parking lot was empty except for my beat-up Honda, its engine humming softly as I sat in the driver's seat, waiting for the last customer to leave so I could lock up. It had rained earlier, the asphalt slick and reflective under the dim glow of the neon sign that spelled out Mel's Diner in tired letters. The smell of wet leaves mixed with the faint aroma of fried food lingered in the air. I checked the clock, 11:42 p.m., and started the engine, glancing one last time at the empty booths through the window. That's when I noticed movement outside. At first, I thought it was a trick of the rain or a shadow cast by the flickering sign, but then I saw it clearly, a figure standing at the edge of the lot. It was tall, unnaturally tall, its posture rigid and unmoving, like a mannequin someone had left in the dark. I squinted, trying to make out its features, but the night swallowed them. There was no coat, no discernible clothing, just a dark silhouette that didn't move when the wind blew. I hesitated, debating whether to roll down the window and ask if they needed a ride or call someone, but the diner's doors were already locked and my gut told me not to leave the safety of my car. As I sat there, the figure started moving toward me, not walking but gliding, its steps silent on the wet asphalt. My heart started racing. I reached for my phone, fingers trembling, wormed but realized I had left it inside the diner. I was trapped, with only my car and the fading neon lights. The figure stopped a few yards away, just beyond the reach of the light, and raised its head slightly as if acknowledging my presence. Something about it felt wrong, beyond just fear. Its presence seemed to suck the warmth out of the air, and I could feel my skin prickling, my breath shallow. I locked the doors and considered just driving away, but before I could start the car, the figure tilted its head, slowly, unnaturally, almost like it was studying me. Then it raised one arm, pointing directly at me. I floored it. Tires screeched on the wet asphalt as I sped out of the parking lot, heart hammering in my chest. The highway stretched out in front of me, dark and empty, the rain still misting the windshield. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and for a moment, I thought I saw it there, standing on the side of the road, impossibly still, watching me leave. I shook my head, telling myself it was impossible, that no one could keep up with me on that stretch of road. I drove for miles without seeing another car. The radio was dead, a static hum, the only sound filling the Honda. I passed through stretches of woods and abandoned gas stations, places I had never noticed during the day. Something about the scenery was off. Trees twisted in angles that didn't make sense, shadows that seemed too deep, too intentional. I tried calling my friend Matt, someone who lived a few towns over, but no signal, not even the faintest bars. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the outskirts of a town I didn't recognize. The streetlights flickered intermittently, and the houses looked empty, windows dark and hollow. I slowed down, trying to figure out where I was, and that's when I saw more figures. A man, a woman, a child, or at least shapes that resembled them, standing on the sidewalks, just staring. Their faces were obscured, but I felt their gaze, heavy and accusatory. My stomach turned, and I slammed the accelerator, desperate to get past them. They didn't move as I passed. They didn't even blink. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had taken a wrong turn. Maybe my exhaustion and the adrenaline were making me hallucinate. But then the streets changed. Houses disappeared entirely, replaced by dense woods. The road narrowed, twisting and bending in ways that no real road could. Every turn seemed familiar and unfamiliar at the same time, like I was trapped in a loop. The car began to stall, engines sputtering, smoke rising from under the hood. I pulled over, heart racing, trying to think. That's when I heard it, a whispering coming from outside the car, soft at first, then louder. I couldn't make out the words, just a low, persistent murmur that seemed to echo from all directions. I unlocked the door to get out, thinking maybe I could find help, but the air hit me like ice. The mist had thickened, and through it I could see the same tall figure from the diner, closer now, emerging from the fog. I ran back to the car, fumbling with the keys, finally starting the engine. The whispering stopped immediately, as if someone had flipped a switch. I looked up and saw headlights. Not mine, someone else's, coming toward me. A truck, rusty and old, barreling down the narrow road. I swerved, narrowly avoiding it, and in that moment the figure appeared directly in front of the car. I slammed the brakes, heart in my throat, but there was no collision. When I looked again, it was gone. I didn't know where to go. The GPS didn't work. My phone finally flickered to life, showing a single bar of service. I called 911, voice trembling, and told them I was lost, that I didn't know where I was, and there were things on the road. The operator's voice was calm, almost too calm. She asked for my location. I told her I didn't know. There was silence for a moment, then she said, "Stay in your car. Keep the doors locked. Don't leave until help arrives." I drove slowly, cautiously, following the operator's instructions. Every shadow seemed alive. Every rustle in the trees a threat. Hours must have passed, though it felt like minutes, when I finally saw lights ahead. Real lights, the kind that signaled civilization. I pulled up to a small convenience store, the bell jingling as I entered. Inside, an elderly man behind the counter looked up at me, unblinking. "Rough night?" he asked casually. I wanted to scream, to ask if he saw the things outside, but before I could, the lights flickered. In that brief moment, the man's face changed. Hollow eyes stretched unnaturally, lips curling in a silent scream. I ran out of the store, my keys in hand, and jumped in the car. I drove all night, following the faint glow of the city skyline in the distance. When morning finally broke, I realized I was still in Ohio, near the town I had started from. Everything looked normal now. Roads straight, houses intact, trees where they should be. I checked my phone, messages from friends and family, calls I didn't remember making. Nothing about the night existed except in my memory. I went home, exhausted and shaken, trying to convince myself it was a nightmare, a combination of fatigue, late hours, and isolation. But the next night, when I parked in front of my apartment, I saw it again. The same tall figure standing across the street, just staring. My stomach dropped. It didn't move. It didn't need to. Its presence was enough to make the air heavy, suffocating. I tried to ignore it, going inside, locking the door behind me. But the whispers started. Soft, almost imperceptible, coming from the vents, the walls, the floorboards. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to stretch toward me, reaching, waiting. I started documenting everything, hoping someone could explain it. Notes, photos, recordings. Nothing showed the figure clearly. Every attempt to capture it resulted in static, darkness, or complete absence. Friends suggested it was stress, that I needed rest. I stopped listening. I knew what I had seen. Weeks passed, and the encounters became more frequent, not just outside, but inside. Objects moving slightly, the faint echo of footsteps when I was alone, doors that I was sure I had locked swinging open. I tried to leave, to escape, but every route led me back. Every exit was a loop. One night, desperate, I parked far from my apartment, intending to walk home, but as I approached, I saw the figure waiting. Not alone this time. Others had joined, shapes indistinct but equally menacing. They moved slowly toward me, and I froze, unable to move, unable to scream. One of them lifted a hand and pointed, and everything went black. I woke up in my car, parked in the diner lot again, rain falling, neon light flickering. Nothing had changed except for the sense that I had never truly left. The figure was gone, for now, but I knew it was waiting. Watching. Patient. I can't leave. I can't stay. Every route I take, every town I pass through, every street I walk, the shadows are alive. They know me. They remember me. And I know they will never stop. The whispers are always there. Calling, tempting, warning. I write this now, hoping someone will read it and understand. Hoping that by documenting it, I can anchor myself to reality. But I know that's futile. They are patient, and patience is endless. I saw my reflection in the window tonight. It was me, but not me. Hollow eyes, stretched unnaturally, lips curling in a silent scream, and I realized with absolute clarity I'm already part of them. Story the end. It was a Thursday night in late October when I realized something was off about the house I had just moved to. I had rented a small 2-story house on the outskirts of a sleepy Pennsylvania town. The neighborhood was quiet, too quiet for my liking, but it had been cheap, and I was desperate to get out of the cramped apartment I had shared with roommates in Philadelphia. I arrived just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the empty streets. The air was crisp, carrying the faint smell of wet leaves and wood smoke from the few chimneys still active. The house was older, probably built in the 1920s, with peeling white paint and a sagging front porch. As I fumbled with the keys, I noticed the windows were all dark except for a single flicker of light in the living room. I assumed it was just a reflection from the street lamp or maybe a neighbor's car passing by. Once inside, the house smelled faintly of mildew and the wooden floors creaked under my weight. I had seen listings online, but nothing had prepared me for the raw, musty reality of living here. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked a few boxes, set up my bed in the smallest bedroom upstairs, and tried to settle in. The wind outside rattled the windows, and the old pipes groaned. But that wasn't unusual for a house this age. I kept telling myself I was just tired from moving. But then, as I lay in bed around midnight, I heard the first sound. It was faint, almost imperceptible at first. A soft tapping, like fingernails on wood. I froze. My bedroom door was closed, and the hallway outside was empty. The sound stopped after a few seconds. I convinced myself it was the wind, or maybe the house settling and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I found the kitchen in the same state as I had left it, except for a small, inexplicable detail. The top drawer where I kept utensils was slightly open. I didn't remember leaving it like that. Shrugging it off as fatigue or absent-mindedness, I closed the drawer and went about my day. Over the next week, little things began to accumulate. The faucet in the bathroom would drip intermittently even though I had tightened it. I would hear footsteps in the hallway when I was alone, always stopping when I went to investigate. At first, I told myself it was just the house settling, or maybe small animals in the attic. But then I started noticing something stranger. Objects would move slightly. My keys would be on the counter in the morning, and later I'd find them on the kitchen table. My shoes would be by the door, and then later, inexplicably, in the living room. I started sleeping with my phone in hand, using the flashlight to scan the corners of my bedroom when I heard noises at night. That Thursday, exactly 1 week after I moved in, things escalated. I was awakened by the sound of someone whispering my name. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but the whispering persisted, low and guttural, barely audible over my pounding heart. I flipped on the bedside lamp and saw nothing. The voice stopped, but the sense of being watched didn't. The following night, I decided to record the sounds, hoping to capture something I could analyze in the light of day. Around 2 a.m., the whispers returned, this time accompanied by a scraping sound, like claws dragging across the wooden floor. My phone, sitting on the nightstand, captured faint murmurs, unintelligible but clearly human in tone, and a low, steady thumping from somewhere beneath the house. I went downstairs to investigate, armed with a flashlight. The basement was unfinished, dusty, and filled with old furniture left behind by the previous tenants. The thumping stopped as soon as I reached the bottom of the stairs. My flashlight beam swept across the room, illuminating stacks of cardboard boxes and a long-forgotten treadmill in the corner. Nothing seemed out of place, except for one box that had been pushed away from the wall. I swear it wasn't there before. My heart hammered in my chest. I picked up the box and shoved it back, telling myself I was imagining things. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every whisper, every shadow felt amplified. Around 3 a.m., I heard the basement door, the one I hadn't yet closed properly, creak open slowly, followed by the dragging of something heavy across the floor. I sat frozen in bed, too terrified to move, listening to the sounds grow closer. Then, silence, the kind of silence that made my ears ring. By the weekend, I was on edge. I started noticing patterns. The noises always occurred between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Objects moved when I wasn't looking, and the whispering seemed to grow clearer, repeating my name in rhythms that felt almost deliberate. I told myself I had to get out of the house, but I had already signed a 6-month lease, and there was no way I could afford to break it. One evening, around dusk, I decided to investigate the history of the house. Online records were sparse, but I discovered that the previous tenant had moved out abruptly, citing personal reasons in a brief Craigslist post. There were no reports of crime, no deaths listed, nothing to explain the growing sense of dread that had settled over me. Still, it didn't feel like just a coincidence. The following night was the worst. I had fallen asleep around midnight, but woke abruptly to a feeling of cold air brushing my face. My bedroom door, which I had closed and locked, was now wide open. On the floor, I saw muddy footprints leading from the door toward my bed. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the walls. I grabbed my phone and ran downstairs, intending to call the police. As I reached the living room, the temperature dropped sharply. My breath became visible in the beam of the flashlight. The shadows in the corners seemed to stretch unnaturally. And then I saw it. A figure standing in the doorway to the kitchen, tall and thin, completely still, facing me. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle. I froze. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, but I could feel its gaze drilling into me. My hands trembled as I fumbled to unlock the front door. By the time I managed to get outside, the figure had vanished. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road, gasping for breath and trembling uncontrollably. I stayed at a nearby gas station until sunrise, drinking coffee and trying to convince myself it had been a hallucination, a nightmare. But the muddy footprints inside my bedroom told a different story. The next day, I spoke to the neighbors. They were wary, giving me curt answers. But eventually, one older woman mentioned that the house had a dark history. She said it had once belonged to a reclusive man who had died under mysterious circumstances. Some claimed he had been involved in occult practices, though she emphasized that these were just rumors. She advised me to leave, but I couldn't afford to break the lease immediately, so I decided to keep a low profile and document everything. The following week, I installed cameras in the house, covering the bedrooms, hallways, and basement. The first night of recording yielded nothing but the occasional settling noises. On the second night, however, something appeared on the footage that made my stomach turn. Around 2:17 a.m., a shadowy figure materialized in the living room. It didn't walk. It seemed to glide. Its face was obscured, but I could see the faint outline of hollow eyes staring directly at the camera. The figure lingered for several minutes, then vanished into thin air. Terrified, I reviewed all the footage from previous nights. There were subtle movements I hadn't noticed before. Doors opening and closing by themselves, objects shifting slightly, shadowy shapes flitting just outside the camera's fields of view. It was becoming undeniable. The house was occupied by something not human. I called a friend who lived nearby, someone skeptical but rational. I showed him the footage. He watched silently, his expression growing pale. That's not anything I can explain, he said finally. You need to get out of there. I agreed, and we planned to move my things out over the weekend. The night before we were scheduled to move, I couldn't sleep. I stayed up, flashlight in hand, notebook at my side, trying to record every sound, every movement. Around 2 a.m., the whispering began again. This time it was clearer. My name, repeated over and over, followed by a guttural, almost clicking noise. My heart raced as I followed the sound down the hallway, flashlights sweeping the walls. When I reached the basement, the door was wide open, though I had closed it hours earlier. Inside, the air was thick and cold. The flashlight illuminated a series of symbols etched into the walls, symbols I didn't recognize, but that gave off an unmistakable sense of malevolence. And then I saw the figure again, standing motionless in the far corner. Its head slowly turned toward me. Its eyes, hollow and black, glowed faintly in the dim light. I ran. I bolted up the stairs, grabbed my keys, and drove away into the night. I didn't look back. I didn't return for the next 2 days, finally coming back during daylight with a moving truck. Every step inside the house felt heavier, as if the shadows themselves were pressing against me. I packed quickly, moving boxes without touching the walls or floors. As I loaded the last box into the truck, I glanced back at the house. In the upstairs window, I thought I saw a figure watching me, head tilted, eyes hollow. I shook my head, telling myself it was a trick of the light. I didn't stop until I reached my new apartment miles away. It has been months since I left that house. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night hearing faint whispers calling my name. I tell myself it's just my imagination, but I haven't gone back to Pennsylvania. I've seen the footage countless times, analyzed every symbol, every shadow. There's no logical explanation. Whatever was in that house, whatever followed me, I know it was real. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I swear I feel its eyes on me, watching, waiting. I've learned to avoid old, abandoned houses, and I never stay in one place too long. I don't talk about it much because people don't believe me. But I know the truth. That house, that figure, the whispers, they weren't just in my head. I carry them with me, and I always will. Story the end. It started on a quiet October night in upstate New York, the kind of night where the air feels heavier than usual, and shadows seem to stretch longer than they have any right to. I had just moved into a small old house on the outskirts of town. The realtor had called it charming and full of character, but I knew from experience that those words often translated to, "You'll need a chainsaw and a locksmith before winter." I didn't care. It was cheap, and I needed somewhere to stay after splitting with my ex. Alone felt better than cramped and miserable. The first week was uneventful, save for the creaking floors, which I chalked up to old wood and a drafty house. But then I started hearing things. Footsteps. At first I blamed the wind rattling the old windows or my own paranoia, but the footsteps were deliberate. Slow, heavy, deliberate. Always at night, always when I was alone. It began at the far end of the hallway outside my bedroom. I would lie in bed, eyes fixed on the dim outline of the hallway, and wait for the sound to pass. But it never did. Sometimes it stopped outside my door. Sometimes it moved back and forth, pacing. I installed a cheap camera on a tripod in the hallway, thinking maybe it was some animal getting in through the gaps in the siding. I woke up early the next morning, coffee in hand, to check the footage. Nothing. Just the hallway, empty, silent, bathed in the pale glow of the morning sun. I laughed nervously, telling myself I was being ridiculous, that maybe I was imagining things, but deep down I knew I wasn't. Something was there. 2 nights later, I woke to the sound of whispering. My heart jumped and I froze, straining to hear. The words were indistinct, like someone speaking through a thick cloth, muffled but urgent. I told myself it was the wind again, maybe a branch scraping against the side of the house. I forced myself to go back to sleep, but I didn't rest. I couldn't. I started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed, the only thing between me and whatever had chosen to haunt me. The days became tense. I began noticing things moving in ways they shouldn't. My keys would be on the counter, and the next morning I'd find them on the table in the kitchen. My shoes would be moved from the doorway to the middle of the living room. Small things, barely noticeable to anyone else, but to me, they were proof that I was not alone. I stopped inviting friends over, stopped talking to anyone about it. No one would believe me. I wouldn't have believed me either if I hadn't felt it. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure, a man, tall, featureless, stood at the foot of my stairs. I froze. My body refused to move. The figure didn't come closer, didn't move, didn't blink. It just stood there, perfectly still, staring at me. I don't know how long I watched it, maybe 10 seconds, maybe 10 minutes. Then it vanished. I checked every corner of the house. No one. Nothing. Just silence. I began keeping a journal, writing down everything I noticed, everything that seemed strange. Sometimes it helped, giving me a sense of control. Sometimes it made things worse, because when I wrote, I would hear my name being whispered. Always my name, over and over, until I felt my skin crawl. I stopped writing at night after that. Then the dreams started. They were vivid, terrifying, almost like memories. I would wake up in my childhood home or in places I had never seen before. Shadows moved in the corners of my eyes, figures that whispered, breathed, laughed. I could feel them in the room with me, even when I was awake. The dreams began to blur with reality. Sometimes I would wake up and see someone standing in my bedroom doorway. When I blinked, they were gone. When I opened my eyes again, they were back. Always just standing, watching, waiting. I reached out to a paranormal investigator in a nearby city, someone with a reputation for being thorough. He agreed to come, skeptical but willing. He arrived with cameras, EMF detectors, and all the usual equipment. We did a walkthrough of the house. Nothing unusual, he said. Old houses make noises. Your mind plays tricks on you, he said. I nodded, but I knew he was wrong. That night, he stayed over. At 3:14 a.m., his equipment went haywire. EMF spikes, strange readings, and then he heard it. The footsteps, slow and heavy, pacing right outside the bedroom door. We both froze. He whispered my name. I whispered his. We didn't move. Then a voice, clear and distinct, spoke from the darkness. Get out. We left immediately. He refused to stay another night. I offered to pay him to investigate further, to try to prove him wrong. He refused. Some things don't want to be understood, he said. He left, and I was alone again. The next weeks were a nightmare. The whispers became louder, more insistent, the footsteps more aggressive. Things would slam into the walls, doors would lock on their own, objects would fly across rooms. I began seeing the figure more clearly now, in daylight even, standing silently in corners, watching me. Never moving, never blinking. I couldn't leave the house. I was trapped by fear, trapped by something I couldn't understand. Friends would come by and I would pretend everything was normal, but I lived in constant terror. I tried everything, sage, salt lines, candles, prayers. Nothing worked. One night, the figure came into my room. I could see it now, fully formed, a tall man, entirely black, no features, not even eyes, just a void where a face should be. I screamed and it spoke again, leave or stay forever. Its voice wasn't a voice, it was a feeling, a pressure in my chest, a cold clawing at my soul. I ran out of the room, grabbed my car keys, and drove aimlessly for hours, trying to escape. I thought maybe distance would help, but it followed me, always in the rearview mirror, a shadow in the darkness, never moving but always there. I eventually checked into a motel in town, exhausted and paranoid. For a week, I stayed in different motels, trying to shake whatever had attached itself to me. But every night, I would feel it outside the room, pacing, whispering, waiting. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think. I barely ate. Eventually, I called my parents, and they insisted I come home. I didn't want to go back to that house, but I couldn't stay in motels forever. I packed up what little I had left and drove back to the city. Back in the city, things seemed normal at first. The figure didn't appear, the whispers stopped. I began to think maybe it had been tied to the house, maybe the fear was just stress. But one night, as I was getting ready for bed, I saw it, reflected in the mirror across my room, standing behind me, silent, featureless, and watching. I spun around. Nothing. I looked back in the mirror. It was there, always there, following, waiting. I realized then that it hadn't been the house. It had been me. It had attached itself to me, wherever I went, patiently waiting for me to realize it wasn't leaving. I called a psychic friend, someone who had helped me before with minor hauntings. She listened quietly as I told her everything. When I finished, she said, "This is old, very old. Not a spirit, not a ghost. Something older, something patient, something that feeds on fear. It doesn't leave. It can't. You'll need to learn to live with it." I laughed bitterly. Live with it? How? She didn't answer. I realized she couldn't. No one could. Years passed. I moved several times, each place a little further from the last, each place slightly safer but never free. I learned not to sleep with my back to the door. I learned to sleep with lights on. I learned to avoid mirrors. I learned to live in constant alertness, always waiting for the footsteps, the whispers, the figure. I have friends, a job, a life, but always with a shadow over it. Always with the feeling that it is watching, waiting, calculating. Sometimes I see it in reflections, sometimes in dark corners, sometimes just out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes I hear my name whispered in the night. I don't know what it wants. I don't know if it will ever leave. I only know that it is patient. And I am tired. Tired of the fear, tired of the waiting, tired of the nights that never truly end. I have accepted it now, this permanent presence, this shadow that walks with me. I call it my shadow, my dark companion, my reminder that some things are not meant to be understood, only endured. I have read stories, accounts of hauntings, possessions, even demonology. They all seem quaint compared to what I live with. I don't have rituals, exorcisms, or holy water. I have a chair by the door, a flashlight, and the faint hope that maybe, just maybe, it will be distracted and leave me in peace. But it never does. It never has, and I fear it never will. Sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet, I feel it standing behind me again. I don't turn around. I don't have to. I know it's there, and I know that no matter where I go, it will follow. Always. Patiently, silently, waiting. Story the end. When I was 22, I had just moved out of my parents' house and into my first real apartment. It was nothing glamorous, just a one-bedroom unit on the second floor of an aging building outside a mid-sized town in Ohio. The rent was cheap, and I took it without asking too many questions because I was desperate to get out on my own. It was an old place with creaky floors, thin walls, and radiators that clanked like chains when they kicked on in the winter. At first, I chalked up all the little noises to the building's age, the way everyone does when they're new in a place. But after a few months, those noises took on a pattern, and I began to notice things I couldn't explain. The first time it happened, I was in bed around 2 in the morning. I lived alone, and my building wasn't in the nicest area, so I always kept my doors locked. I remember lying awake, scrolling on my phone, when I heard what sounded like footsteps above me. Heavy, deliberate, pacing back and forth. The strange thing was, my unit was on the top floor. There was no one above me. The landlord had told me the roof was sealed off and only maintenance workers ever went up there. At first, I told myself maybe it was pipes or some animal that had gotten in, but the longer I listened, the clearer it became. Someone was walking in circles right above my bedroom. I tried to ignore it, eventually falling asleep. But over the next few weeks, it kept happening. Always around 2 or 3 in the morning, always the same slow, heavy steps that would go on for 10, 15 minutes and then stop suddenly like whoever, whatever, had frozen in place. Things escalated after that. One night, I was in the living room, half asleep on the couch with the TV on low, when I heard my kitchen faucet turn on. Not dripping, full on running water. I jumped up, heart pounding, and ran to check. Sure enough, the faucet was gushing. I turned it off, checked the handle, and it seemed fine. I tried convincing myself maybe I hadn't turned it off properly earlier, but I hadn't used the sink since dinner. Another time I came home from work to find the bathroom light on. I never left it on. My electric bill was already tight, and I was paranoid about wasting power. More than that, though, the mirror had streaks on it, as if someone had wiped a wet hand across the surface. I called the landlord after that, asked if maybe someone had keys to my unit. He insisted the only copies were his and mine. I changed my locks just to be safe, but it didn't stop. If anything, it got worse. By winter, I was barely sleeping. The footsteps were nightly now, always above me, always around the same time. I'd hear faint knocks along the walls like someone dragging their fingers just out of sight. I'd catch my bedroom door inching open like though I was sure I had shut it tight before bed. Once, I woke up to the sound of breathing, slow, deep breathing, coming from the corner of my room. I turned on the lamp, but of course there was nothing there. The scariest night came in January. There had been a snowstorm earlier in the week, and the whole neighborhood was blanketed in white. I was sitting in bed, half asleep, when I heard the crunch of footsteps outside my window. My unit was on the second floor, so no one should have been walking there. I sat up, straining to listen, and the sound stopped. Gathering courage, I went to the window and pulled the curtain back. Nothing but snow. I exhaled, relieved, until I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were footprints, clear, fresh prints in the snow on the roof outside my window. But they didn't start from the edge like someone had climbed up. They just began right there in the middle, a set of prints leading up to my window, and then stopping. No return trail, no ladder marks, nothing. Just footprints ending at the glass where I stood. I slammed the curtain shut and barely slept that night. The next morning, I forced myself to check again. The prints were gone, buried by fresh snowfall, and part of me wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. I thought about moving, but my lease had months left and I couldn't afford to break it. I tried to rationalize everything, tried to convince myself it was stress or my mind playing tricks, but then came the night that convinced me none of it was in my head. It was February, bitter cold. I had been asleep maybe an hour when I woke to the sound of my apartment door unlocking. Not just rattling, turning, clicking, unlocking. I shot up in bed, frozen in terror, listening as the door creaked open. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by my nightstand and waited, every muscle tight. I could hear slow footsteps moving down the hall toward my bedroom. I was shaking so bad I thought I'd drop the bat. I watched the doorknob turn, watched the door ease open inch by inch. The hallway light was off, but there was just enough glow from the street lamp outside to see the outline of someone standing there. Tall, thin, unmoving. I wanted to scream, but my voice caught in my throat. The figure stood there for what felt like an eternity, then stepped back into the hall. The door didn't close, but the footsteps retreated, slow and steady, until they faded completely. I sat awake until dawn, gripping the bat, the door still half open, my body trembling. When the sun finally came up, I searched the entire apartment, every closet, every cabinet, under the bed, even the crawl space in the hall ceiling. Nothing. But the front door was still locked. The chain still latched. I don't know how to explain it. I moved out as soon as my lease ended, even borrowed money from family to make it happen. I didn't take much with me, just enough to start over. I never went back, never asked questions. But sometimes late at night when the house creaks or I hear faint knocks on the wall, I'm right back there in that apartment. I think about the footsteps above me, the footprints in the snow, the pale figure in my doorway, and I wonder if I really left it behind or if it followed me, waiting for another quiet night when the world is asleep and I'm lying awake too scared to breathe. Story the end. It started when I was 24, the year I moved into an old rental house on the edge of a small town in Indiana. I had just finished college and landed my first full-time job at a manufacturing plant nearby, and the house seemed like a good deal. It was a white, two-story place with a sagging porch and a detached garage, surrounded by cornfields that stretched out for miles. The landlord, a wiry man in his 60s named Jim, handed me the keys with a warning that at the time felt more like small-town superstition than anything serious. He said, "Keep your doors locked at night. People around here have a way of wandering." I laughed it off, assuming he meant bored teenagers or the occasional trespasser. But as the weeks passed, I realized it wasn't kids he was warning me about. The first strange thing I noticed was how quiet the place was. Too quiet. Even in the country, you expect some noise, crickets, owls, the wind. But at night, it was dead silent, and that silence pressed in like a weight. I'd sit on the porch with a beer, staring into the corn, and I'd swear I could feel someone standing just out of sight, watching. My dog, Daisy, a golden retriever I'd had since college, would bristle and stare toward the fields, ears perked, a low growl building in her chest. I'd shine a flashlight into the stalks, but the beam never revealed anything. A couple of weeks later, I started hearing things at night. It began with faint tapping on the windows, so soft I thought I imagined it. Then came the footsteps. Slow, dragging steps on the porch, moving from one end to the other. I'd grab the bat I kept by my bed, fling the door open, and find nothing but the empty yard and the whisper of corn in the breeze. Once I found fresh footprints in the dirt by the steps. Bare footprints. Long, narrow, with toes that seemed oddly spread apart. I told myself it was some kid screwing with me, but the size of them, too long to be a child's, made my stomach twist. Daisy grew more anxious as the nights went on. She would pace the house, whining, refusing to go near the back door after dark. One night, she woke me by barking furiously at the basement door. The hair along her spine was standing up, and she kept lunging toward the door like something was on the other side. My chest tightened as I turned the knob, bracing myself, but the basement was empty, just the smell of damp earth and mildew rising up to meet me. Still, I couldn't shake the image of someone standing down there, waiting in the shadows. Things escalated in October. One night I woke around 2 a.m. to the sound of my front door opening. The unmistakable creak of the hinges, the thud of it against the wall. I froze in bed, every muscle tensed. Daisy was growling low, her body pressed against mine. I reached for the bat, heart hammering, and forced myself to creep down the stairs. The living room was empty, but the door was wide open, swinging slightly in the cold night air. My stomach dropped. I always locked it. Always. I slammed it shut, turned the deadbolt, and sat up the rest of the night with every light on. The next morning I noticed something chilling. On the wooden floor by the door, faint muddy prints led inside. They went a few steps past the entryway, then stopped abruptly, as if whoever had made them had simply vanished. I called Jim, the landlord, furious that someone had managed to get in, but when I told him what I'd seen, his voice went low, almost resigned. "You keep the doors locked like I said?" he asked. I told him yes, that I was certain they had been locked. There was a long pause, then he muttered, "Locks don't always matter out there." I pressed him to explain, but he hung up. By then, sleep had become impossible. Every night was a battle against fear. The footsteps grew bolder, circling the house, pausing under my bedroom window. Sometimes I would hear faint breathing outside the glass, slow and steady. Once I woke to the sound of my name being whispered, drawn out and hoarse, like the voice of someone who hadn't spoken in years. I lay there in the dark, shaking, too terrified to move. Daisy pressed against me, trembling. Then came the night that broke me. It was just after midnight when Daisy started barking, louder and more frantic than ever before. I leapt out of bed and grabbed the bat, adrenaline flooding my veins. The noise was coming from the kitchen, where Daisy stood facing the back door, barking and snarling like I'd never heard from her. My stomach turned to ice when I saw the door handle turning slowly, deliberately back and forth. Someone was trying to come in. I shouted, slammed the lock down harder, pressed my weight against the door. The handle stilled. For a moment, everything was silent except Daisy's growls. Then came a knock. Not the casual rap of a neighbor, but a slow, heavy pounding that rattled the wood. Knock, knock, knock. I shouted again, voice shaking, and the pounding stopped. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the kitchen chair, bat in hand, Daisy at my side, staring at the door until dawn lit the sky. When I finally stepped outside, I found more of those footprints in the mud. Long, bare, spread-toed prints circling the house. I called the sheriff's office, desperate, but they found nothing. "Probably just a drifter," the deputy said, though his face betrayed unease. "We'll patrol the area." It didn't help. That night, the tapping on the windows returned, louder this time, coming from multiple sides of the house. It felt like whoever or whatever it was knew I was alone, knew I was scared, and was enjoying it. I lasted 2 more weeks, each night worse than the last. The noises inside the house started, floorboards creaking upstairs, the sound of drawers opening and closing when I was in another room, faint laughter echoing in the halls. Daisy stopped eating, stopped sleeping, and spent her nights pressed against me, eyes wide. The final night, I woke at 3 a.m. to the sound of the basement door opening. I knew I had locked it. My blood ran cold as I heard the slow, deliberate sound of someone climbing the stairs. One step. Pause. Another step. Daisy began to whimper, something I'd never heard her do. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The steps reached the top, the door creaked wider, and I swear on my life I saw it. A figure, tall, thin, with limbs too long, standing in the shadows of the hallway, its head tilted unnaturally, watching me. I didn't wait. I grabbed Daisy, bolted out the front door, and didn't stop running until I reached my truck. We drove all night, and by dawn I was 2 states away. I never went back for my things. Jim called once, weeks later, asking if I planned to return. When I told him no, he just sighed. "Probably for the best," he said quietly. "That house doesn't let people stay long." To this day, I don't know what I saw, or who, or what was in that house with me. All I know is that it's real. It's out there, and it's waiting for someone else to move in. Story the end. I had been working long hours in a factory on the outskirts of a small Pennsylvania town, and I decided to rent a cheap little house nearby. It was isolated, down a long gravel road surrounded by dense woods, the kind of place where you didn't see neighbors for miles. The landlord was eager to rent it, almost too eager, and when I asked about the previous tenant, he hesitated and muttered something vague about them leaving suddenly and never coming back. I didn't care. I needed a place, and it was the only option within walking distance of work. The first night, I unpacked, cooked a simple dinner, and went to bed exhausted. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of faint scratching coming from the kitchen. I froze, listening. It was deliberate, slow, and rhythmic, as if something was dragging its claws across the floor. My heart raced. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly made my way to the kitchen. Nothing. The cupboards were closed, the windows shut. I chalked it up to the old house settling and tried to sleep again. The next morning, I found my keys on the kitchen counter, though I had left them on the nightstand. A chair in the living room was slightly angled differently. Small things, insignificant at first, but enough to make my stomach tighten. Over the next few days, the disturbances grew. Objects moved, the floorboards creaked under invisible weight, and at night, faint whispering began. Soft at first, unintelligible, always circling the edges of the room. A week later, I woke around 3 a.m. to a scraping sound coming from the basement door. The house had a small old basement that was always locked. I hadn't used it, but the lock was hanging open. I shined my flashlight down the stairs and froze. The air smelled of damp soil and something metallic, thick and oppressive. I wanted to retreat, but curiosity got the better of me. I stepped down. The basement was pitch black. My flashlight beam caught old, cracked walls and a dirt floor. Then I saw the marks, scratches carved into the brick, jagged and uneven like claws had etched them over the years. I moved further, and my light caught a shallow pit dug in the corner. My stomach dropped. The air grew colder, heavier, and I heard it, breathing, slow, deliberate, directly behind me. I spun around. Nothing. The beam of the flashlight caught only shadows stretching across the walls. Then a voice, low and guttural, rasped my name, Jacob. I bolted upstairs, slammed the door, and locked it. The sound of claws scratching against the basement door lasted until dawn. From that night on, the presence never left me. Furniture would shift while I slept. Doors would slam on their own, and I would wake to whispers echoing my name. I began recording every night, but the audio always played back as silence. Only I could hear it. Only I could feel it. One night, I awoke to a shadow at the foot of my bed. Tall, impossibly thin, hollow eyes staring into mine. It didn't move, but the air around it seemed to thrum with menace. Then it whispered, "You can't leave." I screamed, but no sound came out. It vanished when I blinked. I tried to leave. I packed a bag and drove miles away, checking into a motel, but the whispers followed. Scratching noises at the windows, small piles of dirt on the floor, notes slipped under the door. "You belong here." Some were written in ink, some scratched into the paper in jagged, uneven lines. I never saw anyone leave them. Eventually, I returned to the house. I had to understand what I was dealing with. I set up cameras and lights in every room, staying awake to watch. Around 2 a.m., the monitors flickered. Shadows moved independently of any objects. And then I saw it. Tall, thin, limbs bending unnaturally, glowing eyes moving silently through every corner of the house. The voices grew louder, overlapping, screaming my name, mocking me. I tried to flee. The door slammed shut, locking itself. Windows wouldn't budge. It was everywhere at once, pressing in, suffocating, freezing me in place. I cowered, knife in hand, as the shadows danced along the walls, circling me, closing in. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had lost meaning, and eventually, silence fell. The monitors went dark. I ran and haven't returned since. But it follows me. Every dark corner, every whisper, every shadow, it waits. Sometimes I hear my name spoken when I'm in public. Sometimes I catch movement from the corner of my eye. I have tried changing apartments, cities, states. It doesn't matter. It has claimed me. It is patient. It is relentless. And I know it will never let go. Last night, I woke to a soft scratching at my bedroom window. I live on the 10th floor of a busy city building. No one could possibly reach it. Yet in the reflection of the glass, I saw it. Tall, thin, hollow eyes glowing red, just standing, just watching. I can hear it whispering now, even as I write this. It is close. Always close. Story the end. When I was 28, I took a job that required me to move from Chicago to a smaller city in Indiana. I didn't know much about the area, but the job was decent and I needed the money badly. After a couple of weeks of living with a friend while I got situated, I found a one-bedroom apartment in an old red brick building downtown. The rent was cheap, which should have been my first red flag. I remember the landlord seemed oddly eager to get me in there quickly. He didn't ask too many questions, didn't run much of a background check. He just wanted me to sign the lease and move in. The building itself had once been a hotel in the 1920s before being converted into apartments. The hallways were narrow, dimly lit, and had a faint mildew smell that never went away no matter how many candles or air fresheners I tried to use. The apartment itself wasn't terrible, just dated. The paint was peeling in places, and the bathroom door didn't close all the way, but it was livable. I figured old buildings came with quirks. The first week was normal. I worked long hours, came home tired, and mostly just slept. But during that first weekend, I started noticing small things. I'd leave my keys on the counter and come back to find them sitting on the table instead. Once, I left my wallet on the dresser and returned to find it on the floor, as if it had been dropped. I thought maybe I was just distracted, exhausted from the new job and the move, so I brushed it off. The second week, though, things escalated. I came home from work late one night, close to midnight, and found my apartment door slightly open. I was certain I'd locked it that morning. I always checked twice. My heart started racing as I slowly pushed it open, expecting to find someone inside. But nothing was missing. Nothing was broken. The only thing that struck me was the faint smell of cigarette smoke hanging in the air. I don't smoke. None of my neighbors smoked either, at least not that I'd noticed. I called the landlord the next morning, told him what happened. He brushed it off, said the building was old and sometimes the doors didn't shut right. I wasn't convinced, but I let it go. I wedged a chair under the doorknob at night after that. Not long after, the knocking began. It started one night while I was trying to fall asleep. 3 soft knocks against the wall behind my bed. I froze. My first thought was that it was a neighbor, but the wall behind my bed didn't connect to another apartment. Behind it was just the old stairwell that had been sealed off years ago. I told myself it was pipes, or maybe just the building settling. But it kept happening. Always 3 knocks. Slow, deliberate, like someone rapping their knuckles against the wall. After a few nights, I shouted at it, "Cut it out!" I banged back against the wall. The knocking stopped. I felt triumphant for maybe 15 minutes before it started again, this time from the closet door across the room. I barely slept after that. I kept the lights on, tried to drown the noises out with the TV, but sometimes I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow too tall to be mine, flickering just at the edge of the room. And always the smell of cigarette smoke. About a month in, I woke up to the sound of my TV turning on by itself. Static filled the room. I sat up, dazed, and grabbed the remote. When I clicked it off, I realized my closet door was wide open. I hadn't opened it in days. My throat went dry. I got up slowly, forced myself to check inside. Empty. But on the closet floor was a cigarette butt, still faintly warm, as if someone had just stubbed it out. The next morning, I ran into one of the older tenants on the stairwell, a man named Dennis. He looked worn down, pale, like he hadn't slept properly in years. I asked him if he'd ever noticed weird stuff in the building. He gave me this long, hollow stare before muttering, "Don't pay attention to it. That's how it gets you." Then he walked away. That same week, Dennis disappeared. His apartment door was left wide open one morning, the inside completely empty like he'd never lived there at all. When I asked the landlord, he just shrugged and said, "People move out all the time." But I knew Dennis hadn't moved out. I remembered the look in his eyes, the way his voice trembled when he warned me. Something had happened to him, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was had something to do with the thing in my apartment. From then on, everything worsened. The knocking grew louder, more frequent. Sometimes it came from the ceiling, sometimes from inside the bathroom. Once, while I was brushing my teeth, the mirror fogged up like someone had been breathing heavily on it. When I wiped it clean, faint words were scrawled across the glass, "Let me in." I started staying away from the apartment as much as possible. I slept in my car a few times, just parked down the street, but no matter where I went, the smell of smoke followed me. It lingered on my clothes, in my hair. Once, when I was at work, one of my coworkers wrinkled their nose and asked if I'd taken up smoking. One night, I couldn't avoid going home. I was too exhausted, and it was pouring rain. When I unlocked the door, the air inside was thick with smoke. My throat burned just breathing it in. The lights flickered as I stepped inside, and then I heard it, whispering, low and raspy, coming from the closet. I froze, heart pounding, straining to make out the words. It was saying my name. Over and over, I bolted. I didn't grab a single thing. I just ran. The next day, I broke the lease. The landlord didn't even argue. He just handed me the papers, already filled out, like he'd been expecting it. I moved to another part of town, but I couldn't shake it. For months, I'd wake up in the middle of the night and smell cigarette smoke. I'd hear faint knocks against the walls of my new place, always 3. I tried to tell myself it was stress, leftover fear. But then, one night, I woke up to see a faint orange glow in the corner of my bedroom, like the lit tip of a cigarette hovering in the dark. Smoke curled up into the air and I could hear slow, heavy breathing. I closed my eyes and didn't open them again until morning. That was 2 years ago. I've moved twice since then. But it follows me. Every place I go, eventually the knocks return. Eventually the smoke drifts in. Eventually I see that glow in the corner. And each time it feels closer. Story the end. It was early November, just after the clocks had gone back, and the evenings seemed to get swallowed by darkness far too quickly. I worked a late shift at a diner on the edge of a small town in Ohio, and by the time I clocked out, the roads were empty, and the only sound outside was the buzzing of the old neon sign over the parking lot. My car, a beat-up Chevy that had more rust than paint, coughed to life after a few turns of the key, and I started the long drive home. Normally I stuck to the highway. It was safer, busier, and I could make it home in just over 30 minutes. But that night, a highway accident had caused a detour. A police officer waved me toward the county back roads, and with no choice, I took the route through miles of farmland and woods I didn't know well. The back roads twisted and turned, narrow lanes bordered by fields and forests. There were no streetlights, no gas stations, no signs of life, just my headlights carving tunnels of light through the dark. About 20 minutes into the drive, I noticed a light flickering ahead. At first, I thought it was another car. Relief washed over me. Finally, some other sign of life out here. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't headlights. It was a lantern. A man was standing by the side of the road, holding an old-fashioned kerosene lantern, the glass smudged and glowing faintly. He wore clothes that looked decades out of place, suspenders, a long-sleeved shirt, and a hat pulled low. I slowed down instinctively, unsure if he needed help. But the moment my headlights hit his face, my chest tightened. His skin was ashen, his eyes sunken, and his mouth stretched into a crooked smile that never moved. His arm raised slowly, lantern swinging, and he pointed directly at me. I panicked and hit the gas, flying past him, trying not to look back. My car rattled against the cracked pavement, and every instinct screamed at me not to stop. But the road stretched on endlessly. Every bend looked the same. Cornfields on one side, forest on the other, no landmarks, no turns that I recognized. I glanced into the rearview mirror to reassure myself he was gone. My stomach flipped. He wasn't gone. He was standing in the road behind me, lantern raised, though I had driven half a mile past where I'd first seen him. I gripped the wheel tighter and pressed the pedal harder, my car whining as it pushed past 60. My knuckles went white as my headlights shook over the uneven pavement. But no matter how far I drove, I kept seeing him. Sometimes in the rear view, sometimes standing at the edge of the fields, lantern glowing faintly. Sometimes closer, always closer. When the road finally bent toward a patch of woods, I thought maybe I could lose him, but as my headlights swept over the trees, I saw something that nearly made me slam the brakes. Dozens of lanterns flickered between the trunks. Figures stood in the shadows, pale and motionless, all facing the road. As I passed, they didn't move, didn't speak, just turned their heads slowly to follow my car. I was shaking so hard I could barely keep the wheel straight. My mind screamed at me to turn around, but every glance in the mirror showed the man still there, lantern swaying. There was no turning back. Minutes felt like hours. The road finally spilled into another stretch of farmland, but something was wrong. I'd been driving nearly an hour, but the gas gauge hadn't budged. The clock on the dash was frozen at 11:17 p.m., the exact time I'd first seen the lantern. When I finally spotted a farmhouse up ahead, I nearly cried with relief. The porch light was on, and an old truck sat in the gravel driveway. I pulled in fast, nearly skidding on the loose rock, and jumped out, shouting for help. The door creaked open, and an old woman stepped out, holding her own lantern. Her face was hollow, her eyes lifeless, and her mouth spread into the same crooked smile. She raised her lantern high, and from behind the house dozens more figures appeared, all holding the same faintly glowing lights. They didn't run, they didn't chase, they just stood in silence, their lanterns swaying faintly in the cold night air. I scrambled back into my car, slammed the door and floored it out of the driveway, gravel spitting under my tires. My headlights carved through the fields, and I prayed for any sign of a highway, a gas station, anything. But no matter how far I drove, the road didn't change. The fields, the woods, the bends in the lane, they all repeated, like I was trapped in a loop. And every time I checked my mirror, the man with the lantern was there. Sometimes closer, sometimes far, but always smiling, always pointing. I don't remember how I finally got home. I just remember pulling into my driveway, stumbling into my house, and locking every door and window. My car sat in the driveway for days, covered in dirt and dead leaves, like I had driven through another world. I told myself it had been exhaustion, stress from work, maybe even a hallucination. But deep down, I know that's not true. Because last night, just after 11:17 p.m., I heard it. A faint tapping against my bedroom window. When I pulled the curtain aside, there it was, the glow of a lantern swaying in the darkness, a crooked smile behind the glass, and a pale hand pointing right at me. Story, the end. It was in the late summer of 2014 when I was driving through Ohio on my way back from a work trip. I was supposed to make it home before midnight, but a series of traffic jams and detours put me behind schedule. By the time I passed through the last major town, it was after 1 a.m., and I was running on caffeine and adrenaline. I didn't want to stop, but when my eyelids started getting heavy, I knew I had to pull over somewhere before I dozed off at the wheel. The road I was on was long and empty, flanked on both sides by thick woods that seemed to stretch endlessly. Eventually, I spotted a glowing neon sign that read 24-hour motel. It sat just off the highway, the kind of place where the paint peeled off the siding and the parking lot had more cracks than asphalt. I almost kept driving, but my exhaustion won. Inside, the office smelled of stale smoke and cleaning chemicals. A man in his 60s sat behind the counter, his gray hair greasy, his eyes sunken like he hadn't slept in days. He gave me a look that made me hesitate, half suspicious, half tired, but he handed me a key without much conversation. Room 6. He told me not to lose the key and not to worry if I heard noises during the night. His tone was flat, almost rehearsed, like he had said those words 1,000 times. The room was worse than the lobby. The carpet was stained, the wallpaper peeling. There was a single bed with sheets that felt damp, a small table with one chair, and a flickering lamp in the corner. The air smelled faintly of mildew, but exhaustion clouded my judgment. I locked the door, double-checked the window latch, and told myself I would only stay a few hours. I had just settled into bed when I heard it, the sound of footsteps outside my door. Slow, deliberate. I held my breath, thinking maybe it was another guest, but the footsteps stopped right in front of my room. Then came a faint scratching, like fingernails dragging across the wood. I waited, my heart pounding in my chest, until finally the noise stopped. I told myself it was nothing, just someone drunk or lost, and I forced myself to lie back down. Sleep eventually came, but it was restless. I kept waking up, convinced I heard whispers through the thin walls. Around 3 a.m., I woke again to the sound of the doorknob rattling. My stomach dropped. Someone was trying to get in. The door was locked, but the knob twisted back and forth, violently at one point, then suddenly stopped. Silence. I sat frozen, staring at the door, every nerve in my body screaming. I almost convinced myself it was just a dream when I noticed something that made my blood run cold, the shadow under the door. Someone was still standing there. I could see the outline of feet, unmoving, like whoever it was just waiting. I didn't move for nearly an hour, too afraid to even breathe too loud. Finally, the shadow shifted, and the sound of footsteps retreated down the hall. I stayed awake until dawn, every sound amplified, every creak of the building setting me on edge. When the sun finally came up, I packed my things in record time and rushed out of the room. At the counter, the old man was waiting. He looked at me with tired eyes and said, "You made it through the night. That's good. Most don't." I froze, unsure if he was joking, but his expression was deadly serious. I didn't ask any questions. I just dropped the key on the counter and left. On the highway, I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, a mix of exhaustion and paranoia. But then, in my rearview mirror, I saw it. Someone standing in the motel parking lot, just watching me drive away. Too far to make out clearly, but tall, unmoving, and unmistakably there. I don't stop at roadside motels anymore. Story the end. It was late autumn when I moved into the small house on the edge of town. The rent was cheaper than anywhere else I could find, and the landlord seemed eager to get someone into the place. He gave me a quick tour, barely saying anything about the history of the property, though I did notice the way he avoided looking at certain corners of the house, as if there was something there he didn't want to acknowledge. I should have taken it as a sign, but I was desperate. I signed the lease the same day. At first, everything seemed fine. The house was old, built sometime in the 1940s, with creaky floorboards and thin walls that let in the howling of the wind at night. I figured I would get used to it. But within a week, I started to notice odd things that didn't make sense. The first thing was the basement door. It was always locked. The landlord had mentioned it in passing, saying it was used for storage, and there was nothing down there worth seeing. But the lock itself bothered me. It wasn't just a simple latch or padlock. It was heavy duty, with a thick bolt that looked brand new compared to the rest of the house. Every time I walked past that door, I felt uneasy, as though something on the other side was aware of me. Then there were the noises. At night, when the house should have been silent, I would hear faint thuds coming from beneath the floor, followed by dragging sounds, slow and deliberate, like something heavy being pulled across concrete. I tried to convince myself it was just pipes, or maybe the foundation settling. But when I pressed my ear to the floor, I swore I could hear breathing. One evening, after work, I unlocked the front door and immediately noticed something was wrong. The smell hit me first. A foul, rotten odor, like spoiled meat mixed with damp earth. It seemed to seep up from the floorboards, thick and suffocating. I opened windows, lit candles, but it lingered, no matter what I did. That night, I dreamed of being underground, surrounded by dirt, with something clawing toward me in the darkness. I woke up gasping, my sheets soaked in sweat. Over the next week, the disturbances grew worse. I'd wake up to find furniture shifted slightly out of place. My coffee mug would be on the opposite counter from where I left it, or my shoes would be arranged neatly by the back door, though I hadn't touched them. Once, I came home to find every cabinet in the kitchen wide open. I tried to tell myself I was just forgetting things, but deep down, I knew I wasn't. The whispers started soon after. At first, they were faint, drifting up through the floor like radio static. I thought it was the wind until one night I heard my name, clear as day, whispered in a rasping voice. "Daniel." The sound froze me in place. My hands shook as I turned off the lights and sat in the dark, listening. Hours passed, but I could still hear faint murmurs, like a conversation just beyond understanding, rising and falling in tone beneath the floor. I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to try the basement door. I didn't have the key, but I bought a set of lockpicks and spent an entire night working on it. The lock was stubborn, but eventually with a loud click, it gave way. The moment I pulled the door open, a wave of cold, damp air rushed up the stairs, carrying with it the stench of rot 10 times worse than before. I gagged but forced myself to descend. The basement was pitch black. I shined my flashlight around, revealing old brick walls and a dirt floor. The air was so thick it felt hard to breathe. As I moved deeper, the beam caught strange markings carved into the walls, symbols I didn't recognize, jagged and uneven as though scratched into the surface by something with claws. In the far corner, I noticed a section of the dirt floor that looked freshly disturbed, as if someone had recently dug there. Before I could investigate, I heard it. A sound so close, it stopped my heart, a wet, shuffling movement behind me. I spun around, flashlight trembling in my hand. The beam caught nothing, only empty walls and shadows. But then the whispers came again, louder than ever, surrounding me. My name echoed from every corner of the basement, overlapping voices hissing and murmuring. I dropped the flashlight in my panic, plunging the room into darkness. The last thing I saw before the light went out was a pale hand reaching up from the dirt. I bolted up the stairs, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it again. I stood there for what felt like hours, my chest heaving, listening as something scratched at the other side of the door. The scratching went on until dawn. After that night, the house was never the same. The whispers didn't stop. They grew louder, following me from room to room. The smell of rot clung to everything, no matter how much I cleaned. Some mornings I would wake up to find dirt smeared across the floor, as though something had crawled out of the basement and wandered the house while I slept. I called the landlord, demanding answers. He grew silent, then finally said, "I told you not to go down there." His voice cracked, and before I could press him further, he hung up. I tried calling back, but the number was disconnected. I thought about leaving, but I didn't have the money for another place, and something in the house seemed to resist me. Every time I packed a bag, I'd lose hours of time. I would look at the clock and realize I'd been sitting in the same spot for 4 or 5 hours, staring at nothing, my bags unpacked. I felt like the house itself was holding me there. Last week, I woke to find the basement door wide open. I know I had locked it. The lock was still in place, unbroken, but the door stood ajar, the darkness yawning at the bottom of the stairs. The smell was overwhelming, and there, at the top of the steps, were footprints, muddy, human-like, but wrong. The toes were too long, the arch too low. They led from the basement door to the side of my bed and back again. That was when I knew I couldn't stay. I gathered what little strength I had and fled that morning, leaving almost everything behind. I drove for hours, not stopping until I was in another state. I rented a motel room, thinking I had escaped. But last night, as I lay in bed, I heard it again. That same rasping whisper, low and deliberate, calling my name from the dark corner of the room. "Daniel." I turned on the light, but the room was empty. Still, the smell of rot was there, faint but undeniable. I don't think it matters where I go. I opened that door, and whatever was down there has followed me. This morning, when I went to leave the motel, I found a small pile of dirt outside my door. Story. The end. It started with a wrong turn. I had been driving late at night on Highway 19 in West Virginia, a route I knew well during the day, but one that felt entirely different under the cover of darkness. I was returning from a friend's birthday party, the roads slick from a recent downpour, fog rolling across the low valleys, and only the dim yellow lines on the asphalt to guide me. My phone was dead, drained after hours of navigation and music, so I relied entirely on memory and instinct. The road twisted unexpectedly, sharper than I remembered, and I realized I had missed the turn that would take me back home. I cursed quietly, slowing down as the headlights illuminated dense trees on either side. There were no houses, no signs of civilization, just the endless stretch of dark, wet asphalt winding through the hills. The fog was thickening, clinging to the ground and swirling around my tires, and for the first time that night, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. As I drove, I noticed something moving along the roadside. At first, I thought it was an animal, a deer, maybe, or some stray dog, but the shape stood upright, a figure, a person wearing a long dark coat that seemed to absorb the light from my headlights. It didn't move toward me, but it also didn't step aside. I slowed, my pulse quickening, and as I passed, I noticed the face, or the lack of one. Shadows obscured it, but something about the outline was wrong. It was elongated, unnatural, as if stretched beyond human limits. I accelerated, telling myself it was just a hitchhiker, maybe someone stranded in the fog, but my stomach twisted with a deeper, unshakable fear. That's when I saw another figure, further down the road, and another, and another. They all stood at irregular intervals, motionless as if waiting. I kept my eyes on the road and my hands tight on the wheel, but each time I passed one, I felt the same heavy pressure on my chest, like the air itself was thickening around me. The GPS would have been useless even if it had worked. Every turn seemed to lead me deeper into the same kind of terrain, dense woods, fog, and endless winding road. No landmarks, no towns, no signs. I tried calling a friend, anyone, but the phone stayed dead. The only sound was the hum of my engine and the occasional drip of water from the rain onto the roof of the car. Then I saw something in the distance. Lights. Not street lights, but small flickering orange lights like lanterns. Relief surged through me. Maybe it was a cabin or a farmhouse. But as I approached, I realized there were dozens of them, scattered in the woods, each one revealing a figure standing beside it. I couldn't make out faces, only long, dark silhouettes, motionless, each holding a lantern that illuminated nothing but shadows around them. Panic set in. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, tires skidding on the wet road. But the figures seemed to move closer, not in steps, but in some impossible gliding motion. The headlights of my car reflected off wet trees, and for a brief instant, I thought I saw the figures ahead, now inside the road, blocking my path. I swerved, narrowly avoiding a collision with nothing but the empty asphalt. I didn't stop. I didn't dare. My car rattled along the curves and hills, tires screaming against the slick pavement, fog pressing against the windows like a living thing. My mind raced. How could this be happening? This part of the road was familiar. I had driven it hundreds of times, and yet, now it was unrecognizable. The woods seemed denser, darker, and somehow alive. I could hear whispers, soft and insistent, carried by the wind. I couldn't make out the words, only the tone, mocking, patient, hungry. The road split, a fork I didn't remember. Both paths were dark, both lined with figures, each more numerous than the last. I closed my eyes for a moment, willing myself to think, to remember the correct path. But when I opened them, the figures had multiplied. They were no longer just on the roadside. They were everywhere, in the trees, in the fog, their long arms reaching out, faces still unreadable, but somehow knowing. I took the left fork, hoping instinct would guide me, but the road curved violently and then leveled off into a clearing. In the middle of the clearing stood a small house, old, abandoned, with windows dark and empty. But the lanterns, I could see them flickering inside. I couldn't stop the car in time. The brakes barely responded, the tires slipping, and I skidded to a stop at the edge of the clearing. The figures were closer now, surrounding the car. I could feel their gaze, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to scream, to throw the car in reverse, but the engine wouldn't turn over. The whispers grew louder, like hundreds of voices circling me, overlapping, urgent yet impossible to understand. Then one figure appeared at the driver's side window. It was taller than the car, its head almost brushing the roof. I tried to roll the window up, but it was stuck. The fog pressed against the glass like fingers. The figure leaned down, and for the briefest moment I thought I saw a face, an impossibly long mouth stretched in a silent scream. Hollow eyes and skin pale, slick, almost wet. My stomach dropped, my hands shaking, and then it vanished as if it had never been there. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen, minutes, hours. It could have been days. When I finally tried the engine again, it roared to life. I didn't wait. I floored it, tires kicking up mud and water, the car skidding wildly. When I looked in the rearview mirror, the clearing was gone. No house, no figures, nothing but fog and dark trees. I kept driving, following the vague sense of direction I had, desperate to reach any town. Hours passed, the fog never lifting, the whispers never stopping. Eventually, I found myself back on a main highway, traffic moving normally, lights on, signs familiar. I pulled over at a gas station, shaking, soaked, hands still trembling. I told the clerk I had gotten lost, that I had been driving for hours in the fog. He nodded, polite, didn't ask questions. Everything looked normal again, but I knew it wasn't. That night, when I finally got home, I couldn't sleep. Every shadow in my apartment seemed too long, too still. I kept checking the windows, the doors. I left every light on, but darkness clung to the corners, stretching toward me. And then the whispering started. Soft at first, almost imperceptible, then louder, more insistent. I couldn't tell if it was inside my head or somewhere outside. Days later, I tried to return to that stretch of highway, hoping to find rational explanations, maybe a wrong turn or some abandoned construction site. But when I drove there, the road was gone. Only trees, dense and unbroken, stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like the road had never existed, like it had been a mirage, a trap. I stopped telling anyone about what happened. Friends suggested sleep deprivation, stress, or overactive imagination. But I know the truth. I have seen them, and they have seen me. I can't escape it. Every time I close my eyes, I see the figures gliding in the fog, their lanterns flickering, their whispers wrapping around me like a noose. I wake in the night thinking I've escaped, only to hear footsteps in the hallway, soft and deliberate, never leaving, always patient. And now I have started seeing them elsewhere. In parking lots, along back roads, even glimpsed through the window while cooking dinner. They do not run, they do not chase. They wait, always waiting, watching for the moment I let my guard down. And I know that one day I will, because they are patient, and patience is endless. Story the end. I moved to a small town in rural Pennsylvania during the late summer, drawn by a cheap rental I found online. The house was old, an 1800s farmhouse with peeling white paint and a sagging porch, but it had character and a price that fit my college student budget. Locals were friendly but tight-lipped about the property. The few who knew of it mentioned the previous owners had left suddenly, and rumors swirled of strange noises and shadows, though no one gave details. I shrugged it off, attributing their reluctance to the town's penchant for gossip. The first night was quiet, almost eerily so. The only sound came from the wind rustling through the surrounding fields and the occasional creak of the old wooden floorboards. I unpacked my things and settled in, my room at the back of the house overlooking the overgrown backyard. As I drifted off to sleep, I thought I heard faint whispering, but I told myself it was the wind sneaking through the gaps in the window frames. A week in, the whispers grew more distinct. They weren't constant, but would appear in the dead hours of the night, soft, unintelligible, almost like murmurs from the other side of a dream. At first, I tried to ignore them, convincing myself that my imagination was overactive from stress and exhaustion. Then, one night, I woke to the sound of footsteps across the hallway, slow and deliberate. My room door creaked slightly, as if someone had nudged it. I froze under my covers, telling myself it had to be an animal, a raccoon or a stray cat. The footsteps continued, stopping just outside my bedroom door, and then the whispering returned. My name, clear as day, drawn out and desperate. I bolted upright and flicked on the light. The hallway was empty. My pulse raced, but I tried to rationalize. Old houses creak, the floorboards expand and contract, the wind rattles the windows. Sleep was impossible after that. I stayed awake until dawn, the whispering fading only when the sun rose. In the following days, small things began to shift around the house. A chair would be turned slightly, doors that I knew I had locked would be ajar, objects would vanish for hours only to reappear in odd places. I told myself I must be misplacing things, but a gnawing feeling in my chest told me otherwise. Curiosity drove me to research the house's history. I found old newspaper clippings and county records mentioning the previous occupants, a family of 3, the Thompsons, who had lived there in the 1960s. One evening, all 3 disappeared without a trace. Their belongings were left untouched, meals uneaten on the table. The case was never solved. Locals whispered about the family being claimed by the house, though no one explained what that meant. I began documenting the activity. I set up a small voice recorder in my room, hoping to capture the whispers. At first, the recordings were silent, just faint static. Then, one night, I played back a tape and froze. A voice was clearly audible, whispering, "Get out." Terrified, I considered leaving immediately. But whenever I tried to pack my things, I found them moved, scattered across the house as if someone or something was actively preventing my departure. Sleep became impossible, and I began to feel watched, my every movement shadowed by unseen eyes. One night, I decided to confront whatever was in the house. I followed the sounds of the whispers, leading me to the basement door. The air grew colder as I descended the stairs, each creak of the wood echoing like a scream. The basement was dark, the only light coming from the faint moonlight filtering through a small, grimy window. As I stepped further inside, I saw them, the faint outlines of figures, barely distinguishable, huddled in the corner, their faces blurred and unrecognizable. They turned to me, and I realized with horror that they were not entirely human. Their limbs were elongated, their heads tilted at unnatural angles, their mouths moving as if forming words, though no sound emerged. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled back, tripping over the stairs and hitting the floor. When I looked up, the figures were gone. From that night on, the house became oppressive. Shadows moved independently, stretching along the walls even when no light was present. Whispering escalated into screams in the dead of night, always calling my name, always pleading or warning. I installed cameras, only to find that the footage showed nothing until I watched it frame by frame. Then I saw them. Glimpses of faces pressed against windows, clawed hands scraping walls, fleeting shadows darting just beyond the edges of light. One evening, the local historian I had contacted, an elderly man who had lived in the town his whole life, stopped by. He took one look at my pale, exhausted face and said, "You should have listened to them." Confused, I asked him what he meant. He sighed, shaking his head. "That house doesn't just trap bodies, it traps souls. The Thompsons, they're still here, somewhere between the walls. You have to leave before it claims you too." I promised myself I would leave the next morning. That night, the activity became unbearable. Doors slammed, objects flew across the rooms, and the whispers became a deafening chorus. I ran from room to room, trying to gather what I could, but the house seemed to stretch endlessly. Hallways led to rooms I didn't recognize. Doors opened into walls, and windows revealed impossible landscapes outside. I realized then that the house was alive, feeding off fear, distorting reality, and slowly consuming my mind. In a panic, I made for the front door, but the keyhole had disappeared, replaced by a smooth panel of wood. The whispers formed words I could finally understand. "You belong here." Desperate, I tried the back door, the windows, anything. Every exit led me back inside, deeper into the twisting corridors that now felt infinite. My reflection in mirrors became a stranger's face, twisted in terror. The air grew thick, suffocating, as if the house itself was pressing against me. I screamed until my voice was hoarse, pounding on walls, pleading for release, but nothing came. The shadows advanced, the whispering enveloped me, and I felt a cold, inhuman presence take hold, anchoring me in place. In that moment, I understood the truth. The house never lets anyone leave. Its victims become part of its walls, its shadows, its whispers. Now, I write this in what I hope are my final moments of lucidity. The shadows press closer, the whispers claw at my mind, and I can feel the cold fingers of the house reaching inside me, pulling me into the walls. Whoever finds this, know that the house waits, patient and eternal, hungry for fear, eager to claim the next soul who dares cross its threshold. The last thing I hear before darkness swallows me completely is my own name, shouted from the walls, along with countless others, all warning, all pleading, "Don't stay." Story the end. I moved to a small town in Ohio during the early fall. It was supposed to be temporary. I had accepted a short-term contract at a local marketing firm, but I fell into the rhythm of the quiet streets and the golden leaves covering the sidewalks. I found a small rental house on the edge of town. It was a modest, single-story place with peeling paint and a backyard that sloped down toward the woods. The previous tenant had left in a hurry, according to the landlord, leaving behind furniture and a few personal items. The first night was uneventful, aside from the usual creaks and groans of an old house. I set up my bedroom in the back near the sliding glass door that led to the yard. There was something comforting about watching the trees sway in the wind, the occasional deer wandering into view. Around midnight, though, I heard faint scratching at the glass. I assumed it was a raccoon or a bird and ignored it, but it kept happening, off and on, all night. By the third night, I was starting to notice other things. The kitchen light, which I had turned off before bed, was on when I woke up. Small items, pens, kitchen utensils, even my keys, would move from one place to another. I told myself I was being paranoid. Old houses settle, I reminded myself. I just needed to adjust. One evening, I decided to go for a walk through the woods behind the house. The trees were dense, the path narrow, but it was peaceful. As I walked, I felt like I was being watched. Leaves rustled, but there was no wind. Shadows moved in the corner of my vision, just out of focus, as if something was following me. I brushed it off, but the unease stayed with me as I returned home. That night, I woke to the sound of whispers. My bedroom door was slightly ajar. I could hear someone, or something, saying my name. My heart raced, but I stayed still, listening. The voice stopped as abruptly as it had started. I convinced myself it was a dream. The next few nights were worse. I started hearing footsteps in the hallway, coming closer to my room, and then retreating. The scratching at the glass returned, louder, more insistent. One morning, I found muddy footprints across the kitchen floor, leading from the back door to the living room. but there was no sign of how they got there. I set up a small camera in the living room to see what was going on. The first footage showed nothing unusual, just the empty room. On the second night, the camera captured a shadow moving across the floor, stretching unnaturally long, then stopping suddenly as if it had noticed the camera. Terrified, I reached out to a friend in town, someone who had lived there for years. She was skeptical but agreed to come by. That evening, we sat in the living room, lights on, watching the camera feed. Around 2:30 a.m., we saw it, a figure standing in the corner of the room, thin and elongated, head cocked at an impossible angle. Its eyes reflected the light from the camera, black and hollow. We froze. The figure didn't move, but we both felt it was aware of us. We left the house immediately. The next day, I contacted the landlord, asking if anyone had ever reported strange occurrences. He hesitated, then admitted that the previous tenant had left abruptly after claiming the house was haunted. No one else had lived there since. Determined to leave, I packed my belongings as quickly as possible. That night, as I carried boxes to my car, I heard the whispering again, this time outside, near the woods. I ran, not looking back until I reached the safety of a well-lit main road. I've never returned to that house. Even months later, I occasionally wake in the middle of the night, thinking I hear faint scratching at a window or a voice calling my name. I've moved several times since, but the memory of that house lingers. I know it wasn't just my imagination. Something was there, something that didn't want me to leave. Story the end. I moved to a small town in rural Pennsylvania after getting a job as a night security guard at an old paper mill on the outskirts of town. The job paid well enough, and I liked the solitude, the quiet, the idea of having long stretches of time to myself. The mill had been abandoned for nearly a decade, and the company had recently bought it back for storage. No one had worked there in years, and it was a sprawling complex of warehouses, offices, and machinery, half of it rusting and crumbling, the kind of place that smelled of dust, oil, and decay. On my first night, I was given the tour. My manager, an older man with thinning hair, told me the usual rules: check all doors, monitor the cameras, report anything suspicious. The cameras were mostly static, a few flickering black and white screens showing empty halls, conveyor belts frozen in time. The place was silent, except for the faint hum of fluorescent lights overhead and the occasional creak of the building settling. It felt normal, if a bit eerie. Around midnight, I started my rounds. Flashlight in hand, I walked the empty halls. The old machinery groaned like it had a life of its own, and shadows pooled in the corners. That's when I heard the first voice. A soft whisper, like someone muttering in the dark, came from the second-floor office area. I froze, scanning with my flashlight, but the halls were empty. I shook my head, telling myself it was the wind, or maybe just nerves. I'd only just started the job. Over the next week, the incidents escalated. Doors I had locked would be open again when I returned. Items I left on tables, pens, papers, would vanish, only to reappear somewhere else in the building. Sometimes I would hear whispers, soft and low, words I couldn't understand. I began recording my shifts, placing cameras in corners, trying to catch what was happening. The footage was strange, sometimes showing static, sometimes showing shadows moving against the light, but always nothing that could be clearly identified. One night I was walking through the main warehouse when I noticed footprints in the dust. Fresh footprints, too, leading down a hall I hadn't yet walked. They were large, almost impossibly so, and they stopped at the end of the hall as if whoever had made them had vanished into thin air. I followed the footprints, flashlight trembling in my hand. At the end of the hall, I saw a figure, tall, thin, hunched slightly, and completely black as if it absorbed the light around it. I froze. The figure didn't move, didn't breathe. It just stared at me. I ran. I don't remember how I got back to my car, only that I didn't look back until I was halfway to the town. The next day, I called the manager to complain, but he laughed it off. Old buildings, man, you see things in the dark, hear things. Just nerves. I wanted to believe him, I really did. But deep down, I knew what I had seen. The weeks went on and I started having dreams, vivid, terrifying dreams. I would wake up in the mill, wandering the halls, seeing the figure everywhere, always watching, always waiting. Sometimes I would wake in my own bed, but I could still feel its eyes on me, its presence pressing down on my chest. Sleep became impossible. I tried sleeping in my car, at friends' houses, anywhere but the mill, but the dreams followed me. The figure followed me. One night, during a particularly long shift, I heard laughter. Not the wind, not a machine, but laughter. Childlike, cruel, echoing through the empty halls. I ran toward it, thinking maybe someone had broken in, only to find nothing. The laughter stopped the moment I reached the center of the hall. My flashlight flickered, and when it came back on, the figure was standing right in front of me, closer than I had ever seen it. I couldn't move. It tilted its head just slightly and whispered something I could barely hear. "You can't leave." From that moment on, things became unbearable. Objects would move around me, whispers followed me home, shadows would appear in my peripheral vision, always just at the edge, never fully in view. Friends noticed I was changing, distant, anxious, paranoid. I tried to quit the job, but something always stopped me. Fear, obligation, or maybe the figure itself. Every night it would wait for me at the mill, and I would feel it inside my car, riding with me, hiding in the shadows. I eventually moved into a small apartment in town, thinking I had escaped. For a while, things were quiet. But then one night, I was awakened by a tapping at my window. Heavy, deliberate tapping. I lived on the 4th floor. I looked outside. Nothing. When I turned back, the figure was there, just inside the room, watching me. I screamed, ran out into the hallway of the building, but the figure followed. I could feel it. Its cold presence pressing against my back, its whispers in my ear, saying things I couldn't understand, but that filled me with pure terror. I sought help from everyone I could think of, psychologists, priests, even other paranormal investigators. No one could explain it. It wasn't attached to the building. It wasn't a ghost, wasn't a demon in the traditional sense. It was older, patient, intelligent. It waited, watched, and tormented me. I learned that it fed on fear, and the more terrified I became, the stronger it seemed. I began to live my life in constant vigilance, checking over my shoulder, sleeping with lights on, avoiding mirrors. Years passed and I adapted, if you could call it that. I have a job, friends, a semblance of normal life, but always with the awareness that I am not alone. The figure is always there, just out of sight, always waiting. Sometimes I see it in reflections, sometimes in shadows, sometimes in the dark corners of my apartment. Always watching, never blinking, patient. I have accepted that it is a part of my life now. I have learned not to panic, to keep my distance, to live cautiously, but the fear never fully leaves. Sometimes, late at night, when everything is silent, I hear whispers. Sometimes when I glance in a mirror, I see the figure standing behind me as if it has always been there. And I know with a certainty that chills me to my bones that it will never leave. I will never be free of it. It is patient, and I am its prey. Always waiting, always watching. I have learned one thing for certain. Some things are not meant to be understood. Some things exist only to remind us that we are not in control, that the world is larger, darker, and older than we can imagine. And some things, once they have chosen you, never let go. Story the end. When I was 25, I moved to a small town in rural Tennessee to take a seasonal job at a distribution center. The town was quiet, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, and the streets emptied by 9 at night. I didn't mind the quiet. I was used to the noise of the city, and I liked being alone. But I quickly realized there was a different kind of silence here, one that felt heavy, almost watchful. I rented a small apartment in a 2-story building that had been converted from an old boarding house. The building sat at the end of a street lined with abandoned houses and overgrown yards. The rent was cheap, which was perfect for me since I was barely making enough at the start. The apartment itself was modest. 1 bedroom, a small living area, a bathroom that smelled faintly of mildew, and a kitchen with old appliances that worked but groaned like they were struggling to survive. The walls were thin, and the floorboards creaked under every step. The first week was uneventful, aside from the occasional groan of the building settling. I came home late from work each night and mostly went straight to bed. But I started noticing things almost immediately. Small sounds, subtle movements, a shadow that flickered at the edge of my vision, a faint creak in the floorboards when no one was supposed to be home. I chalked it up to the old building and my imagination. Then the knocking started. It was quiet at first, 3 slow, deliberate knocks against the wall behind my bed. I froze the first time, unsure if I'd even heard it, but the next night it came again. Same pattern, same timing. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. I told myself it was pipes, or maybe the building settling, but it sounded too deliberate, too intentional. A few nights later, I woke to the smell of cigarette smoke. I don't smoke, and no one in the building did, at least not openly. The smell was strong and pervasive, hanging in the air, curling around me like it had nowhere else to go. I searched the apartment from top to bottom, opened every door and cabinet. Nothing. No one. Just the lingering smell. I called the landlord, an older man with thinning hair and a gravelly voice. He brushed it off, saying the building was old, had strange smells sometimes, and that tenants often imagined noises at night. I didn't press further. The next morning I saw my neighbor for the first time. He was an older man, maybe in his 60s, always sitting on the steps smoking a cigarette even though it was cold outside. I mentioned the knocks and the smoke. He looked at me with tired eyes and said, "Don't look for reasons. Don't look at it. That's how it knows you know." Then he walked away without another word. The following week, things escalated. The knocking didn't just stay behind my bed. It moved around the apartment, sometimes from the closet, sometimes from the ceiling, sometimes the walls themselves. Once, while I was in the kitchen, I felt the floorboards shift beneath my feet, almost like something was pacing just below me. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed darker, more defined, and sometimes I thought I could see a faint orange glow, like the tip of a cigarette hovering just beyond the edge of the light. I started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed, but even that didn't help. One night, I woke to the closet door slowly opening. I held my breath, frozen in place. A faint rustling came from inside. I didn't move. Eventually it stopped, but when I checked, the closet was empty. On the floor, though, was a cigarette butt, smoldering slightly as if it had just been stubbed out. I barely slept that week. I started staying out as long as I could during the day, wandering around the town or sitting in my car after work just to avoid going back to the apartment. But the disturbances followed. The smell of smoke would cling to my clothes. I'd hear faint whispers when I was alone. Always low, raspy, unintelligible, but unmistakably there. One night, after a heavy storm, I came home to find my front door wide open. The lock hadn't been tampered with. Nothing was missing. Nothing seemed out of place. But the air was thick with smoke, stronger than I'd ever smelled before. My apartment smelled like someone had been living in it for hours. I wanted to run, but I knew I couldn't leave in the dark and the rain. It was too dangerous. I stayed in the living room, lights on, listening. The knocking started again, slow and deliberate. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. Then I heard the whispering again, coming from the corner where the closet stood. This time, I could make out words. My name, my full name, drawn out, slow, deliberate. I grabbed my phone and tried to call someone, anyone, but the signal was dead. The lights flickered and went out completely, leaving me in near darkness. I sat in the living room, heart hammering, clutching the bat as the smoke thickened around me. I could hear the breathing now, slow and heavy, almost like it was savoring my fear. I could see the faint orange glow again, hovering in the corner, smoke curling upward. It wasn't a reflection, wasn't a shadow. It was something alive, waiting, watching. I ran. I didn't stop until I was back at the gas station near the highway. I called the landlord the next day and told him I was leaving immediately. He didn't argue, didn't ask questions, just handed me the papers for breaking the lease, already filled out. I didn't take anything with me. Not my clothes, not my furniture, not even my toiletries. I just left. Months later, I tried to move on. I rented a small apartment in a different town. At first, it seemed fine, but after a few weeks, I started noticing the smoke. Just a faint smell at first, lingering when I woke up or came home from work. Then the knocking started again. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. I'd check the walls, check the doors, and find nothing. I started having nightmares, dreams where I was back in that apartment, trapped with the smoke filling the room and the whispers circling, wake up sweating, my sheets smelling faintly of cigarettes. I've moved several times since then. I've tried to leave it behind, but no matter where I go, eventually the smell comes. Eventually the knocks return. Eventually I see that faint orange glow in the corner of my room. It waits, always 3 taps away, always patient, always watching. Story, the end. I moved to a small town in upstate New York during the late summer, hoping to escape the chaos of the city. I had found a quaint two-story house on the outskirts, nestled between dense woods and a long, winding road that seemed to disappear into the trees. The rent was surprisingly low, and the owner seemed eager to get someone in after months of vacancy. The first few days were peaceful. I spent them unpacking, exploring the property, and settling into the rhythm of small-town life. The air was clean, and the nights were quiet, so quiet that even the slightest sound seemed amplified. The first night, I slept with all the windows open, enjoying the cool breeze. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by the sound of a low moan coming from outside. I assumed it was an animal, maybe a coyote, but the sound had a strange, human-like quality. I strained to listen, but the moaning faded into silence. I tried to shake it off as a coincidence, though a small part of me felt unease gnawing at the edges of my mind. A week passed, and the odd occurrences grew more persistent. I would hear footsteps pacing the upstairs hallway when I was downstairs, the sound deliberate, slow, and measured. Sometimes doors I was certain I had locked were found slightly ajar. One evening, while cooking dinner, I noticed the kitchen knife drawer open on its own. I froze, staring at the glinting blades. My logical mind searched for explanations, air pressure, the house settling, but nothing made sense. The house was old, yes, but these weren't random creaks or settling noises. This felt targeted. One night, I woke to a whisper, so faint I almost thought I was dreaming. It seemed to call my name, soft but insistent. I sat up in bed, straining my ears, but the room was empty. The whisper returned several times that night, always coming from different directions, always fading before I could pinpoint its source. I stopped sleeping with the windows open after that, pulling the curtains tightly, and left a small nightlight on in the hallway. Despite this, I never felt alone. The sensation of being watched was constant, like eyes pressed against the back of my neck. The tipping point came a few nights later. I was in the living room, scrolling through my phone, when I saw it, a shadow moving across the far wall. It wasn't cast by any furniture or light source. It was tall, vaguely humanoid, and it glided across the wall without sound. I froze, unable to look away. Then a soft, wet breathing echoed through the room, right behind me. I turned, heart hammering, but no one was there. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to thicken. I stumbled up the stairs to my bedroom, slamming the door behind me and barricading it with the dresser. Sleep became impossible. Every night I would lie in bed, listening to whispers, scratching sounds from the walls, footsteps pacing overhead. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. One night, I found a small handprint on the inside of my bedroom door, damp and cold to the touch. I didn't know whether to be terrified or nauseated. I began documenting everything in a journal, hoping that writing it down would help me make sense of the events. But each entry only served as a reminder that the house was alive in some sinister way. I reached out to a neighbor, an elderly man named Harold, who had lived in the town for decades. I asked him about the house. His eyes darkened. He told me that in the 1930s, a woman named Margaret Lockwood had lived there. She had been reclusive and, according to local rumor, had suffered from severe mental illness. One night, she reportedly vanished without a trace. Her body was never found, though some claimed the woods behind the house were her grave. The property had been abandoned for decades afterward, until it was recently renovated and rented out. Harold warned me to be careful, though I wasn't sure if he meant the house itself or just small-town gossip. I thought little of it at the time, assuming he was indulging in local legend. A few nights later, I experienced something that shattered whatever remaining rationality I had. I woke to a tapping sound at my bedroom window. I lived on the second floor. I crept toward the window, holding a flashlight in one hand. The beam illuminated nothing but the dense black of the surrounding trees. I hesitated, heart racing, and then the tapping grew louder, closer, almost like fingernails dragging across glass. I finally dared to peek outside. No one was there, but in the faint moonlight, I saw footprints in the dirt below, small, bare, and damp. They led toward the edge of the woods and stopped abruptly. My stomach turned cold. No one could have reached that window without climbing. Yet, something had been there. The following days were unbearable. I could hear breathing when no one was around, whispering voices echoing from empty rooms. One night, I woke to the sensation of someone crawling onto my bed. I bolted upright, and my blankets were partially pulled off, twisted as if something had struggled under them. I could see faint impressions in the mattress, the weight of something I couldn't see. I ran out into the living room, dialing 911, though I felt ridiculous doing so. The operator answered, and I explained my situation. The call was long and strange. The dispatcher seemed skeptical, but assured me someone would check. By the time the officer arrived, everything was calm. Nothing was out of place. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, nothing. I wanted to scream, to tell them the truth, but I couldn't articulate what had happened. How could I describe a presence, something unseen, that terrified me beyond belief? Sleep deprivation, fear, and isolation began to take their toll. I started locking myself in the bedroom at night, placing chairs and furniture against the door, and keeping lights on. But even this didn't stop the events. One night I awoke to a figure standing over me. It was indistinct, shrouded in shadows, but I could see the outline of a woman, hunched slightly, as though she had been bent by the weight of years. Her face was obscured, but I felt her gaze piercing into me. She whispered my name. I bolted from the house, leaving lights on, doors unlocked, and windows open. I drove for hours, not stopping until I reached a motel in a neighboring town. I didn't return to the house. I found another rental in a newer part of town, far from old woods, and tried to put the experience behind me. Yet, even months later, I still feel her presence in small ways. The brush of cold air on my neck, faint whispers when the wind is right, shadows moving in the corner of my eye. I've told only a few friends, and they dismiss it as stress or imagination. But I know what I experienced was real. I've learned to live cautiously. Lights on at night, careful inspection of my surroundings, avoiding quiet, isolated areas. But the fear lingers. I know that somewhere in the house I abandoned, she still waits, patient, watching, perhaps seeking someone else to replace me. And sometimes when the wind shifts just right, I swear I can hear her whispering my name across the distance. Story the end. I had been looking for a change of scenery for months, tired of the cramped city apartment I shared with 2 roommates in Chicago. When I found a small rental house in rural Maine, I jumped at the chance. The town was tiny, quiet, and surrounded by dense forest. The house itself was old, probably built in the 1930s, but charming, with dark wooden beams, a stone fireplace, and an attic that I was told was mostly storage. The first night the house felt peaceful. I unpacked my belongings, cooked a simple dinner, and went to bed early. But around 1:30 a.m., I woke to a faint tapping sound coming from upstairs. I told myself it was the old house settling and drifted back to sleep. Over the next few days, the strange noises continued. Footsteps creaking above me in the attic when no one was home, doors opening and closing on their own, and an occasional low whisper that sounded like someone murmuring my name. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Old houses make noises, shadows look different at night, the wind rattles windows. But the occurrences became harder to ignore. One evening I was in the kitchen when I noticed the temperature drop suddenly. My breath became visible and I could see faint shapes moving at the edges of the room. I grabbed a flashlight and scanned the house, but found nothing. Later that night, I discovered muddy footprints leading from the back door to the living room, then vanishing as if whoever had made them had disappeared into thin air. Terrified, I started keeping a notebook by my bed to document everything. I noticed a pattern. The whispers were always between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., the footsteps circling the rooms, the shadows lingering in corners. On several occasions, I awoke to find objects moved or missing. My keys would be on the counter in the morning when I was sure I left them on the table, chairs slightly shifted, drawers ajar. I researched the house and found disturbing history. Decades ago, a family had lived there and vanished under mysterious circumstances. Locals whispered that the house was cursed and that previous tenants had experienced hauntings, though no official records confirmed anything. I felt foolish for believing it at first, but the evidence in my own life was undeniable. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to investigate the attic, thinking perhaps something had fallen or an animal had taken up residence. As I climbed the stairs, I felt the air grow heavy and cold. My flashlight flickered. At the top of the stairs, I saw it, a figure, tall and thin, standing motionless in the corner. Its head was tilted unnaturally, and its eyes seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. I froze. The figure didn't move, but the oppressive weight of its gaze pinned me to the floor. I ran down the stairs and out of the house, my heart racing. I didn't stop until I reached the town's main street, where a few lights and distant houses made me feel safe. I stayed at a motel that night, too terrified to return. The next day, I called a friend who lived nearby and showed him the small camera footage I had taken of the living room. Around 2:45 a.m., a shadow had appeared, moving unnaturally, lingering before vanishing. He was pale and silent, unable to explain it. We agreed I needed to move immediately. Packing my belongings felt suffocating. The house seemed to resist my departure. Doors slammed when I tried to carry boxes through, drawers shifted on their own, and the whispers returned, growing louder as I moved toward the exit. The feeling of being watched never left. I finally left with my car packed and drove away, not looking back until I reached the interstate. Even then, I couldn't shake the sensation that something was following me. Months later, in my new apartment in a neighboring state, I sometimes wake to faint tapping at the windows, whispers in the dark, and shadows that seem too large, too deliberate to be normal. I tell myself it's my imagination, that leaving that house behind should have ended it. But I know it didn't. That house, that figure, and those whispers, they were real. And somewhere in the darkness, they're still waiting. Story the end. It started on a cold January night, the kind where the wind howls through the streets and the snow crunches underfoot with a hollow, eerie sound. I was driving home from a late shift at a convenience store in rural Pennsylvania. The roads were slick with ice, and the only lights came from my headlights and the occasional reflection of the moon on the frozen fields. I'd taken this route hundreds of times, a narrow stretch of road that cut through the woods and past abandoned farms, a shortcut that saved me at least 20 minutes. That night, though, the shortcut felt different. I'd only been driving for about 10 minutes when I saw it, a figure standing in the middle of the road. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker, and I slowed down, bracing for icy patches. But as I got closer, I realized this figure was strange. It was completely still, facing me, dressed in tattered clothing that looked like it belonged to another century. Its hair hung in wet clumps over its face, and its skin looked almost translucent in the glow of my headlights. My chest tightened. I tried to swerve around it, but the tires slid slightly on the ice, and my headlights seemed to flicker. Then the figure moved. Not like a person running or walking, it was wrong. Its head tilted at an impossible angle, its limbs moving in jerky, uneven motions like a puppet controlled by some unseen hand. It glided toward my car rather than walking, its eyes black voids that seemed to pierce through me. I slammed the accelerator and fishtailed on the icy road, my heart hammering. For a moment, I thought I had lost it. Then, in my rearview mirror, I saw it again, standing in the middle of the road behind me, though I had clearly passed that spot. My breath caught. I slammed on the brakes, swerving, but the figure didn't move. It just watched, head tilted, that awful grin stretched across its face. The road twisted ahead, and I knew I couldn't outrun it. I tried calling someone, anyone, but my phone showed no signal. I pressed on, tires skidding over patches of ice and frozen leaves. The trees seemed to close in, their branches scraping against my car like fingernails. Every so often, I thought I saw more figures in the shadows, barely visible, pale shapes that vanished whenever I blinked. Eventually, I spotted an old gas station. Its sign flickered weakly, and the lot was empty except for a single pump. I pulled in hard, praying someone would be there, but the place was abandoned. The door to the convenience store rattled in the wind. I jumped out, flashlight in hand, shining it across the empty lot. Then I heard it, footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching in the snow, not on the asphalt where I stood, but behind me. I spun around, heart hammering, and saw nothing, just the snow swirling in the cold wind. But then the footsteps continued, closer now, circling me. I could feel a presence, something cold and heavy, watching me. I ran back to my car, fumbling with the keys. When I finally got inside, I locked the doors, panting, shaking, and glanced in the rearview mirror. My headlights caught movement. There it was, the figure from the road, standing on the edge of the lot, head tilted, grin wide, eyes black and empty. I tried to drive past, but the tires skidded, and for a horrifying moment, it seemed to glide closer, moving with a speed that made no sense. I floored it, taking the long way home, sticking to roads with lights, even though the detour added an extra 30 minutes. I kept checking the mirrors, but the figure was gone. My pulse finally slowed, and I started to convince myself it was a trick of exhaustion and reflection of my headlights. But when I got home, I noticed something strange. Snow tracks led from the driveway to the edge of my front yard. Bare footprints, large and oddly spaced, ending at the edge of the trees. I hadn't seen anyone there when I arrived. I felt my stomach tighten. I locked all the doors and went inside, telling myself it was nothing. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing scratching at the windows, soft tapping on the walls, like fingers drumming. Around 2 a.m., I heard a slow, deliberate knock on my bedroom door. My apartment was on the second floor, and I lived alone. I froze. The knocking came again. 3 taps, pause, 2 taps. I held my breath, straining to listen. Then silence. Morning came, and I found nothing out of place. No footprints, no signs of entry, nothing. But I knew what I had heard. Weeks passed, and it only got worse. Shadows moved in my peripheral vision. Objects shifted slightly when I wasn't looking. I could feel its presence, always just behind me, waiting. One night, I woke to see it, standing at the foot of my bed. That same figure, pale, tattered, head tilted, grin stretched impossibly wide. Its eyes were dark voids, and it didn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't breathe. I just stared. And then, slowly, it raised a hand, pointing directly at me. I ran from the apartment that morning, leaving everything behind. When I returned with friends, there was no sign it had ever been there. The place was normal, but I know what I saw. I know what followed me that night. And I know it waits, patient and silent, until it chooses to appear again. Even now, I drive only the main roads. I don't stop for anyone, and I never take back roads, even if it would save time, because I know it's still out there, waiting for the next lonely traveler, the next night shift worker, the next person foolish enough to look into the darkness. Story the end. It was early November when I accepted a short-term job in upstate New York. I was hired to catalog old records in a storage facility on the outskirts of a tiny town. The pay was decent, and I needed the extra cash, so I didn't hesitate. The facility itself was a converted warehouse, the kind of place where shadows clung to corners and the air smelled faintly of dust and rust. My first night there, I realized just how isolated it really was. The nearest house was over a mile away, and the only light came from the weak overhead fluorescence that buzzed constantly. The first couple of hours were uneventful. I wandered between aisles of filing cabinets and shelves stacked with boxes, jotting down details, labeling folders. The silence was heavy, the kind that presses against your ears until you start hearing things that aren't there. Around 11 p.m., I felt the first twinge of unease, a whisper of movement behind me. I turned, expecting to see a coworker or a stray animal, but the aisles were empty. I told myself it was just nerves. The facility had been abandoned for months before I was hired, and the old wiring made weird noises. I shrugged it off and continued working. Then I started noticing small things. Files slightly out of place, boxes that had been stacked differently than I remembered. I chalked it up to me misremembering, but the feeling of being watched grew. By midnight, I couldn't ignore it. Shadows seemed to shift at the edges of my vision. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was fatigue, that I just needed to finish and leave. Around 1 a.m., the whispering started. Soft, almost inaudible at first, like someone muttering under their breath. I froze, listening. It wasn't coming from any specific direction. The sound moved around me, weaving between the aisles. I felt a cold draft on my neck, and my skin prickled as if someone had breathed on me. I called out, but my voice sounded small, swallowed by the vast emptiness of the warehouse. No reply, only the whispers. Panicking, I grabbed my flashlight and walked toward the exit. That's when I saw it, a dark figure standing between the shelves, tall, thin, and impossibly still. Its head was slightly tilted, as though studying me. I froze. The figure didn't move, but I felt the weight of its gaze pressing down on me. I tried to move, to step backward, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The whispers grew louder, forming words I couldn't quite understand. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanished. I stumbled toward the exit, fumbling with the lock on the door. When I finally stepped outside, the cold night air felt like relief, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. The next day, I asked my supervisor about the facility's history. He mentioned that it had been closed for decades after a series of unexplained incidents. Employees reported hearing voices, seeing figures, and sometimes waking up in the middle of the night to find boxes scattered, files missing, and shadows moving where no one should have been. Some people quit after a single night. Others disappeared entirely, their cases never solved. I stayed for the rest of the week, but I never worked alone again. I made sure to arrive with someone and leave with someone, never lingering after hours. Still, every night as I drove back to my temporary housing, I felt eyes on me, and the shadows along the roadside seemed too deliberate, too watchful. Even now, years later, I can remember the whispers, the shifting darkness in that warehouse, and the way it felt to be completely unseen yet completely observed. I sometimes dream of those aisles, endless and twisting, with the figure just beyond the edge of my flashlight's beam. I never returned to that town, but I know it's still there, waiting, watching. The shadows have patience. Story, the end. It was the middle of February when I moved into the old duplex on the outskirts of a small Midwestern town. The rent was cheap, the place was almost too quiet, and I was desperate after a messy breakup that left me wanting to disappear for a while. The previous tenant had left in a hurry, or so the landlord told me, and there was a faint smell of damp wood and something metallic that seemed to cling to the air. I ignored it at first, figuring it was just the smell of an old house settling into winter. The first few nights were uneventful, though I noticed the strange way the building creaked and groaned, even when there was no wind. I chalked it up to the age of the place. But then the little things started. The kind of things you can't easily explain. The first oddity was the bathroom mirror. One morning, I woke up and saw that the mirror was fogged up, even though I hadn't used hot water. Through the condensation, faint smudges appeared, like someone had pressed their fingers against the glass. I wiped it down, thinking it was left over from cleaning, but the next morning, the marks were back in the exact same shape. Then came the footsteps. I first noticed them late one night, pacing outside my bedroom door. At first, I assumed it was the neighbors upstairs, but the duplex only had one story. The steps were deliberate, slow, and heavy, echoing off the walls in a way that made my chest tighten with panic. I opened the door. Nothing. No sign of anyone. The floorboards were empty. No prints, no marks, nothing. After that, the disturbances became harder to ignore. Things would shift ever so slightly. A book on the counter would be on the floor, a chair turned the wrong way, a jacket draped differently than I had left it. I began sleeping with the lights on, convinced that if I could see everything, I could keep myself safe. One night I woke up to the sound of whispering. Low, barely audible murmurs, as though someone was speaking just behind the walls. I pressed my ear to the bedroom door, straining to catch words, but all I could hear was a soft, repetitive hiss. My heart was hammering. I tried calling a friend to make sure I wasn't imagining it, but my phone had no signal inside the duplex. The next morning, I found scratches along the wooden floorboards. They were shallow but deliberate, stretching from my bedroom to the living room in a crooked line. I couldn't explain it. I had cleaned the floor before moving in, and no animals had been allowed inside. I started keeping a baseball bat next to the bed, but it did little to ease the growing terror. Weeks passed. The whispers grew louder. They became voices, sometimes calling my name, sometimes just murmuring incoherently. I tried recording them, thinking I could prove it to someone, but the recordings came back silent. Only I could hear them. Only I could feel the oppressive presence that seemed to follow me from room to room. One night I woke to see the living room light flickering. As I stood up, the shadows seemed to move independently, stretching along the walls in shapes that shouldn't exist. Then I saw it, a figure at the far corner of the room, tall and thin, almost blending with the darkness, but unmistakably there. Its eyes glowed faintly, red, hollow, and fixed on me. I froze, unable to breathe. I reached for the baseball bat, but the figure didn't move. It just watched silently until I blinked, and it was gone. The next day, I called the landlord, demanding answers about the previous tenant. His voice wavered, and he said little, only that the last tenant left in a hurry and never returned. He avoided my gaze when I asked why. I began searching online, trying to find any records, obituaries, anything. I found a news article from 10 years ago about a young man who had lived in the same duplex and disappeared without a trace. He was never found. That night, I woke to the whispers again. They were louder, more insistent. They weren't just in the walls anymore. They were in my room, circling me. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, and then a hand, icy and solid, brushed my shoulder. I bolted upright, heart racing, but my room was empty. The air was thick and heavy, carrying the same metallic, decaying smell I had noticed when I first moved in. The next morning, I found a note on my kitchen table. It wasn't written in pen or pencil. It was scratched into the wood, jagged and uneven. "You belong here." My hands shook as I touched it. I tried to remove it, but no matter what I did, the scratches remained. Over the following days, the presence became more aggressive. Doors would slam shut by themselves. Items were thrown across the room. My reflection in mirrors would shift independently of my movements, sometimes showing that same tall, thin figure standing just behind me. I stopped sleeping altogether, staying awake in the brightest part of the house, trying to keep myself alert. I tried to leave. I packed a bag, left it in my car, and drove 20 miles away, staying at a motel. But that night, I received a text from an unknown number. It was a photo taken from inside my duplex showing the bag I had left behind, and in the shadow behind it, the same tall figure. The caption read, "Don't try to run." Panic consumed me. I realized that no matter how far I went, it followed, that it wasn't bound by space or distance. I tried calling the police, but they didn't believe me. My friends stopped answering my calls. I was completely alone. I returned to the duplex, desperate and terrified, hoping that somehow confronting it would end the torment. I set up cameras in every room, placing them in corners, hoping to catch something. That night, I stayed awake, watching the monitors. Around 2 a.m., movement appeared on all screens simultaneously. Shadows crawling along the walls, doors opening and closing, and then the figure, tall, thin, silent, moving with impossible speed through every room. Its eyes glowed red on the monitors, and I could hear the whispers through the speakers, repeating my name over and over, growing louder and louder. I tried to leave again, but the door slammed shut on its own. The locks clicked, securing themselves. I was trapped. I felt it behind me, pressing in, filling the air with its icy presence. I could hear the whispers turning into laughter, mocking, hateful, surrounding me from every corner. For hours, I cowered in the center of the living room, clutching the bat and watching the monitors. Shadows danced across the walls, and the laughter grew deafening. Then the lights went out, plunging me into complete darkness. The monitors went dead. I could hear the figure moving closer, and then silence. I don't know how long I stayed there. Time seemed meaningless. Eventually, I found the courage to leave, but every step out of the house felt wrong, as if something invisible was dragging at me, trying to pull me back. I escaped, but I haven't stopped hearing it. The whispers follow me wherever I go, low and insistent. Last night, I woke to a scraping sound against my bedroom window. I live alone on the 3rd floor. I looked outside, nothing. And yet, when I turned back, I saw it in the reflection of the glass. The tall, thin figure standing just behind me, eyes burning into mine. I screamed, but no one came. It hasn't moved, just waits, patient and eternal, a shadow that cannot be escaped. I am writing this now because I feel it creeping closer. I know it will not leave me alone. Wherever I go, whatever I do, it will follow. It has claimed me, and I am powerless. I don't know if I'll survive the night. I only know this: it is patient, and it is relentless. Story the end. I had always been fascinated by abandoned places, so when I came across a listing for an old roadside motel in rural Oregon, I jumped at the chance. The price was shockingly low, and the owner, a weary man in his 70s, mentioned only that the place had character. The motel was small, tucked along a long stretch of highway, surrounded by dense pine forests. The main building leaned slightly to one side, paint peeling in long vertical strips, windows clouded with years of grime. The rooms were cheap but clean enough, or at least they seemed so in the dim evening light. I arrived just before dusk, the sky painted in streaks of orange and purple, the air cool and crisp. Inside, the lobby smelled faintly of mildew and something else, metallic and sharp, like old blood. The receptionist gave me the keys without much conversation and warned me that some rooms don't stay quiet at night, before shuffling off to the back office. I brushed it off as a joke, settling into room 7, which overlooked the empty parking lot and the darkening woods beyond. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked, ate some snacks, and watched the muted glow of the highway lights flicker through the dirty curtains. Around midnight, I heard a soft creaking from the hallway outside my door. At first, I assumed it was the wind or the building settling, but the sound persisted, deliberate, like footsteps pacing slowly back and forth. I grabbed my phone and checked the security footage from the motel's cameras. They were static-filled, the hallway empty. The next few nights, the noises intensified. Footsteps, whispers, the sound of doors opening and closing, always outside my room. Sometimes I swore I heard a faint scratching, like fingernails scraping along the wood paneling. I asked the receptionist about it the next day, but he gave me a tight smile and said, "Old buildings make old noises. Don't worry about it." One evening, curiosity overcame my fear. I left the room and walked the hallway, trying to catch the source of the noises. The hall stretched endlessly, more than I remembered, and the lights flickered above me. At the far end, the door to room 12 was slightly ajar, though the motel had been empty except for me. I peered inside. The room was empty, the bed neatly made, but there was something odd. The mirror above the dresser reflected the hallway, not the room. And in the reflection, I saw a figure standing behind me, tall and thin, its head tilted unnaturally to one side. I spun around. Nothing. My heart raced. I bolted back to my room and locked the door, leaving the light on all night. The following day, I tried to leave. I packed my car, but the key to the ignition vanished and the doors refused to unlock. It was as if the motel itself refused to let me go. I wandered back into the lobby. The receptionist wasn't there. A cold wind swept through the empty room, carrying whispers. "Stay," the voices said, faint and pleading. Panic settled in. I checked my phone, no signal. The highway outside was empty, as if the road itself had disappeared. The motel seemed isolated from the world. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, disappearing whenever I tried to focus. I realized the motel wasn't just haunted, it was alive, feeding off fear, stretching its walls to trap me inside. Over the next few nights, I discovered the rooms changed when I wasn't looking. Doors I had never entered before appeared at the ends of hallways, and mirrors reflected scenes I hadn't seen, memories that weren't mine. Sometimes I would open a door and find an exact replica of room 7, but with subtle differences. Furniture shifted, pictures on the walls altered, sometimes showing faces twisted in terror. One night, I finally confronted the source. The hallway outside my door was darker than ever, the shadows thick and oppressive. I stepped out, and the walls seemed to pulse, breathing. From the end of the hall, I saw movement, a figure, thin and featureless, gliding silently toward me. It reached for me, and the air went icy. Whispering voices filled my head. "You belong here. You belong here." I ran blindly, trying doors at random, but each led me to the same hallway, same pulsing walls, same approaching shadow. I stumbled into a room with a mirror that covered the entire wall. I looked in and saw myself, or rather a version of me, eyes wide with terror, mouthing the words, "Don't let it take you." Behind me, the shadow loomed, moving closer, pressing the air from my lungs. Time lost meaning. Days, maybe weeks passed, though I couldn't tell. My reflection began to move independently, sometimes shaking its head in warning, sometimes mimicking my actions with grotesque exaggeration. The whispers escalated into screams, a cacophony of voices from the countless souls the motel had claimed before me. I began to notice something horrifying. My own hands, pale and trembling, had begun to leave scratches on the walls, mirroring the marks I had seen in other rooms. I realized with terror that the motel was using me to remake itself, to rewrite its history, and eventually I would be nothing more than another whisper, another shadow trapped in its endless halls. One night I heard a key turn in a lock. The front door opened. I ran toward it, desperate, but the hall stretched impossibly long. I glanced back. The shadow followed, now more defined, more human-like, yet impossibly wrong. Its face was a mask of fear and rage, a mirror of every lost soul in the motel. I tried to scream, but my voice was swallowed. The hallway twisted, the lights flickering. I stumbled into a room I didn't recognize. Walls covered in mirrors reflecting endless versions of myself, each trapped, screaming silently. The shadow entered behind me, pressing closer, whispering, "Stay." I backed into a corner, my reflection screaming in unison with me, the walls vibrating with the collective fear of every person the motel had consumed. I understood then that escape was impossible. This place didn't just haunt, it devoured, it absorbed, and I was next. Now I write this in the dim light of the room, hoping someone will find it. The mirrors show shadows moving, whispering my name, and I feel the cold pressure of the motel closing in, reshaping me, pulling me into its walls. The last thing I hear before the darkness swallows me is the chorus of lost voices, calling my name, warning, pleading, don't stay. Story the end. It started as an ordinary move. I had just accepted a job in rural Pennsylvania and was driving across the state to my new apartment in a tiny town called Maple Ridge. I liked the quiet, the distance from the city, the idea of starting fresh. The drive itself wasn't unusual, just long stretches of two-lane highways, dense woods on either side, and the occasional farmhouse appearing and disappearing in the dark. It was late September, and the nights were crisp, the moon hidden behind thick clouds. I had left my previous apartment around 8 p.m., expecting to reach Maple Ridge by midnight. The GPS guided me through the winding roads, but as I crossed into a particularly forested area, the battery on my phone dropped to 0, leaving me entirely reliant on the road signs and memory from the map I had glanced at earlier. The highway narrowed, trees crowding the shoulders, and fog began to settle in low, rolling across the pavement. I slowed, squinting to see the lines, trying to ignore the unease creeping up my spine. At first, I thought I saw headlights in the distance, another car maybe, but as I approached, the lights vanished, leaving only darkness. Then I noticed movement along the side of the road. A figure appeared, standing rigidly, shoulder to shoulder with the trees. I braked slightly, certain it was a person needing a ride, but the figure didn't move. No wave, no sign. It just stood there, tall, thin, unnervingly still. I squinted, trying to make out features, but the fog swallowed everything. I told myself to keep driving, to ignore it, but instinct made my foot hesitate over the accelerator. And that's when I noticed more figures, dozens, maybe hundreds, lining the road, some partially hidden in the mist, others fully exposed. They weren't moving toward me, not yet, but their presence felt alive, sentient, pressing against the edges of my mind. I kept moving, trying not to make eye contact, but the road seemed to warp. What should have been a straight stretch curved impossibly, the forest closing in. My headlights reflected off something in the distance. A sign? No. It was taller than any person, standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes. It didn't move, but as I stared, its form began to shift. Limbs elongated, stretching at unnatural angles, fingers too long, face blank, featureless. My pulse raced. I couldn't stop staring, couldn't think clearly. The fog thickened, wrapping around the car, curling at the tires. I tried the engine, praying it would start, and it did. But I had the horrible sense that the car was trapped, like the road itself had become some kind of cage. I drove, slowly at first, then faster, adrenaline surging. The figures receded slightly, but their presence was still there, lining the trees, peeking from behind trunks, silhouettes in the fog. Every curve I turned, I felt the road stretch further, as if I was moving through an endless loop of dark woods. I tried to call someone, anyone, but no signal. My phone displayed no service, despite being full bars earlier. Hours seemed to pass, or maybe minutes. I couldn't tell. The forest never changed. Then I saw lights, dim, flickering like lanterns strung up along a path. Relief washed over me. Civilization. Someone, but as I approached, I saw they were attached to figures. People? Not quite. Shadows, moving, unnaturally still at times, their lanterns casting pale orange light over nothing but more darkness. The whispers started then. Soft at first, carried on the wind, words I couldn't decipher. They were mocking, teasing, and somehow familiar. They came from every direction at once. I rolled up the windows, locked the doors, but the pressure grew. It was as if the air itself was alive, pressing against my chest. I had to escape. I floored the car, tires skidding, fog swirling. Every turn I took, the figures reappeared, not chasing me, but blocking paths, always just on the edge of my vision, stretching and shifting. I tried to scream, but my voice was swallowed by the dense, cold night. Then I saw it. A figure standing in the middle of the road, taller than any human, with its head cocked to the side, almost curious. My stomach dropped. I swerved, narrowly missing it, tires screaming. When I looked again, it had vanished. but I could feel it, a presence inside the car, pressing down on me. I don't know how long I drove. Hours, days, I can't be sure. Eventually, I found a familiar intersection, the road finally leading back to the edge of town. The streetlights flickered weakly, houses dark but ordinary. I breathed, trying to convince myself I had imagined everything, that the adrenaline and fatigue had made me hallucinate. But when I reached my apartment, parked, and stepped out, the fog from the woods still clung to the air. Shadows stretched along the walls, too long, moving just slightly, even when the streetlights illuminated them. I locked the doors, windows, and sat in silence, heart hammering. That night, and every night after, I hear whispers. Soft, close, unintelligible, but constant. Doors I locked open on their own. Shadows that stretch, move, and linger where they shouldn't. I see figures along the streets when I walk to the corner store. They are patient. They do not need to run. They simply wait. And I know one day I will leave the safety of my home, step outside, and they will be waiting, because they always are. They are patient, and patience lasts longer than fear. I have started documenting everything in the hope someone will understand, in the hope it might anchor me to reality, but I know deep down it won't. They are here, watching, waiting, whispering, always patient, always hungry. Story the end. It was a humid summer evening in rural Kentucky when I first noticed that something was wrong with the farmhouse I had rented. I had inherited it through a distant relative, someone I barely knew, and had decided to take a break from city life for a few months. The house sat alone on a winding dirt road, surrounded by cornfields and thick woods. From the outside, it looked charming. Weathered gray siding, a wraparound porch, and old wooden shutters, but there was an underlying feeling, a subtle heaviness in the air that I couldn't shake. The first night was quiet, too quiet, the kind of silence where even the smallest sound seems amplified. I unpacked my things, set up my bedroom upstairs, and tried to ignore the occasional creak of the old floorboards. Around midnight, I thought I heard someone whisper my name, but when I called out, no one answered. I chalked it up to nerves and exhaustion from the drive. The next morning, I noticed small things. Doors I was sure I had closed were open, a chair slightly moved from where I had left it. I told myself I was just forgetting. Old houses do that. But over the next few nights, the occurrences became harder to dismiss. Footsteps in the hallway when no one else was home, the sound of something dragging across the floorboards, whispers coming from empty rooms. One night, I was awakened by a loud thump from the basement. Heart racing, I grabbed a flashlight and crept downstairs. The basement was dark and musty, filled with old furniture and dusty boxes. The thumping continued, coming from the far corner where a pile of crates had been stacked. As I approached, I saw one of the boxes slowly shift on its own. I froze. The air felt colder, heavier, as if the house itself was watching. After that night, I started recording the sounds with my phone, hoping to make sense of them. At around 2:30 a.m., the whispers returned, clearer than ever. They weren't just saying my name, they were repeating phrases I didn't understand, in a low, guttural tone. The scratching at the walls grew louder, almost frantic. I couldn't sleep, couldn't focus, and every shadow seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at it. I decided to research the history of the farmhouse. The records were sparse, but I discovered that decades ago, a family had lived there and vanished without explanation. Some locals whispered that the previous owners had been involved in strange rituals, that the house had a dark presence long before I arrived. I didn't know if I believed it, but the unease in the house was undeniable. One evening, I was in the kitchen when I noticed the temperature drop sharply. My breath became visible, and the lights flickered. From the corner of my eye, I saw movement, elongated shadow stretching along the wall, twisting unnaturally. I turned to face it, but there was nothing. Still, I could feel its gaze, heavy and oppressive. The nights continued to escalate. The whispers became constant, circling through the house, following me wherever I went. The footsteps grew heavier, pacing back and forth above my bedroom, sometimes stopping directly above my head. One night I awoke to the sound of a door slamming in the hallway, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone or something breathing heavily right outside my room. I tried to leave, but my car wouldn't start. The engine turned over but refused to catch. Panic set in as I realized I was trapped, alone, with whatever haunted that house. I grabbed a flashlight and ran into the woods behind the farmhouse, hoping to find the road. The air was thick, suffocating, and the whispers followed me, echoing through the trees, calling my name over and over. I didn't stop running until I reached a neighboring farmhouse several miles away. The family there was kind but frightened when I explained what had happened. They told me no one had stayed in that house for more than a week in years, that people claimed to hear voices, see shadows, or simply vanish. I returned with friends the next morning to retrieve my belongings. The house looked normal in the daylight, almost benign, but the oppressive feeling remained. Every step inside felt heavier, like the air itself was resisting me. Boxes shifted when I wasn't looking, shadows lingered in corners, and the faint whispers never fully stopped. I've never returned to Kentucky. Even now, months later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, hearing the faint echo of whispers or feeling a presence in the room. I know that whatever was in that farmhouse followed me, that it didn't want me to leave. And though I try to convince myself it was imagination or stress, I feel its weight every day like a shadow just out of sight, waiting. Story the end. I had always been fascinated by abandoned places, the way history lingered in them, the whispers of lives once lived. So when I heard about the old Pinecrest Sanitarium in rural Michigan, I knew I had to see it. The building had been closed since the 1960s, left to rot in the middle of dense woods, and local legend had it that patients had died under mysterious circumstances. The stories didn't scare me, they excited me. I was a photographer looking for atmosphere, for that raw, eerie authenticity that only abandoned places could provide. I arrived just before sunset, driving down a long, winding dirt road that disappeared into the trees. The air was damp, heavy with the scent of decaying leaves. The sanitarium appeared suddenly, a hulking mass of brick and broken windows, surrounded by rusted fencing and overgrown weeds. I parked my car and approached the main entrance. The doors were chained, but a side door had been forced open long ago. I slipped inside, flashlight in hand, camera around my neck. The interior was worse than I expected. The floors were warped, tiles broken, walls streaked with grime and water damage. Graffiti from trespassers covered every surface. I felt a thrill, a chill that ran down my spine, but I told myself it was just the cold, damp air. I started taking photos, moving through the hallways, listening to the echoes of my footsteps. After an hour, I found a staircase leading to the second floor. The steps groaned under my weight. As I reached the top, I noticed something strange, a faint rhythmic tapping coming from one of the rooms. I paused, straining to hear. The sound stopped as soon as I focused on it. I shrugged, assuming it was debris falling or maybe an animal, and continued exploring. I entered a large room that had once been a common area. Rusted beds lined the walls, broken wheelchairs lay overturned. The air smelled of mold and old dust. As I lifted my camera to take a picture, I saw a movement in the corner of the room. A figure, pale and hunched, disappeared behind a wall. I froze, heart pounding, telling myself it was just a trick of the light. I called out, but no one answered. The silence that followed was suffocating. I decided to keep going, moving deeper into the building. The further I went, the heavier the air felt, almost pressing against me. I started hearing whispers, soft, almost indecipherable, coming from the walls themselves. I spun around, flashlight scanning every corner, but the hallways were empty. Then I saw them, small handprints, smeared in dust, appearing along the walls as if someone had walked alongside me. I shivered and quickened my pace. I reached the top floor, where the records and patient rooms had once been. The doors were warped, some hanging off their hinges. I opened one and found it empty, except for a single chair facing the wall. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, as if the building itself was trying to speak to me. I took a few steps back, but the floor beneath me creaked sharply, and I felt a rush of cold air brush past my neck. Turning quickly, I saw a figure in the doorway. Another patient, I thought at first, but wrong. This one was taller, impossibly tall, with a face that seemed to be missing entirely, a black void where eyes, nose, and mouth should be. My flashlight flickered, and when it came back, it was closer. I backed up, tripping over debris, and the whispers became screams, overlapping and chaotic, echoing through the halls. I ran, blindly navigating the decaying corridors, the figure following silently, always just out of reach. Doors slammed behind me, and I could hear the floorboards cracking as if the building itself were alive, trying to trap me. I burst through a side exit into the overgrown grounds and didn't stop running until I reached my car. I locked the doors, shaking, flashlight trembling in my hands. For a few nights, I thought it had ended. I slept in my apartment in the city, trying to convince myself it had all been stress, imagination, or exhaustion. But then the dreams started. Dreams of the sanitarium, of the hallways twisting impossibly, of the faceless figure standing silently in the corner of every room. I would wake up in my apartment, but I could feel it there, just out of view, watching me, waiting. Objects began to move around my apartment. Doors I had closed were open the next morning. My camera equipment would be knocked over, lenses broken, memory cards missing. Sometimes I would hear footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate, pacing as if someone or something was marking time. I tried to leave, to escape, but the presence followed me. Every car ride, every new apartment, it found me. I contacted a local historian who had written about the Pinecrest Sanitarium. He told me that the institution had a dark history. Patients experimented on, treatments that bordered on torture, unexplained deaths, records destroyed. Some believed that the trauma had left a lingering presence, that the building itself was cursed. I asked if anyone had reported seeing figures like mine. He hesitated, then nodded. Some call it the shadow. It doesn't stay in the building. Once it attaches to someone, it follows. I tried everything. Rituals, prayers, moving towns, avoiding mirrors, sleeping with lights on. Nothing worked. The shadow is patient. It doesn't rush. It waits, and it learns. I can sense it now, always behind me, in reflections, in peripheral vision. Sometimes I wake to find furniture slightly moved, small objects gone, faint whispers calling my name. I have resigned myself to its presence. I have learned to live cautiously, never turning my back, always aware of its position. I know it is waiting, observing, calculating. I have friends who think I am paranoid, therapists who tell me stress is causing hallucinations, but I know the truth. The shadow follows me everywhere. It will never leave. It has chosen me, and I am its prey. Sometimes late at night, I see it in the reflection of my camera lens, tall and faceless, watching silently. I don't turn around. I don't have to. I know it is there. Always there. Patient. Waiting. Story the end. I was 27 when I moved to a small town in northern Kentucky. The job I took was temporary, just a 6-month stint at a logistics warehouse. And I didn't care much about the apartment I rented. It was in an old 2-story building near the edge of town, the kind of place that had probably been a boarding house in the 1950s. The rent was cheap, which should have been my first warning, but I was just happy to have a place to sleep and store my things. The building had a strange atmosphere from the start. The hallway lights flickered unpredictably, and there was a faint smell of mildew mixed with something else I couldn't identify. The walls were thin, and you could hear every step, every cough, and every creak from the apartments above and beside me. I was alone on my floor. Other tenants mostly kept to themselves. The first few nights were quiet, nothing out of the ordinary. But on the 4th night, I woke up to a faint tapping on my bedroom wall. At first, I thought it was pipes or the building settling. But then I heard it again, 3 deliberate knocks, spaced evenly apart. My heart raced, but I convinced myself it was nothing. The next morning, I found my keys had been moved from the counter to the edge of the table. I don't know why, but it unsettled me. I started checking my locks multiple times before leaving, making sure nothing had been disturbed. About a week in, I noticed a faint smell of cigarette smoke in my apartment. I don't smoke, and no one in the building smoked, at least not that I knew. The smell was strongest near the closet in my bedroom. I opened the closet and looked inside. Empty. But the smell lingered. I tried to ignore it, but it stayed with me. A few nights later, the knocking returned. This time it came from the closet. 3 slow taps, pause, 3 more. I couldn't take it. I grabbed a flashlight and swung the closet door open. Nothing. Just my clothes and boxes. But the cigarette smell was stronger than ever, curling around me in the dark. I started staying out late, sitting in my car after work, just to avoid going home. But the disturbances followed. The knocks happened during the day, sometimes when I was in the living room, sometimes when I stepped into the kitchen. The smoke appeared at random, always concentrated near the closet. One night, during a heavy thunderstorm. I came home and found my apartment door slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it. The lights were off. When I stepped inside, the smell of cigarette smoke hit me like a wall. My phone was dead, the TV flickered on and off, and the closet door was slowly opening and closing by itself. I froze, heart pounding, listening to the faint whispering. It was low, raspy, and unintelligible, but I could feel it calling my name. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with the lights on, listening as the knocks grew louder, coming from all directions: walls, ceiling, closet. I could hear the slow, deliberate breathing like someone standing just out of sight, enjoying my fear. The next morning, I packed a bag and left without taking anything else. I didn't tell the landlord why I was leaving. He didn't ask. He just handed me the lease termination papers like he'd been expecting me to run. Even after I moved, the memories didn't leave. I started noticing the smell of cigarette smoke at night in my new apartment. Sometimes I'd hear faint knocks on the walls, 3 taps, always 3. Occasionally, I'd see a faint orange glow in the corner of my room, like the tip of a cigarette hovering in the dark. I've moved multiple times since then. I've tried to escape it, tried to convince myself it was all in my head. But it follows. No matter where I go, eventually the smell appears. Eventually the knocks return. Eventually I see that glow. It's patient, it's deliberate, and it's always waiting. Story the end. It was mid-July when I decided to take a road trip alone through the Appalachian Mountains. I had just graduated college and wanted to clear my mind before starting my first full-time job. I found a small cabin for rent on a rural road just outside a tiny town in West Virginia. The listing was simple: isolated, quiet, perfect for a getaway. The photos looked charming enough. Rustic wood exterior, a stone fireplace, and a small porch overlooking dense forest. I booked it and packed my car, excited for a week of solitude. The first day was perfect. I drove winding roads, stopped at small diners, and hiked trails that led to breathtaking views. By evening, I arrived at the cabin, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The air smelled faintly of mildew, but otherwise it was clean. I unpacked my things, started a fire in the fireplace, and settled in for the night. The first night was uneventful, aside from the usual creaks of an old wooden cabin. The wind rattled the windows and the floorboards groaned, but I thought little of it. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of a door creaking. I froze, straining to hear. The cabin was small, just 1 floor, and I was certain I had locked all the doors. The noise stopped after a few seconds, but my heart was racing. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was the wind or the cabin settling, but sleep was impossible after that. I stayed awake, listening to the forest outside, which had fallen eerily silent. The next day, I tried to rationalize the experience. I explored more of the surrounding area and even drove into town for supplies. But the sense of unease lingered. That night, it began again. Footsteps in the living area, soft at first, then louder, pacing back and forth. I tried to ignore it, but when I heard a whisper say, "Get out!" I could no longer pretend it was natural. My hands shook as I checked every corner of the cabin. No one was there. Over the next 2 days, the occurrences intensified. Doors I had locked were found open, objects were moved. A chair shifted by a few inches, the coffee mug I left on the table now on the floor. I began to feel like I wasn't alone, though the cabin remained empty. Shadows in the corners seemed to stretch unnaturally, moving when I wasn't looking. I started sleeping in the clothes I would wear the next day, shoes by the bed, ready to flee at a moment's notice. On the 4th night, I awoke to the sound of heavy breathing. I turned on my flashlight and scanned the room. The beam caught a figure in the corner. A woman, tall, wearing a dress that looked tattered and old. Her face was obscured by long, dark hair. She didn't move toward me at first, just stood there, watching. Then she whispered my name. My chest tightened, and I could feel a cold pressure in the room, like the air itself had weight. I bolted to the car, leaving the cabin door wide open behind me. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, hours away. The next day, I returned to the cabin with a local historian I met in town. We walked the property, and she told me about the previous owner, a woman named Agnes Whitmore, who had vanished decades earlier. Rumor had it she was deeply religious, isolated, and obsessed with protecting the land from intruders. No one knew what had happened to her, but locals claimed the cabin was cursed, and that her spirit lingered, angry and restless. I didn't stay another night. I returned to the city immediately, but even now, months later, I can't shake the memory. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear faint whispers, the creak of floorboards that aren't there, shadows that move against the light. I know it's not imagination. I know what I saw and felt in that cabin was real. And somewhere deep in the forests of West Virginia, Agnes Whitmore still waits, patient, watchful, and ready for the next person foolish enough to stay. Story the end. It was a Thursday night in late September, and I was finishing up my shift at a small grocery store in rural Kentucky. I had stayed later than usual, stocking shelves and doing inventory, and by the time I locked the doors and stepped outside, it was nearly 11 p.m. The parking lot was empty except for my car, and the fluorescent lights inside the store buzzed faintly as I drove away. Normally, I would have taken the highway, but that night I decided to cut through the back roads, hoping to save a few minutes on the way home. The first 10 minutes were uneventful. The road was narrow, bordered on both sides by dense forest, and the only light came from my headlights cutting through the darkness. The wind rattled the bare branches, and the sound of leaves scraping against my tires made my skin prickle. I kept telling myself it was just fall, just the night, just exhaustion. Then I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the road, motionless, staring directly at me. At first, I thought it was a person waiting for a ride. But as I got closer, I realized it was all wrong. The figure's posture was rigid, unnatural. Its head was tilted at a strange angle, and its face, I couldn't see it clearly, but something about it made my stomach turn. My pulse jumped. I slowed slightly, unsure if I should stop, but instinct screamed at me not to. The moment my headlights fully illuminated it, the figure moved. Not like a person walking, but sliding across the road, almost gliding, limbs jerky and wrong. I panicked and slammed the accelerator, my tires skidding on patches of loose gravel. For the next few minutes, it followed me. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, and there it was, always keeping pace, sometimes closer than humanly possible. The trees around me seemed to twist and stretch like the road bending in ways it hadn't before. I tried calling my sister on my cell phone, but there was no signal. Eventually, I spotted a farmhouse up ahead, lights glowing softly through the windows. Relief washed over me, and I swerved onto the driveway. But when I stepped out of the car, I noticed something strange. The front yard was covered in footprints. Not ordinary footprints, but bare, wide, uneven, like someone or something had walked with an unnatural gait. They led from the edge of the woods to the porch, but no one was there. I was about to return to my car when I heard the door behind me creak, slow, deliberate steps on the wooden floorboards. I froze. The porch light flickered, and a shadow passed across the window. I couldn't see clearly, but I knew it was watching me. I bolted back to the car and locked the doors. My hands shook as I turned the key in the ignition. For a moment, nothing happened, then the engine roared to life. I sped down the road, tires crunching over gravel, adrenaline flooding my veins. I dared to glance in the rearview mirror once more. The figure was standing at the edge of the yard, head tilted, grin impossibly wide. Then it vanished. The rest of the drive home was quiet, but the unease never left me. That night, I barely slept. Every shadow in my room seemed alive, and every creak of the house sounded like footsteps. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard knocking on my window. My apartment was on the second floor, and I lived alone. My heart froze. The knocking came again, 3 slow raps, a pause, then 2 more. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just waited until it stopped. Morning came, and I told myself it had been a nightmare. But over the following weeks, strange things kept happening. Objects would shift slightly, shadows moved where they shouldn't, and I often felt a cold presence standing just behind me. I installed cameras in my apartment, hoping to catch something. At first, they showed nothing. Then one night, I reviewed the footage. My stomach dropped. There it was, standing in the corner of the living room, head tilted, grin stretched wide, completely still. The timestamp read 3 minutes after I had gone to bed. I called friends, family, anyone who might understand. They told me I was imagining things, that stress and exhaustion were playing tricks on me. But I knew better. I knew what I had seen. Now I sleep with the lights on, doors locked, and every window secured. Even then, I feel it. Patient, waiting, always just behind me. Sometimes when the wind rattles the blinds or the heating vents hiss, I hear it, a soft, guttural hum, like a lullaby meant to chill me to the bone. I have stopped taking back roads. I avoid forests and empty fields, but I know it doesn't matter. It can appear anywhere, anytime. Always waiting, always patient, and I know one day it will catch up. Story the end. When I was 24, I rented a small, one-bedroom apartment in Akron, Ohio. It wasn't much, just an aging building wedged between a closed laundromat and a shuttered diner. The kind of place where the carpet had long since lost its original color and the walls were painted a yellowish off-white that never quite looked clean no matter how many times you wiped it down. I wasn't picky. I was working long hours at a factory and just needed a place to sleep, eat, and keep my clothes. It was cheap, and that was the only thing I cared about. The first night, I noticed something that should have been my first warning. The walls carried sound in strange ways. I could hear creaks in the ceiling like footsteps, even though the landlord had told me no one lived above me anymore since the top floor was undergoing repairs. Sometimes it sounded like muffled conversations right outside my door, but whenever I checked the hallway, it was empty. The building itself wasn't completely vacant, but it was close. Only a handful of tenants stayed there, and the ones I met seemed withdrawn, quiet, like they didn't want to talk. My nearest neighbor was a middle-aged man named Carl who smoked on the stairwell late at night. He had dark rings under his eyes and looked like someone who hadn't slept properly in years. Once, when I passed him on the way to work at dawn, he muttered, "Don't pay attention to the noise. It makes it worse." At the time, I assumed he was talking about thin walls and didn't ask questions. The second week, things escalated. I came home around midnight after my shift, bone-tired, and unlocked my door. As I pushed it open, I froze. The lights in my apartment were on. I never left them on because I was careful about the electric bill. The worst part wasn't the lights. It was the distinct smell of cigarettes lingering in the air. Fresh smoke, even though I didn't smoke. I checked the apartment from top to bottom, even opening the closet and checking under the bed like a paranoid kid. No one was there. Everything seemed untouched. I forced myself to believe maybe the landlord had come in to fix something and left the lights on, though the thought made me uneasy. I called the landlord the next day. He sounded irritated, like I was bothering him. He swore up and down that no one had entered my unit, said he didn't even have maintenance scheduled. I didn't push further. A few nights later, the knocking started. It wasn't loud, just a faint, deliberate tapping on the wall behind my bed. At first, I assumed it was the pipes or maybe someone in the next unit, but the taps always came in threes, evenly spaced, like knuckles against drywall. One night, I pounded on the wall and yelled, "Cut it out!" The sound stopped immediately, but 15 minutes later, I heard it again, closer this time, almost like it came from inside the room. That night, I barely slept. I moved my mattress away from the wall the next morning, thinking that would help. It didn't. The knocking continued, sometimes on the opposite wall, sometimes near the closet door. The worst incident happened on a night when a heavy thunderstorm rolled in. The rain hammered the windows, and the power flickered. I was lying in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, when I heard the knocking again. But this time it was different. It wasn't from the wall. It was from the inside of the closet. I sat up, my whole body tight with fear, listening. The knocking was slow, deliberate, 3 times, then silence. I couldn't move. I just sat there staring at the closet door. After a minute, I forced myself to get up and check, telling myself over and over that it had to be something explainable. I opened the closet. Empty. But the smell of cigarette smoke hit me so strong that my stomach turned. I slammed the door shut and didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I ran into Carl in the stairwell again. He looked worse than usual, jittery and pale. I told him straight up, "Have you heard knocking? Or smelled smoke?" His expression changed immediately, like I'd said something I wasn't supposed to. He leaned closer and whispered, "Don't talk to it. Don't acknowledge it. That's how it knows you hear it." Then he hurried away without another word. That same evening, I found something on my kitchen table when I came home from work. A cigarette butt, smudged with ash. I don't smoke. I live alone. My door had been locked when I got there. After that, I started staying out later, hanging around at diners or in my car after work just to avoid going home. but I couldn't avoid sleep forever. When I did sleep, I started having dreams. In one dream, I was standing in my own apartment, but it looked darker, the walls wet, like water was dripping down them. A figure stood in the corner where my closet should be, completely shadowed except for the faint orange glow of a cigarette tip. Smoke curled up from it, filling the air, and I could hear breathing, slow, heavy, like it was enjoying my fear. I woke up gasping, the smell of smoke in my nose, but my apartment was dark and silent. The following week, Carl disappeared. His door was wide open one morning, the inside completely empty, as if he'd never lived there at all. I asked the landlord what happened, and he just said, "People come and go. Don't worry about it." But I did worry, because Carl had seemed like the only other person who understood. After Carl left, things in my apartment got worse. The knocking grew louder, sometimes shaking the walls. I'd wake up in the night to find the closet door slightly open, even though I always made sure it was closed. Once I heard whispering, low and hoarse, from inside it. I pressed my ear against the wood, heart racing, and heard what sounded like my own name being whispered back to me. I stopped sleeping in the bedroom after that. I dragged my mattress into the living room, but even there, the disturbances followed. The TV would turn on by itself, static blaring in the dark. The bathroom faucet would run in the middle of the night. Sometimes I'd wake to see faint smoke drifting through the air, vanishing before I could trace it. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I stormed to the landlord's office, demanded answers. He looked tired, annoyed, and finally said, "People always complain about that unit. It's old pipes, bad wiring, whatever. If you don't like it, break your lease." That was it. That was his answer. I started packing that same night. As I was gathering my things, I noticed something carved faintly into the inside of the closet door. I hadn't seen it before. The scratches formed words, jagged and uneven, but readable. "Let me out." I left half my stuff behind. I moved out the next day and never looked back. But sometimes when I'm alone in a quiet room, I swear I still catch that faint smell of cigarette smoke. And once in a while, late at night, I hear 3 slow knocks against the wall, just enough to let me know it isn't done with me. Story the end. It was a cold January evening when I agreed to house-sit for a friend in rural Vermont. Her family owned a large, isolated farmhouse at the end of a winding dirt road, surrounded by thick woods that stretched for miles. I'd been there once before during the day, helping her move boxes, and the house felt oddly quiet then, but nothing compared to the stillness that gripped it at night. My friend left around dusk, joking that I'd have the place to myself and that I should enjoy the peace. I laughed, not realizing just how lonely and unsettling that peace could be. The first few hours were normal enough. I made myself dinner in the old kitchen, listening to the wind howl outside. The house creaked in the way older homes do, settling and shifting with the cold, but I told myself it was nothing. I unpacked some books, checked the locks on the doors and windows, and sat by the fireplace, letting the warmth seep into my bones. Around 11 p.m., I heard it, a faint tapping, like someone lightly drumming on a window. I froze, trying to rationalize it. Maybe a branch had fallen against the glass. I got up to check, walking down the long hallway to the front of the house. Outside, the yard was empty, the woods just black silhouettes against the dim moonlight. I shrugged and went back inside, but the feeling that I was being watched lingered. By 1 a.m., the noises had grown. Tapping turned into scratching, now coming from the walls themselves. The sound moved from room to room, as if something was wandering through the house, just out of sight. I tried calling my friend, but there was no cell service at the farmhouse. The wind rattled the windows, and I could hear the faintest whisper of voices, too soft to make out, like the house itself was murmuring secrets. I decided to check the basement, rationalizing that maybe a stray animal had gotten inside. The stairs creaked as I descended, and the smell hit me first, damp, decaying, and metallic. My flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing old furniture, boxes of forgotten belongings, and at the far end, the faint outline of another doorway I hadn't noticed before. The door was slightly ajar. I didn't remember it being there. I stepped closer, my heart hammering. When I peeked inside, I saw nothing at first. Then, in the corner, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was tall, thin, and its face was obscured, but I could feel it looking at me. My body froze. The whispering returned, louder this time, chanting words I couldn't understand. I stumbled backward and tripped over a crate, falling to the floor. The figure didn't move, but I felt it glide across the room toward me. The air grew colder and the smell of decay filled my lungs. I scrambled to my feet and bolted upstairs, slamming the basement door behind me. The sounds didn't stop. They followed me, scratching at the walls, whispering my name. I spent the rest of the night pacing, checking locks, and trying to keep my mind rational. By morning, the noises ceased, and the house felt normal again, as though nothing had happened. I wanted to leave immediately, but I had promised my friend I'd stay the weekend. That evening, the phenomena returned, worse than before. Doors slammed on their own, objects moved across the floors, and I saw fleeting shadows at the edge of my vision. I tried calling the local sheriff, but the line was dead. The figure appeared again in the hallway, this time closer, its movements deliberate. I could feel its gaze, cold and patient, as if it had been waiting for me. By the third night, sleep was impossible. I barricaded myself in the bedroom, but the walls themselves seemed alive, breathing and shifting. The whispering turned into clear voices, repeating over and over, "Leave, now, leave, now." I tried to ignore it, but the sense of impending danger was overwhelming. I finally left just before dawn, driving through the winding dirt road with my hands trembling on the wheel. As I looked back in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw the figure standing in the doorway of the farmhouse, watching me leave. I didn't slow down. I didn't stop for anything until I reached the nearest town, and even then, I didn't look back. Months later, I learned that the farmhouse had a history. Several families had lived there over the past century, many reporting strange occurrences, voices, shadows, cold spots, and in some cases, disappearances. Locals claimed the house was hungry, that it fed on fear and isolation, and that anyone who stayed too long risked being claimed by it. I've never returned to Vermont, and I refuse to house it again. But I can't forget that night, the whispers, the figure, the suffocating darkness that felt alive. I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, certain I hear scratching on my walls, and I swear I feel eyes on me, patient and waiting. Some places aren't just haunted, they are alive, aware, and they remember who dares to enter. And that farmhouse, it remembers me. Story the end. I had just started a new job in a small town in rural Ohio and decided to rent a modest house on the outskirts. The house was cheap and isolated, surrounded by dense woods on three sides. The landlord assured me it had only been empty for a few months after the previous tenant moved out. He seemed hesitant when I asked about the house's history, but brushed it off quickly, saying it was just old and creaky. I didn't pay much attention at the time. The first night, everything seemed normal. I unpacked my things, set up my bedroom, and tried to settle in. But around 2 a.m., I woke to a scratching sound coming from the kitchen. It was faint at first, almost like a mouse, but it grew louder, more deliberate, moving across the hardwood floor. I got out of bed, grabbed a flashlight, and walked into the kitchen. Nothing. No signs of an animal, no footprints, no dropped items. I told myself it was probably a branch scraping the window or some other outside noise. The next morning, I noticed small things that didn't make sense. A chair in the living room was slightly angled differently than I had left it, and one of my shoes was missing from the hallway. I spent hours searching the house but never found it. I chalked it up to being tired and absent-minded after moving. By the end of the first week, the disturbances escalated. The whispering started around midnight, soft and unintelligible at first, but growing clearer with each night. It was never words I could fully make out, just hissing voices that seemed to circle the room. I began sleeping with all the lights on, but it didn't help. Sometimes I would wake to find things I hadn't touched moved from one room to another, always in ways that suggested someone or something had been there, pacing, watching. One evening, I came home to find the back door unlocked. I was certain I had locked it before leaving. Panic set in, and I began checking every window and door meticulously. Everything else was secured. I called the landlord, but he said no one else had a key. My neighbors were hours away by car, and there was no evidence anyone had been inside. Then came the dreams. Every night I would dream of a tall, thin figure with dark, hollow eyes standing just beyond the reach of light. It never moved closer, but it always watched. I woke in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, and sometimes found my furniture subtly rearranged, as though I had dreamt it into reality. One night I woke to a soft, deliberate breathing near my bed. I froze, heart hammering, and slowly turned my head. In the faint light from the street outside, I saw it, tall, impossibly thin, standing at the edge of my bedroom. Its face was featureless except for two deep, glowing black eyes. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Then, in a low rasp, it whispered, "You can't leave." And just like that, it was gone. After that night, I installed cameras throughout the house. I stayed awake, watching the monitors, desperate for evidence. Around 2 a.m., I saw it again. The figure moved through the house silently, passing through walls, bending in ways that shouldn't be possible. It lingered in corners, sometimes just watching the cameras, as if aware I was observing it. I tried leaving, packing up and staying at hotels, driving hours away. But no matter where I went, the whispers followed. I started receiving notes slipped under motel doors, written in jagged, uneven script. "You belong here." Some were written in pencil, some scratched into paper, all with the same jagged handwriting. My phone and computer began showing static-filled videos of the interior of the house, even when I was hundreds of miles away. One night, desperate and terrified, I returned to the house. I had to confront it. I set up cameras in every room, lights blazing, knife in hand. Around 2 a.m., the monitors flickered, and I saw it again, more clearly than ever. Its limbs were impossibly long, stretching at unnatural angles. Its eyes glowed red, and it moved with a precision that made my stomach twist. I could hear the whispers grow into voices, mocking, calling my name repeatedly. I tried to leave. I ran to the front door, but it slammed shut on its own. The locks clicked into place. I was trapped. I could feel it behind me, pressing into my back, its presence filling the air. I screamed, but no sound came out. For hours, I stayed in the living room, surrounded by light, watching the monitors. Shadows moved across the walls, objects flew through the air, and the laughter of that thing filled the house. Eventually, the monitors went dark. I heard footsteps approaching slowly, deliberately. I didn't move. I couldn't. And then, silence. I don't know how I survived the night. I ran and haven't returned since. But the whispers never stop. They haunt my dreams, my waking hours, sometimes whispering my name when I'm alone in public spaces. I feel it everywhere, just beyond my sight, always watching, waiting, patient and eternal. Last night, I woke to a faint scratching at my bedroom window. I live on the 3rd floor. I looked outside. Nothing. But when I turned back, in the reflection of the glass, I saw it. Standing there, tall and thin, eyes glowing, just watching. It's patient, it's waiting, and I know now I will never escape. Story the end. I had been driving for hours along a remote stretch of highway in northern Maine, the kind of road that cuts through dense forest with no sign of civilization for miles. It was late October, the wind cold enough to bite through my jacket and the sky a dark, bruised purple as night approached. My car's headlights illuminated the narrow 2-lane road, and the only other light came from the occasional reflection of a deer's eyes in the trees. I was exhausted, but I had to reach my friend's cabin before nightfall. Somewhere along the way, I noticed an old rusted sign partially obscured by the trees. Haven Motel, vacancies. It looked abandoned, windows dark, paint peeling, the parking lot cracked and overgrown with weeds. But something made me slow down. I needed rest, even if it was just a place to pull over and stretch. The gravel crunch of my tires echoed as I drove up to the main office. The building looked like it hadn't been used in decades. Inside, dust coated the counters and the smell of mold and decay was thick. A bell sat on the counter, untouched. I rang it. Silence. Then, from the back of the office, a man shuffled forward. He was thin, hunched with gray hair slicked back, eyes unnaturally bright. "Room?" he croaked. I nodded. "Just for the night." He handed me an old brass key with a faded number 6 stamped into it. "Don't go near the east wing," he said. "Not after dark." His voice was low, trembling, but there was an intensity that made me uneasy. I thanked him and went to the room. Room 6 was small, musty, with a bed that sagged in the middle and a window facing the woods. I locked the door, drew the curtains, and tried to rest. Around midnight I heard it, the faint scraping of nails against wood coming from the hallway outside. I held my breath, the sound stopped. Then a whisper, "Come here." Heart hammering, I bolted upright. My rational mind told me it was a dream, a trick of exhaustion. I checked the door. It was locked. I pulled the curtains tighter, but the whispering continued, now accompanied by soft footsteps pacing the hallway. I pressed my ear to the door. The sound stopped, then came again from inside the walls, low and urgent. "Don't ignore us." I spent the night in a terrified daze, too afraid to sleep. When dawn came, the hallway was empty, the motel silent as if nothing had happened. But by mid-morning, I noticed strange things. The furniture slightly rearranged, scratches along the door frame that hadn't been there before, and a faint smell of smoke, though there was no fire. Curiosity and fear kept me from leaving immediately. I explored the motel, finding rooms that didn't seem to exist on any map. In one room, mirrors covered every wall. When I looked into them, I didn't see myself. I saw another version of me, pale and hollow-eyed, shaking its head as if trying to warn me. In another, I found remnants of previous occupants, journals, old photographs, clothes left folded neatly on the bed. Some were dated decades ago, yet the pages were perfectly preserved. That night, the activity escalated. Footsteps pounded outside my door, and the whispers turned into voices. Dozens of them, overlapping, crying, pleading, laughing. I could feel cold air brush my neck, even with the heater running. Shadows moved independently of any light source, curling around corners and across the ceiling. I tried to leave, but the front door refused to open. Windows wouldn't budge. The motel had trapped me. I stumbled down the hallway, looking for the east wing the man had warned me about. The door was slightly ajar. Against my better judgment, I entered. The air inside was frigid, my breath forming clouds. The hallway stretched impossibly long, lined with doors that led to darkness. From the shadows, figures emerged, thin, distorted, faces stretched into expressions of terror and despair. They didn't speak, only pointed toward the end of the hall. I followed, heart pounding. At the far end, I saw a large mirror. I approached it slowly. My reflection looked normal at first, then distorted. My mouth moved, but I wasn't speaking. The figures pressed closer, surrounding me, whispering my name, chanting, "Stay, stay, stay." Panic surged and I stumbled back, slamming into the wall. The hallway shifted, walls bending, floorboards groaning as if alive. I ran blindly through endless corridors, every exit leading me deeper into the motel's heart. I tried to scream, but my voice came out in choked gasps. I felt cold hands brush my shoulders, fingers digging into my skin, pulling me toward the darkness. The mirrors multiplied my image, each reflection screaming silently. 1,000 versions of me trapped in the motel's endless halls. Hours, or was it days, passed. I lost track of time. Food and water disappeared before I could eat or drink. The whispers became a deafening roar, a chorus of the lost, the trapped, all warning, all pleading. I realized the truth. The motel didn't just haunt, it consumed, bending reality to trap its victims forever. In a moment of desperation, I smashed a mirror with a chair, shattering the glass into jagged pieces. The figures shrieked, the walls convulsed, and I felt a pressure lifting slightly. For the first time, I saw a way out. A small door behind a pile of furniture. I ran through it, falling into the gravel of the parking lot. The morning sun burned my eyes, and the motel behind me seemed to shrink, its shadows retreating. I drove away as fast as I could, never looking back. Weeks later, I found an article about the Haven Motel in an old newspaper archive. It had burned down decades ago in a mysterious fire. The previous occupants had vanished, never found. The reporter had mentioned strange lights seen at night, echoes of screams, and the building itself seemed alive. I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, heart pounding, feeling cold fingers on my shoulders, hearing whispers calling my name. And I know deep down that somewhere in the forests of northern Maine, the motel waits. Patient, hungry. Story the end. It was late September when I first realized that something was deeply wrong in the small town where I had just moved. I had left a busy city behind after a rough breakup and a draining job that was taking years off my life. The rent was cheap out in rural Pennsylvania, and the old house I found through a friend of a friend seemed like the perfect chance to reset everything. It was a pale yellow 2-story house, a little worn down but with character, tucked away on a narrow road lined with overgrown trees that seemed to lean in a little too close. The woman who rented it to me, Mrs. Carpenter, was a kindly older widow who lived next door, and she seemed almost relieved that someone was taking the place. She handed me the keys with a half smile that never touched her eyes, and her words were strange in hindsight. Keep the doors locked at night, she told me softly. Even in a quiet town, you just never know. At first, I thought nothing of it. Small towns were full of quirks. The first week, I busied myself with unpacking and cleaning, sweeping away years of dust that had settled in the corners. The basement had that damp, earthy smell that made me sneeze, and the attic looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. Old newspapers, broken furniture, a cracked mirror leaning against the wall. Nothing unusual for a place that hadn't been lived in for a while. But there was one thing I couldn't ignore, though I tried. Scratches on the inside of the upstairs bedroom closet door. Not like someone had accidentally bumped furniture against it, but thin, deep grooves clustered in frantic patterns, as if someone had clawed at it with desperation. I ran my fingers over them, unsettled. They were old, the paint chipped around the edges, but there was something raw about them. I told myself it was probably a kid who used to live there, her messing around, carving lines into the wood with a knife or something. But the more I looked at them, the more it felt wrong. Like it hadn't been a game, like someone had been trying to get out. By the second week, little things started to happen. At night, I would hear creaks in the hallway upstairs, slow, deliberate, as though someone was walking and pausing between each step. I kept telling myself it was an old house, settling, the wooden beams shifting with the temperature. That's what everyone says about old houses, isn't it? But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't random. Sometimes I would be sitting in the living room reading, and it sounded like weight pressing against the floor above me, moving from one end of the hall to the other. My dog, Max, a big black lab I had brought with me, would lift his head and growl low in his throat when it happened. He never barked, just growled, like he was warning me that something was there. The kind of sound that makes the hair rise on the back of your neck. I brushed it off, tried to laugh at myself, but things escalated. One night around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of my bedroom door handle turning. Not rattling like the wind, but a slow, careful turn. Max bolted upright on the bed, ears perked, his entire body stiff. I froze, my heart hammering, every muscle locked in place. The handle stopped, but I didn't hear footsteps retreating. I didn't hear anything at all. Just silence. I forced myself to get up, gripping a baseball bat I kept by the dresser, and yanked the door open. The hallway was empty, dark, the air colder than it had been in my room. Max refused to leave the doorway, growling at the darkness. I barely slept that night, and by morning I was telling myself it had to be a dream. But the faint smudge of a handprint on the outside of the door, greasy and gray, said otherwise. I tried to mention it to Mrs. Carpenter a few days later, keeping it lighthearted, like a joke. "You didn't forget to tell me the place is haunted, did you?" I laughed, but her face paled. She glanced at the house, then back at me, lowering her voice. "You don't want to invite things in by talking about them. Just keep your doors locked." Her words settled over me like a weight. I wanted to press her, ask what she meant, but something about her tone made me stop. She clearly knew something, and for whatever reason, she wasn't going to say it out loud. The third week was when I stopped being able to explain things away. It was a Wednesday night, clear and crisp, and I was dozing on the couch with the TV low when Max suddenly leapt off and charged toward the front door, barking like I'd never heard him bark before. A deep, furious sound that echoed through the house. I jumped up, adrenaline flooding my body, and looked through the peephole. At first, I saw nothing, just the empty porch and the shadows of the trees swaying in the streetlight. But then something shifted, and I realized someone was standing at the edge of the yard, just beyond the light. A man, tall, his features obscured in the dark. He wasn't moving, just standing there, facing the house, watching. I blinked, and for half a second I thought I saw his head tilt slightly, as though curious. A cold chill ran through me, and I pulled back from the peephole, fumbling to lock the deadbolt even though it was already locked. When I looked again, he was gone. Just the empty yard. Max stayed at the door for nearly an hour, ears forward, body tense. After that, it became a pattern. Every few nights, I would wake up and feel it, the undeniable sense that someone was outside watching the house. Sometimes Max would bark furiously at the windows, his nails scraping the floor as he ran from room to room. Once, I thought I heard faint tapping on the glass of the living room window. Not loud, not enough to break it, but just enough to be heard. The next morning, I found smudges on the glass, too high up to be from Max, human-sized smudges, as though someone had pressed their fingers against it while peering in. I started dreading the nights, locking every door, checking every window twice, sometimes 3 times. Sleep became fractured, every creak and groan of the house snapping me awake. My friends back in the city laughed when I told them. "That's what you get for moving into a murder house in the middle of nowhere," one of them joked. I laughed too, but hollowly. They didn't understand. Something was wrong here, and it wasn't just an old house making noises. The worst night came in October, just as the leaves began to fall heavy on the ground. I had been restless, tossing and turning, when I heard it again, the slow, deliberate footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom. But this time, they didn't stop. They came right up to the door. The handle turned, slowly, carefully, until it clicked. The door opened an inch, and I swear on everything I have that I saw it. A hand. Pale, thin, fingers too long, curling around the edge of the doorframe. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Max launched off the bed, snarling, his teeth snapping at the empty air. And then, as suddenly as it began, the door slammed shut so hard the frame shook. I scrambled for the lamp, flicking it on with shaking hands, but the hallway was empty. No one was there. I knew then I couldn't stay. Whatever was in that house, it wasn't going to stop. It wasn't going to let me rest. The next morning, I told Mrs. Carpenter I was leaving. Her face was pale, but there was no surprise in her eyes, just a weary sadness. "I hoped maybe it wouldn't bother you," she whispered. "It doesn't like people staying too long." I left that same week, packing everything in a rush, Max never leaving my side. On my last night, as I loaded boxes into the car, I felt it again, that weight of being watched. Across the street, just past the tree line, I saw him again. The tall man, motionless, head tilted slightly as if curious. My breath caught, and I blinked hard, but when I looked again, he was gone. I drove away that night, not stopping until I was 3 towns over. I never went back. Mrs. Carpenter passed away the following spring, and the house still stands, empty and silent. Sometimes I wonder who will move in next, and if they'll see the handprint on the door, the scratches in the closet, or the figure watching from the yard. I don't know what that thing was or why it lingered there, but I know this. It wasn't just the house creaking. It wasn't my imagination. Something was there, and it wanted me to know it. Story. The end. I had taken a job as a night security guard at an old motel just off Interstate 70 in rural Ohio. It was the kind of place that seemed forgotten, its neon sign flickering weakly, parking lot cracked and overgrown in places. I liked the night shifts at first. Quiet, predictable, and I could listen to music while making rounds. But that all changed on my second week. It was around 2:30 a.m. when I started my routine walk through the empty parking lot. Rain had fallen earlier, leaving puddles that reflected the dim neon light. As I rounded the corner near room 12, I saw a figure standing under the flickering light. I froze. The figure was tall, unnaturally thin, its head tilted slightly to the side, completely still. I called out, "Hello? Are you okay?" But it didn't move, didn't respond. A chill ran down my spine, and instinct told me to back away. I reached for my flashlight, but when I shone it at the figure, it wasn't illuminated, not even a shadow, just a silhouette blending perfectly with the darkness. I stepped closer, heart pounding, and that's when it tilted its head further, a movement so unnatural it made my stomach lurch. I ran back to the office, locked the doors, and tried calling the police. My phone had no signal. The office phone rang, shrill and insistent, but when I picked up, there was only static, followed by a low whisper that sent my blood running cold. It said a single word, "Waiting." I grabbed my flashlight and made a decision to confront whatever it was. As I stepped out into the lot again, the figure had vanished, but I knew it hadn't gone far. The rain-soaked asphalt glistened, and I could see dozens of faint shapes along the edges of the parking lot, all tall, thin, featureless. Some seemed to shimmer in the darkness, others stretched impossibly, limbs twisting in ways no human body could manage. The whispering returned, overlapping, as if hundreds of voices were murmuring at once. I stumbled backward, tripping over a loose concrete block, and when I looked up, the main figure was directly in front of me. Its head tilted unnaturally, and I noticed its face wasn't human. It was smooth, featureless, pale, with shadows where eyes should be. I could feel the weight of its gaze pressing into me, cold and suffocating. I ran to my car, fumbling with keys, the shapes closing in, moving impossibly fast, yet silent. I locked the doors, started the engine, and sped down the wet road, tires skidding, heart hammering. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw the main figure standing in the middle of the road behind me, impossibly large, then vanishing as if swallowed by the fog that had started rolling in again. I drove for miles, the road twisting in ways that didn't make sense, looping back on itself. I tried to rationalize what I saw: hallucinations, sleep deprivation, stress, but the feeling of being followed, watched, persisted. Trees leaned toward the road, shadows moved independently, and the whispering never stopped. Finally, I reached a familiar stretch of highway. Town lights glimmered in the distance. Relief surged, but even there, at the edge of civilization, I noticed tall, thin figures at the tree line, standing still, waiting. I realized then that this wasn't limited to the motel parking lot. They existed wherever I went, patient, endless, watching. Back in my apartment, the presence followed. Doors I locked creaked open, shadows stretched in impossible directions, the whispering filled empty spaces, never stopping. I see them now at the edge of parking lots, outside my windows, always patient. They don't move like humans, they glide, they stretch, they simply wait. I have started documenting everything, trying to convince myself someone might understand. But deep down, I know it is futile. I can feel their gaze even through walls. They are patient, eternal, and I am already part of their world. Always being watched, always waiting to be taken. Story the end. When I was 21, I worked the closing shift at a gas station just outside of town. It wasn't the kind of place where anything exciting happened. Usually it was just truckers stopping for coffee, parents fueling up after late practices, or the occasional group of high school kids trying to sneak beer. Most nights dragged by so slow it felt like the clock was moving backward. But there was one night, years ago, that still gnaws at me when I'm driving home alone in the dark. It was early fall, maybe mid-September, because I remember the air had that chill that smelled faintly of dried leaves and wood smoke. The gas station sat at the edge of a two-lane highway, surrounded by woods on three sides and a patchy dirt lot that ran down to a drainage ditch. Beyond that ditch, nothing but trees. At night, those woods felt alive in a way that was hard to explain. You could hear the rustling, sometimes faint snapping of branches, like something was moving out there. Usually deer, sometimes raccoons. I'd learned to ignore it. The station itself was just a rectangular building with big glass windows across the front, fluorescent lights that buzzed and flickered, and a pair of security cameras that barely worked. I was the only one on shift from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., though occasionally my manager, Jerry, would stop by after midnight to do a register count. That night, around 11:30, I noticed an old sedan pull into the lot. It was the kind of car that looked like it had been through hell. Dull paint, one headlight out, rust climbing up the wheel wells. The driver didn't park at the pumps. Instead, he pulled off to the far edge of the lot, near the ditch, where it was dark. The lights from the building didn't quite reach there. I remember frowning, thinking it was strange. Most people who parked like that were either dealing drugs or trying to hide something. The man sat in the car for a long time. At first, I thought maybe he was just reorganizing something or on the phone, but he never got out. He just sat there. I couldn't see his face from the counter, just the vague outline of him sitting in the driver's seat, unmoving. At one point, I turned away to ring up a customer, and when I glanced back, I swear he was facing the store, like he was staring right at me. The customer left, the lot cleared out, and still the car sat there. Midnight rolled around. That's when Jerry came by, and I pointed the car out to him. He walked to the window, squinted, and shrugged. Probably some drunk sobering up, he said. As long as he's not bothering anyone, don't worry about it. Easy for him to say. By 12:30, Jerry had finished his count and left me alone again, and the car was still there. I tried to focus on restocking shelves, sweeping, anything to keep from staring out at that shadowy vehicle. But the more I ignored it, the heavier the awareness of it pressed on me. My eyes would keep darting back to that dark outline, half hoping, half dreading that the man would finally get out. He did, eventually. It must have been close to 1 a.m. when I noticed movement. The driver's side door opened slowly, and a figure stepped out. A man, tall, lanky, wearing what looked like a dark jacket and jeans. I couldn't see his face clearly, not with the shadows and the dim glow from the single working headlight, but I could tell he was pale. He didn't head for the pumps. He didn't come toward the building. He just stood by his car, facing the woods, his back to me. I remember my heart thudding in my chest as I watched him. He stood like that for maybe 2-3 minutes, perfectly still. Then he turned his head, just his head, like he was glancing back over his shoulder toward the store. Even from that distance, it felt like our eyes met. I froze. Then he walked toward the tree line. He didn't hurry, just slow, deliberate steps into the darkness. Within seconds, he was swallowed by the woods. I waited, staring at the empty spot where he'd been. 10 minutes passed, then 20, half an hour. The car sat there, door shut now, like nothing had happened. No movement, no sound. I couldn't shake the unease. Who leaves their car running in a gas station lot to just walk into the woods in the middle of the night? Around 2 a.m., a couple of truckers came through. I rang them up, forced a smile, and tried not to glance at the car, but it was impossible. It sat there like an anchor, dragging my nerves down. At one point, I considered calling the cops, but what would I even say? A man parked in the lot and walked into the woods? They'd probably laugh at me. So I kept working, trying to convince myself it was none of my business. Then, just after 3 a.m., something happened that nearly made me drop the mop I was holding. The bell over the door jingled, and when I looked up, the man from the car was standing inside the store. I hadn't heard him approach. No footsteps, no sound of the door opening. He was just there in the fluorescent light, watching me. Up close, he was worse. His skin was unnaturally pale, almost gray, with deep shadows under his eyes. His clothes were dirty, damp, like he'd been crawling through mud. And his eyes, God, his eyes, they didn't seem right. Too wide, too unblinking, as if he was trying to bore through me. "Bathroom?" he rasped. His voice was low, scratchy, like he hadn't spoken in weeks. I swallowed hard and pointed to the back. He didn't move right away. He just stared at me a moment longer, his lips twitching slightly, before he finally turned and shuffled toward the hallway where the bathrooms were. I stood there, heart hammering. Part of me wanted to grab the phone and call the police, but my hands wouldn't move. Something about the way he looked at me had rooted me to the spot. 5 minutes passed. 10. 15. Teen. He never came out. The bathrooms were single use, just a toilet and sink in each, no windows, no other exits. I couldn't imagine what was taking him so long. Finally, against every instinct screaming in my head, I walked down the hall. The men's bathroom door was closed. I knocked lightly. "Sir, everything okay in there?" No answer. I knocked again, harder. Nothing. I reached for the handle, hesitated, then forced myself to push it open. The bathroom was empty. I stood frozen in the doorway, staring at the tiny room. The sink was dry, the floor spotless, the mirror cracked but intact. No one inside, no way out. I backed up, pulse racing, my mouth dry. My mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe he'd slipped past me somehow, maybe he'd left while I wasn't looking. But I hadn't heard the door. I would have heard the door. I hurried back to the counter, eyes darting toward the lot. The car was still there, but now it was running, headlights on, exhaust puffing into the cool air. My stomach turned. I watched for what felt like hours, but in reality it was maybe 20 minutes. At exactly 3:33, the clock above the register burned that time into my memory. The car's headlights flickered, then shut off. The engine cut, and then, without anyone approaching, without the door opening, the driver's side window slowly rolled down. I couldn't move. From where I stood, staring through the glass of the storefront, I saw a pale face lean forward into the opening. Same wide eyes, same gray skin, grinning. And then, just as quickly, it leaned back, and the window rolled up again. By the time dawn came, the car was gone. No sound of an engine starting, no tires crunching on gravel. Just gone. I quit that job a week later. Jerry thought I was being dramatic, but I couldn't explain it, not in a way that didn't sound insane. Years have passed, but I still dream about that night, about those woods swallowing him whole, about that bathroom door closing with no one inside, about that face grinning at me from the darkness of a car that shouldn't have been occupied. And sometimes, late at night when I drive past lonely gas stations, I catch myself glancing at the edge of the lot. half expecting to see a rusted old sedan waiting there, headlights dark, with someone inside staring right at me. Story: the end. It was late October when I first realized something was wrong with the old house I had just rented in rural Pennsylvania. The listing had been perfect, a small two-story farmhouse just outside a tiny town, cheap rent, and with enough land for a dog and a small garden. I moved in on a Friday afternoon, lugging boxes up the creaky wooden stairs and trying to ignore the faint, musty smell that clung to the air like a memory. I chalked it up to disuse. The house had been empty for almost a year. The first night was uneventful. Aside from the usual settling noises of an old house, the groan of floorboards, the whisper of the wind through gaps in the siding, but I remember thinking the darkness in the corners of the rooms felt heavier than it should. I dismissed it as imagination, fueled by horror stories I had read too many times. I set my alarm, figuring I'd start unpacking in the morning, and went to sleep. Around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of something scraping across the hardwood floor in the living room. My bedroom was on the second floor, and the noise sounded like it was coming from the hallway outside my door. My first thought was a rat or a raccoon, but the sound was deliberate, rhythmic, almost slow, like someone dragging a chair. I told myself to ignore it, assuming I was just half asleep and hallucinating. When it didn't stop, I grabbed my phone and shone the flashlight into the hallway. The beam caught nothing but the shadows of the walls and the darkness stretching toward the stairwell. I held my breath and stepped toward the stairs, but the noise stopped before I reached the top step. My rational brain screamed that it had to be a trick of acoustics, yet a cold sweat ran down my back, and I returned to bed. Over the next few days, I tried to settle in. The town was small, everyone seemed friendly, and I spent daylight hours unpacking, cleaning, and exploring the surrounding woods. But the noises persisted. It was subtle at first, faint whispers that seemed to come from the kitchen, the sound of a door closing when I knew I had left it open, the tap of footsteps on the back porch when I was alone in the living room. At first, I tried to rationalize everything. The house was old, the floorboards creaky, the windows letting in the wind, but the more I rationalized, the more the incidents escalated. One evening, I was cooking dinner when I noticed the lights in the living room flickering. I went to check the breaker box in the basement, but when I opened the door, the smell hit me first. Rotten, wet earth, like a buried corpse, mixed with the mustiness of the house. I froze. The basement was empty, except for a few boxes left by the previous tenants. I backed out slowly, the stench lingering, and slammed the door. That night, the whispering returned, clearer than before, and I distinctly heard my name being called. I called a few friends to come visit, hoping their presence would calm my nerves. My best friend, Mike, agreed to come the following weekend. He was skeptical of ghost stories, the kind of person who scoffs at any mention of the paranormal. When he arrived, we hung out in the living room, drinking beer and talking about nothing in particular. Around midnight, we heard it. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs. Mike froze, then laughed, thinking I was trying to scare him. But when the steps paused outside my bedroom door, both of us heard a faint knock, like a hand tapping on wood. I could see his expression change from amusement to unease. He whispered, "You weren't joking?" We searched the house, but found nothing. Mike stayed until the early hours of the morning, and when he left, the house returned to its eerie silence. I slept lightly that night, paranoid, listening for every creak and groan. But then it happened. I woke to the sensation of someone breathing on my neck. I bolted upright, my body trembling. The room was empty. The window was closed, the door shut. I couldn't see anyone, but on my pillow, pressed into the corner, was a small handprint, as if someone or something had touched me in my sleep. I remember staring at it for what felt like hours, my mind racing, heart hammering. I cleaned the mark off the pillow, convinced it was a trick of my own sweat, my own paranoia. But the sense of being watched never left me. Over the next week, the occurrences intensified. Objects would shift places on their own. The back door, locked tightly, would be found slightly ajar. At night, I could hear whispers from every direction, voices that seemed to echo from inside my own skull. One night, I woke to the sound of someone crying in the hallway. I went to check, but found the hallway empty. The crying stopped the moment I stepped into the living room. On the wall, etched faintly into the peeling paint, were the words, "Get out." I didn't sleep for the next 48 hours. I started documenting everything, thinking if I recorded the events, I might understand them. My phone captured nothing unusual. The camera caught no shadows, no figures. But the notes I took in my journal became increasingly frantic. I wrote about hearing footsteps upstairs when I was in the basement, whispers from the walls, and scratching sounds coming from the attic. I began to dread nighttime, keeping the lights on until exhaustion forced me to sleep. Then one night, something broke through my rationality completely. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I saw a shadow move across the room. Not cast by anything, an actual shape, human-sized, gliding silently from my dresser to the window. I froze, unable to breathe, watching as it stopped in front of my bed. The shape crouched, and I swear I felt cold fingers brush against my arm. I turned on the bedside lamp, and it vanished. My heart raced. My skin crawled, but I couldn't leave. I had nowhere else to go, and sleep deprivation had me too exhausted to function. The following day, I visited the local library, digging through historical records. The town was old, founded in the early 1800s, and the property I rented had a dark past. In the 1920s, a woman named Eleanor Hartman had lived there. Records suggested she was involved in some local scandal, but details were scarce. Neighbors whispered that she disappeared one night, and no one knew what became of her. Rumor had it the house had been abandoned for decades before being rented out again. I wondered if what I was experiencing had some connection to her, whether her spirit lingered, angry or lost. That night, the activity escalated further. I woke to the sound of someone or something moving in the attic. I went upstairs, flashlight in hand, the beam shaking from my hands. The attic stairs creaked under my weight, and as I reached the top, I felt a rush of cold air and a faint humming, like a lullaby sung off-key. I froze. Then I heard it. My name, whispered again, closer now, almost inside my ear. I spun around. The flashlight illuminated the attic corners, empty, yet filled with shadows that seemed to move independently. I ran downstairs, heart pounding, convinced I was losing my mind. I called a local psychic the next day, desperate for answers. She arrived the following evening, carrying candles and sage. We moved through the house, her muttering prayers under her breath. She paused frequently, touching walls, staring into corners, murmuring warnings I didn't fully understand. At one point, she pulled me aside and said, "You're not imagining this. There's something here that doesn't want you to leave, and it's angry." She explained that restless spirits often react violently to intrusion or disinterest, feeding off fear and isolation. She suggested rituals, protective measures, and keeping lights on at all times. I followed her advice, but the comfort was temporary. It all came to a head one night when I was home alone. I had gone to the basement to grab a box of supplies when the lights suddenly went out. The darkness was complete, absolute, and I felt a presence behind me before I could even react. I turned, and in the shadows I could see a figure, a woman in tattered clothing, face obscured, reaching toward me. I bolted up the stairs, stumbling, and slammed the door to my bedroom. I locked it, barricading it with furniture, but the whispering began again, now frenzied, urgent, incoherent. It was as if the house itself was alive, pressing against me, suffocating me. I packed a bag that night, shaking, my hands bleeding from frantic movements. I left the house before dawn, never looking back. I didn't notify the landlord. I just left. On the drive away, I noticed something in the rearview mirror. The house, dark and still, but through the windows, faint shapes moved, watching me leave. I didn't stop. I drove through the fog, not speaking, my body tense, every nerve on fire. I never returned. I found another place in town, smaller, newer, with no history that could haunt me. But sometimes at night, when the wind is right, I think I hear faint scratching at my door or whispers in the corners of my apartment. I never stay in one place too long anymore. I try to rationalize it. Fear leaves a residue, but deep down, I know what I experienced was real. The house is still out there, waiting, patient, perhaps looking for someone else to fill my place. The more I think about it, the more I realize the worst part wasn't the noises or the shadows. It was the feeling that something was constantly aware of me, studying me, lingering just out of sight, feeding on the anxiety it could create. It's a feeling that never truly leaves. I have learned to live with it, to accept it, though sometimes I wake in the middle of the night, cold and trembling, convinced that if I make a single noise, it will find me again. That house didn't just scare me, it changed me. I am always on edge, always alert, and I know that somewhere in the woods and fields near that farmhouse, something waits. Something that can't be reasoned with, can't be bargained with. Something that remembers me. Months later, I returned to that town on a different errand, driving past the road leading to the farmhouse. From the corner of my eye, I saw the porch light flicker, and the shadows inside the windows seemed wrong. For a moment, I felt the same suffocating presence I had felt the night I left. My stomach churned. I didn't stop. I kept driving until the town was behind me, telling myself it was imagination. But I know better. The house is still there, waiting. I sometimes wonder if it watches the road, waiting for someone else to pass, someone else to linger too long. I've never told anyone the full story. Not my friends, not my family. Most people would dismiss it, laugh it off. But I know the truth. That house is alive in ways that defy understanding, and it never forgets. Even now, I can't sleep without a light on. Sometimes in the corner of my room, shadows move differently than they should. Sometimes I hear whispers that don't belong to anyone I know. I catch myself checking the locks twice, 3 times, even though I live in a completely different town now, in a modern apartment. The fear has followed me, a shadow that I cannot outrun. And I know, deep down, that it will never leave. That house, that entity, it's patient. It will wait. And if I ever return to that road, if I ever slow down and look at that farmhouse, I know I will see it. And I know it will see me. Story the end. It was a rainy November evening when I first noticed the strange man standing at the edge of the woods behind my new apartment. I had just moved to a small town in Vermont, leaving behind Boston's chaos for what I thought would be a peaceful, quiet life. The apartment was in a converted farmhouse on the outskirts of town, nestled between thick pines and fields that stretched for miles. My job at the local library was low stress, and the rent was cheap, which made it all seem perfect. But there was something about the place that didn't sit right with me, something I couldn't put my finger on at first. I noticed him the night I was unloading boxes. Through the kitchen window, standing just beyond the tree line, a tall man in a dark coat, hands shoved in pockets, watching the house. I froze. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there. I blinked, and when I looked again, he was gone. My rational mind told me it was a trick of the rain and shadows, but a pit formed in my stomach that I couldn't shake. The first week passed with little incident. The apartment creaked in the wind, and the rain made everything feel colder than it should have been. But then, the noises started. At first, it was subtle. Footsteps on the creaky wooden floors above me when I knew no one else lived there, the faint scrape of something being dragged across the hall at 2 a.m., a whisper so faint I thought I imagined it. My dog, Penny, a small terrier mix, would growl at empty corners, ears flat, tail low. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid. Old houses make noises, the woods are full of animals. But the feeling of being watched never went away. One night around midnight, I woke to a loud banging on the front door. Penny was barking like her life depended on it. My heart raced as I grabbed the baseball bat I kept near the bed and crept toward the door. Peeking through the peephole, I saw nothing but rain. I hesitated, then opened the door a crack. Muddy footprints led away from the porch into the field. I knelt to look closer. They were human-sized, but the shape was wrong, elongated, with dragging marks as if someone's feet were too heavy or their shoes were malformed. After that night, I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined him at the edge of the woods, always watching, always waiting. Penny refused to stay in the bedroom with me. She would sit in the living room, ears perked, growling at the windows and the dark corners. I began keeping the lights on all night, locking the doors, checking the windows over and over. Still, the feeling of being watched never left. A week later, I was at the library, shelving books, when one of the regulars, an elderly man named Frank, noticed my anxious glances toward the window. "You've got eyes in the back of your head," he said with a knowing look. I laughed nervously, brushing it off. But he leaned closer and whispered, "That house? Don't stay too long after dark. People have seen things. Shadows moving near the trees. The woods aren't empty." I forced a smile, but his words stuck in my mind. The following night, I was lying in bed when I heard it again. The slow, deliberate footsteps across the hallway, stopping just outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, heart pounding. The doorknob turned, rattling softly. Penny growled, crouched low, every hair on her back raised. Then the door opened a fraction, and I saw it. A figure standing in the dark, tall, thin, head tilted slightly to the side, faceless in the shadows. My breath caught. I froze. My mind screamed at me to run, to move, but I couldn't. The figure didn't move closer. It just watched. And then, without a sound, it disappeared. The next morning, I noticed something chilling. Muddy footprints inside my apartment, leading from the hallway to the bedroom. They were human-sized, elongated, matching the ones from the porch. I felt bile rise in my throat. I packed a bag and drove to a motel in the next town, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still there, somewhere, waiting for me to return. Over the next month, I stayed with friends and avoided the apartment, but each time I drove past it, I saw him. Always at the edge of the woods, always watching, always silent. I finally gave the apartment up, letting the lease go. The realtor told me someone else moved in a few weeks later. I never asked what happened to them, and I never want to. Sometimes, late at night, I dream of those elongated footprints in the rain, of faceless eyes in the dark, and I wonder if the man in the woods is still out there, waiting for someone new to notice him. Story, the end. I had been driving across rural Kentucky for work, heading back home after a long week. The route I took was mostly two-lane roads cutting through dense forests, winding past abandoned barns and houses that looked like they hadn't seen life in decades. It was nearing midnight, the sky heavy with clouds, and a light drizzle fell, coating the asphalt in slick reflections of my headlights. The road was empty, silent except for the hum of my tires and the occasional drip from the trees above. I had passed the last small town an hour ago, and my phone had died somewhere around a curve in the road, leaving me with only the dim light of my car to guide me. That's when I first saw it, a figure standing in the middle of the lane ahead. I slammed on the brakes, skidding slightly, and my headlights illuminated a tall, thin shape. At first, I thought it might be a hitchhiker, but something about the figure felt wrong. Its posture was rigid, unnaturally straight, and it didn't move as I slowed down. I leaned on the horn, but there was no response, no movement. The figure didn't step aside. My stomach dropped, and I instinctively put the car in reverse, only to see the figure shift slightly, tilting its head in a way no human could. It didn't blink, didn't breathe, just waited. Panic surged, and I floored the accelerator, swerving off the road into the shoulder. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, it was gone. Relieved, I tried to calm down, telling myself it had been a hallucination, fatigue, stress, the fog, anything. But the sense of being watched didn't leave. I continued driving, eyes scanning the tree line, the fog curling unnaturally between the trunks. And then I saw another figure. This one was standing at the edge of the road, closer now, and I realized there were more. Dozens of them, partially hidden in the mist, all tall, thin, featureless, and just standing there. I wanted to turn around, but every time I tried to retrace my path, the road seemed to twist in unfamiliar ways. Turns I remembered as simple curves became sharp, impossible bends, as if the forest itself was reshaping the path. Panic set in, my hands gripping the wheel, breath shallow. I tried calling for help, but there was no signal. My car radio emitted nothing but static. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed as I drove, the fog thickening, figures appearing at every turn. Their movements weren't human. Sometimes they seemed to glide, sometimes to stretch impossibly, limbs elongating in ways that made me avert my eyes. Whispering began, soft at first, carried on the wind, words I couldn't understand, tones that were mocking, menacing, almost intimate, as if they knew me. Eventually, I came to a small bridge spanning a creek. The fog hung low over the water, obscuring the far end. As I approached, I saw a figure in the middle of the bridge. I swerved to avoid it, tires screaming, and it vanished as I passed. But when I looked into the rearview mirror, I saw dozens of faces in the fog behind me, indistinct, featureless, moving in impossible ways as if the forest had come alive. I drove for what felt like an eternity, the trees closing in, the fog thickening, the whispers growing louder. Exhaustion took over, my vision blurred, and I realized I had been driving in circles. Every road led back to the same stretch of foggy forest. Every turn revealed another figure waiting, always waiting. By the time I finally stumbled onto a lit highway near a town I recognized, the sun was just rising. I stopped at a gas station, shaking, drenched, desperate for normalcy. The clerk was an older man, polite but quiet, and nothing he said helped. The roads were now familiar, the fog lifted, the world normal once again. But I knew it was only temporary. That night, and every night after, I began noticing shadows stretching too long in my apartment. Objects moved slightly, doors I locked opened on their own. I heard whispers outside my window, soft and persistent. I began seeing figures at the edge of parking lots, standing in places no one should be, waiting silently. They did not move, did not run. They waited, patient, unyielding. I can no longer drive through rural areas at night. I can no longer walk the streets alone. The whispers follow me, the shadows linger, the figures always wait. I see them in the corners of my vision, tall, thin, featureless, gliding just beyond reach. And I know with an unshakable certainty that they are patient, and patience lasts longer than fear. Every night I lock my doors and windows, but I can feel them outside, always watching, always waiting. I cannot escape them. I am already part of the forest, part of the fog, part of the waiting. Story the end. I was 29 when I moved to a small town in southern Ohio. The job was temporary, seasonal work at a manufacturing plant, but it paid enough to cover rent and groceries, and I didn't care much about the apartment I rented. It was in an old brick building near the edge of town, the kind of place that had probably been a boarding house or hotel decades ago. The rent was cheap, almost suspiciously so, but I was too tired from the move and work to care. The building itself had a strange, oppressive feel. The hallway lights flickered constantly, and a faint, musty smell lingered in the air, mixed with something else I couldn't identify. The walls were thin, and the floors creaked with every step. I was alone on my floor. The few other tenants rarely came out of their apartments, and when I did see them, they avoided eye contact. The first night, everything seemed normal. I unpacked, ate a sandwich, and went to bed. But shortly after I lay down, I heard the faintest of taps on the wall behind my bed. At first, I ignored it. Old buildings make noises. But then it came again. 3 slow, deliberate taps. Pause. 3 more. My heart raced. I told myself it was pipes or settling wood, but the pattern was too precise, too rhythmic. Over the next few days, I started noticing subtle disturbances. Items I left on the counter would be moved slightly. Once, my keys were shifted to the edge of the table. I would swear I had left them in the center. One morning, my apartment door was slightly ajar, even though I had locked it the night before. Then came the smell. A faint, unmistakable cigarette smoke that hung in the corners of my apartment, strongest near my bedroom closet. I don't smoke, and no one else in the building did, at least not that I knew. The smell was thick, clinging to the air and my clothes. I opened the closet repeatedly. Nothing. Just my clothes and boxes. But the smell persisted. Soon the disturbances escalated. The knocking moved from the wall behind my bed to the closet door, then to the ceiling above me. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. Always 3. Sometimes I would hear scraping noises, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. Shadows flickered at the edges of my vision. Once, I saw a faint orange glow in the corner of the bedroom, like a cigarette ember suspended in the air. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. I dragged my mattress into the living room and slept with a baseball bat beside me. But even there, it followed. The television would turn on by itself, static blaring. Faucets would run in the middle of the night. Whispering voices echoed in the apartment, low and raspy, unintelligible, but unmistakably there. I tried talking to one of the other tenants, an older man named George. He was quiet and pale, always sitting on the steps outside, smoking. When I asked about the disturbances, he leaned close and whispered, "Don't acknowledge it. That's how it knows you hear it. People don't last long in that unit." He never said more and hurried away. Then George disappeared. His apartment door was wide open one morning, completely empty inside, like he had never lived there at all. The landlord said nothing, simply shrugged when I mentioned it. The final night I stayed, a thunderstorm rolled in. I came home drenched, exhausted, and the apartment was thick with cigarette smoke. The door slammed shut behind me, though I had left it open. The lights flickered and went out. The knocking started again. 3 slow, deliberate taps. The whispering returned, this time intelligible enough for me to hear my full name being called, drawn out slowly, menacingly. The faint orange glow appeared in the corner, and smoke drifted in thick clouds around me. I ran. I didn't grab anything. Didn't look back. I spent the night at a 24-hour diner down the street, shaking and soaked from rain. I called the landlord the next morning, told him I was leaving immediately. He handed me the lease termination papers without comment, as though he had expected me to run. I've moved multiple times since then, trying to escape it, but it follows. The faint smell of cigarette smoke appears late at night. The three taps return on walls in unfamiliar apartments, and sometimes I see the orange glow in the corners of rooms where I sleep. It waits. Always patient, always deliberate, always watching. Story the end. It was a Friday evening in early December, bitterly cold and snow beginning to dust the ground. I had stayed late at a small-town auto repair shop helping a friend finish a car. By the time I got into my old pickup truck, the streets were empty, and the wind had picked up, whipping through the bare trees lining the roads. Normally, I took the highway home, but I wanted to cut through an old back road that ran past a long-abandoned mill. It saved me time, and I thought it would be quiet, peaceful even. The road was narrow, winding through dense woods, and the snow made it difficult to see much beyond my headlights. I drove cautiously, the tires crunching over ice and frozen leaves. About 10 minutes in, I noticed something odd, a figure standing at the edge of the road ahead. It was thin, tall, and completely still, facing me, dressed in ragged clothing that looked decades old. I slowed, assuming it was a stranded hiker, but the figure's head was tilted at an impossible angle. Its face seemed pale, almost glowing in the beam of my headlights, and its mouth was stretched into a wide, unnatural grin. I slammed the gas pedal, my heart hammering, but I caught glimpses of it keeping pace with me in my rearview mirror. Not running, not walking, sliding. Its movements were jerky, unnatural. My hands shook as I swerved around patches of ice, trying to get away. Every turn of the road seemed to loop back on itself. Fields and trees blurred together, and I realized I had no idea where I was. My phone had no signal, which made me panic even more. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. At first, I thought I had lost it, but then I saw it again, standing on the shoulder of the road, as though it had been there the entire time. I considered pulling into one of the few abandoned driveways I passed, but the idea of stopping made my stomach turn. Eventually, I saw a faint glow ahead, a farmhouse with a single porch light. Relief washed over me. I pulled in quickly, trying to ignore the footprints leading from the edge of the woods to the porch. Bare, wide, and oddly spaced. There was no one there. I jumped out, shining my flashlight across the snow, and then I heard it. Footsteps, deliberate and slow, crunching in the snow behind me. I spun around, but nothing was there. The farmhouse door creaked, and for a moment I thought I saw a shadow move across the window. Panic overtook me. I bolted back to my truck, fumbling with the keys. The moment I was inside and locked the doors, I saw it again through the windshield, standing just beyond the light of the porch, head tilted, grin stretched impossibly wide. Then, slowly, it stepped aside, fading into the darkness. The drive home was tense, every shadow in the trees making my heart race. I kept checking the mirrors, but the figure never appeared again. When I finally reached my neighborhood, my pulse began to slow, but I noticed something on the lawn, footprints leading from the edge of the woods to my house. They ended at my front door. That night, sleep didn't come. I kept hearing soft scratching on the windows, whispering sounds, footsteps pacing just beyond the walls. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard a knock on my bedroom window. I live on the second floor. My hands went cold, my body frozen. The knock came again, 3 slow raps, pause, then 2 more. I didn't move. Eventually, silence fell. Over the next weeks, things escalated. Shadows moved in corners of my apartment, objects shifted when I wasn't looking, and I felt an ever-present chill behind me, like it was always there. I set up cameras, hoping to catch anything on tape. One night, reviewing the footage, I saw it. Standing at the corner of the living room, head tilted, grin wide, completely still. The timestamp read 3 minutes after I had gone to bed. I called friends, tried to rationalize it, but I know the truth. It doesn't matter how far I go, how many lights I leave on, or how many doors I lock. It follows, patient, waiting for the right moment. Every back road, every abandoned field, every silent stretch of road is its territory. I never take back roads anymore. I stick to well-lit streets, busy highways, and anywhere I know I won't be alone. Even then, I sometimes feel it behind me, just beyond my vision, tilting its head, grinning, waiting for the moment I let my guard down. And I know that one day, it will finally reach me. Story the end. I moved to a small town in upstate New York in early November, hoping for a fresh start. I had just gotten a new job at a local library, and the city life I had grown used to felt suffocating. The house I rented was an old Victorian on the outskirts of town, built in the late 1800s. It had been empty for years, according to the landlord, and the previous owners had left in a hurry. I didn't think much of it. Old houses have character, after all. The first night, I unpacked in silence, listening to the wind rattling the windows. Around midnight, I heard a faint creaking above me, like someone walking slowly across the floorboards of the empty upstairs rooms. I froze, telling myself it was just the house settling. I went back to bed, but the sound didn't stop. It circled above me, sometimes pacing back and forth, sometimes pausing as if listening. Over the next week, small things began to unsettle me. Doors I knew I had closed were open in the morning. Items I left on the counter, my keys, my wallet, would shift positions overnight. I started hearing whispers at odd hours, low and indistinct, almost as if the house itself were trying to speak. One night, I awoke to find my bedroom door slowly creaking open, despite having locked it before bed. I grabbed my phone, its flashlight cutting through the darkness, and shone it into the hallway. There was nothing there, but the feeling of being watched was suffocating. The following evening, I noticed muddy footprints leading from the back porch into the house. I lived alone. The doors were locked. I checked the security system the landlord had installed, and there was no evidence of an intruder. The footprints stopped at the living room and didn't continue anywhere else, as if the person or thing simply vanished. I began documenting everything, keeping a notebook beside my bed. Around 2 a.m. each night, the whispers returned, repeating my name over and over, punctuated by scratching sounds along the walls and floorboards. It didn't take long for the whispers to form words I could understand. Warnings, threats, sometimes taunting phrases. The house felt alive, breathing around me, watching me. One night, I decided to set up cameras throughout the house. The footage from the first few nights showed nothing unusual, but on the third night, something appeared. A shadow moved across the living room floor, gliding silently, stretching unnaturally long. It stopped abruptly in front of the camera, as if acknowledging it was being recorded. I replayed the footage repeatedly, trying to rationalize it, but there was no explanation. The situation escalated quickly. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. Doors slammed shut on their own. I began hearing footsteps in rooms I wasn't in, whispers following me down hallways. One evening, while I was cooking dinner, I saw the shadow in the corner of my eye, watching me. I spun around. Nothing. But the sense of dread remained, pressing against my chest. I reached out to a local historian to learn more about the house. She hesitated before revealing that several families had left abruptly over the decades, reporting strange occurrences, voices, shadows, cold spots, and an overwhelming feeling of being watched. She told me that the original owner had been obsessed with dark rituals and the occult, and that the house had a long reputation for harboring a malevolent presence. Terrified, I made plans to move immediately. The night before I was scheduled to leave, I awoke around 2:30 a.m. to the whispers, louder than ever. My bedroom door opened slowly, and the temperature dropped sharply. I could see my breath in the dim light. Shadows moved along the walls, twisting unnaturally, and a low, guttural voice began speaking directly to me. I ran. I grabbed my essentials and drove through the pitch-black countryside, the house fading behind me. I didn't look back, even when the whispers seemed to follow me, echoing faintly in my car. The next morning, I returned with movers, quickly removing all my belongings. The house seemed normal in daylight, almost benign, but the oppressive feeling remained, as if it resented my departure. Months later, I still wake in the middle of the night, sometimes hearing faint scratching at the walls or whispers calling my name. I have moved multiple times since then, but that house lingers in my mind, in the shadows of my apartment, in the flicker of streetlights. Whatever was in that Victorian, it wasn't just a memory. I know it was real, and I know, in some way, it followed me. Story the end. I had taken a seasonal job as a night maintenance worker at an old motel in the outskirts of rural Ohio, the kind of place you pass on road trips and immediately forget exists, a long stretch of peeling paint and flickering neon that buzzed weakly in the night. I didn't mind the isolation. I liked the quiet, the freedom to walk the empty hallways, fix leaking pipes, replace burned-out bulbs, and make the occasional repair no one else noticed. I liked being alone. The first night, I walked the halls with a flashlight, checking rooms that had been empty for months. Some of the doors were locked, some open, some barely hanging on their hinges. The air smelled of mildew, cigarette smoke, and stale carpet. I was in the middle of the second floor when I heard it, a faint tapping on the walls like fingernails drumming slowly. I paused, shining my flashlight down the hall. Nothing, just the long hallway, empty and silent. I told myself it was rats, maybe birds trapped in the eaves, anything but what I knew it could be. By the second night, the sounds grew bolder, whispering, soft, urgent whispers from rooms I knew to be empty. I stopped trying to rationalize it. I began carrying a small handheld recorder with me. When I played it back in the morning, the whispers were louder, clearer, almost forming words I couldn't comprehend, a strange, guttural cadence. I began to dread the night. It started small at first. Things misplaced, a chair slightly turned, a towel on the floor when I was sure I hadn't touched it. I told myself I was tired, imagining things in the dim light. But then I began to see shadows, out of the corner of my eye, in rooms I had just checked. Always just a glimpse, gone before I could focus, but enough to make my stomach knot. One night, I was on the third floor, checking a room where the ceiling had water damage. As I stepped in, the door slammed behind me. My flashlight flickered, then went out. I froze, heart hammering. I could feel a cold pressure in the room, the temperature dropping so suddenly it took my breath. Then I heard it, the faint scrape of fingernails across the wall, slow, deliberate. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight, and the room was empty. Nothing. But the feeling remained, that sense of being watched, of being trapped with something that didn't belong. I decided to confront it. I stayed awake all night in the lobby, lights on, doors locked, watching. Around 2 a.m., I saw movement in the hallways on the security cameras. A figure, tall, hunched, moving slowly, too fluidly, almost floating. It stopped at the door to the lobby and stared, though there were no eyes, just a void where its face should have been. I felt the temperature drop and a whisper in my ear. "Why are you here?" I ran from the building that night, never looking back. But the presence followed me. I moved to a nearby apartment, thinking distance would help, but the whispers continued. I would wake to find furniture slightly shifted, objects gone, shadows stretching in corners that shouldn't exist. Sometimes, when I walked past a mirror, I saw it standing behind me, tall and featureless, watching. I sought help from a local paranormal researcher. She told me it wasn't a ghost in the traditional sense. It was something that attached itself to fear, that lingered wherever its chosen prey went. "It's patient," she said. "It doesn't need to rush. You will feel it all the time, always waiting." I have tried to ignore it, to convince myself I am imagining things, but I know it is real. I have learned to live cautiously, always checking corners, keeping the lights on, never turning my back to a shadow, never sleeping with my back to a door. Every night, I hear whispers just at the edge of my hearing. Every night, I feel it behind me, patient, watching, waiting. Years have passed. I have friends, a job, a life that looks normal on the surface. But I know the truth. I am never alone. It follows me everywhere. It will never leave. And every night, when the house is silent and I think I am safe, I feel the pressure in the room, the presence behind me, and I hear it whisper my name. Some nights I see it in reflections, in mirrors, in windows, just standing there waiting. I don't turn around. I don't have to. I know it is there, and I know that it always will be. Patient, silent, watching. Story the end.